Hello and welcome back to live coverage of the Apex Gaming $5,000 Standard Team Open here in sunny Caldwell, Ohio. I'm Todd Tandy Anderson, joined by Ross Merriam. Say hi, Ross.
Hi, Ross.
We have 3 rounds down and 2 more Swiss and the top 8 to bring you today. We have 24 teams and 72 players battling it out for their fair share of $5,000 in cash and prizes. Ross, why don't you give us a rundown of what this match, round 4, is going to look like between these two teams?
So we have two teams that are 2-1 right now. A win here puts them in a very strong position to take an intentional draw in round 5 and make it to the top 8. So very important round for these teams. It's going to be the team of Tyler Andrews, Mike Magby, and Elliot Kaysen against Kristen Weiss, Ryan Hayes, and Ben Unger. The match that we are going to start with on camera is the one between Mike Magby on Azorius Flash and Ryan Hayes on Is It Prowess. Todd, this Azorius Flash deck, really cool.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about before we went live, and honestly, Enduring Curiosity, one of the best cards in the format, and any way you can play it, I'm a big fan of. This build is going to go way away from things like Kaido in favor of like No More Lies. What else is in the deck?
Yeah, so a ton of flash creatures, unsurprisingly. Floodpit's Drowner and Enduring Curiosity are the ones that I think everyone would expect. There's also Spectral Sailor instead of Spyglass Siren.
Weird.
Max out on flash. Stoic Sphinx. Really cool card to play on the end step when they've tapped out, and then very difficult to answer. And Cathar Commando, which gives you really good pressure and also gets some interaction in the deck. Fabulum Trick, which we see in Dimir decks as well as another threat. There's Battle Menu that can be a flash threat, but it's also a removal spell.
That card's cool.
And really, I think the major gains that you get from being in Azorius, No More Lies, that's huge. Just a great card in a deck like this. A really strong counterspell. Split Up as a really nice sweeper against aggressive decks. And then Consult the Star Charts. Not a white card, but one that really only fits in this style where you have that many flash creatures. If the deck was tapping out more, you'd probably look towards Stock Up. But Consult, a very powerful card that scales as the game goes long and plays really well with all the flash threats. You can cast it on turn 2 if you need to dig for a land drop or find a threat. When you draw it late, it becomes a really powerful source of card advantage, effectively a 4-mana dig through time. So I'm interested to see how that one plays out for Mike in this matchup, and I think we're going to get long games.
Yeah, and his opponent, Ryan Hayes, mainstay on the Apex series here, playing a traditional blue-red prowess style strategy.
Yeah, just very typical stock. Is it prowess?
That's a nice one. 2 copies of Get Out, now that This Town Ain't Big Enough has been banned. Get Out, while a little harder to cast and a little less versatile, still pretty good. Bounces 2 of your things and resets the Storm Chaser's talents like we're used to seeing.
Yeah, can also just counter an Enduring Curiosity
Right.
when Mike passes, and you're like, ooh, I think there's something up there with that 4 mana.
Yeah.
That's a nice, little squeeze, though. If Mike passes with 4 mana up and Ryan says, oh, I need to play around Enduring Curiosity, let me hold up this Get Out, and then he gets Consult the Star Charted instead,
Yeah.
he might fall a little bit behind. So I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup. Going along, I'll say Ryan's deck has the advantage, but Mike's deck is going to be very tricky to play against. It's closed deck list. Ryan doesn't exactly know what threats he has to answer, doesn't know exactly what's coming, and if he missteps at all, Enduring Curiosity could punish him a lot, as can Stoic Sphinx. That's a card that Ryan just may not be able to answer. It's effectively a 4-mana 5/3 flying hexproof if Mike gets to untap with it.
Alrighty, well, the team of Ryan Hayes, Kristen Weiss, and Ben Unger battling out against Tyler Andrews, Mike Magby, and Elliot Kaysen. They're ready in the feature match area, so let's head on down and watch round number 4. On your left is Weiss, Hayes, and Unger. On your right is Andrews, Magby, and Kaysen. We're going to be watching that middle match. And here we go. Magby going to be on the play. Leads with Meticulous Archive. Top card. Stays on top. Going to pass back. No, decides to put it into the graveyard.
That's one punish for Magby playing Azorius. That's one of the color combinations that both lost its fast land but didn't gain a shock land. So he has quite a few ETB tapped lands in this mana base to make sure he hits his colors. 4 copies of Meticulous Archive and 4 Restless Anchorage.
All right, Verge comes down along with the Meticulous Archive for perfect mana for Magby. We're going to go back to Hayes' side of things. Leads off with Storm Chaser's talent, so Otter Prowess going to be online. We'll see what Hayes wants to develop in addition. Here's a second Storm Chaser's talent. No response from Magby. Prowess triggers.
A
Third Storm Chaser's talent.
Ryan says, look at me, I'm the beatdown now.
And now, considering using a counterspell on this extra Storm Chaser talent, and does. No more lies. But Prowess for 3 comes across, and 2 Otters still in play.
If you're Magby, you just can't fall that far behind. You have to point your counterspell at anything you can. It's not ideal to play a 2-mana counterspell on one of the spells that Ryan played that turn. You'd rather got his full turn.
Now, there is something to be said here from Magby's side. Like, I think he maybe should have countered the second Storm Chaser's talent, right? Like, when your opponent leads with that with 2 mana, the only other thing they can play is like a third Storm Chaser's talent or like an opt or a sleight of hand, and you have like no interest in countering either of those.
Yeah, doesn't get punished. Did get to counter a Storm Chaser's talent when all is said and done, but I think you're right there.
All right, we're going to lead with opt here before attacks, and we're going to play Fade Bloom Trick in response and tap down one of these Otters. And the second Otter is going to come on through. It's a 2-2 right now. Any instant will pump it, so Magby going to choose to take the damage. Post-combat, Hayes going to deploy Thundertrap Trainer. We'll get a top 4 and put 1 in hand if it's a non-creature.
Yeah, Hayes really flipping the script in this game 1. Had a very aggressive draw, which Prowess is definitely capable of, but not necessarily, something they consistently do. But that aggressive draw is really strong in a matchup like this. Azorius Flash with all its counter spells and cheap evasive creatures wants to play from ahead. Doesn't play nearly as well from behind. And so now Mike is in this very awkward spot where it's hard for him to really get his own game plan going without leaving himself open to really big attacks from these Otter tokens.
Yeah, and no fourth land here from Magby, so no threat of Enduring Curiosity, and these fairy tokens going to plink over for 2 damage, but not that scary. Going to go back to Hayes, and now we'll see how he wants to attack this turn. Taps 3. Here's Stock Up. Let's see if Magby has the answer or if he even cares.
And even if Mike had a counterspell for this, Ryan would be able to attack for 5, put him to 10, be very far ahead in the race. So it's a card that he doesn't even necessarily need to resolve. Instead, it does resolve. We'll see if Mike can do something to whittle down this board.
All right, so here comes Flood Pitch Drowner. At the beginning of combat, it's going to stun and tap down an Otter. And I believe Hayes is considering a response here. I'm not sure exactly what's going through his mind necessarily.
He has a Torch the Tower, so he could use that to deal with this Flood Pit Drowner and max his attack, or he could hold that torch for something like an Enduring Curiosity on a later turn. Ryan decides to get aggressive with his opponent stumbling on land drops, so that'll pump up the Otter to a 3-3, plus the 1 Thundertrap Trainer coming across for 4 damage, dropping Mike to 11.
All right, 2 damage coming across. If I'm not mistaken, the stunned Otter should be tapped as well and not untap this turn. We'll see if Ryan maintains the game state, and he does. Okay, so back to Hayes. Always heads up is Hayes. You're going to go back to his way. Turn number 5. We'll see what he can do.
Upside down in this case meant tapped and doesn't untap next turn.
Leads 3 mana. Stock up again.
Stock up.
I mean, this is what happens. Stock up finds stock up, and you just go forever. That's why it's so powerful.
It's also the benefit of being the person who got ahead on the battlefield.
Right.
You were the one who has the luxury of being able to play your card draw spells because you're not going to fall too far behind in doing so. Ryan here just spewing the Furnace to deal with one of these fairy tokens and prowess up the Otter. So comes across for another 4 damage, and Mike Magby down to 7.
Yeah, and we did see 3 steps ahead counter the stock up, but the damage here from Ryan Hayes is starting to pile on. Also has 5 mana, so at the very least can unlock the Steaming Sauna and start getting some card advantage that way. We'll see if that's the line.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind unlocking a Steaming Sauna right now. It does have Sleight of Hand in hand, so could go for a really aggressive line by leading with Sleight, trying to chain a couple more spells this turn, now that both Otters are unlocked and can attack. Or could just kind of slow down for a turn and make sure he has his card advantage engine unlocked with that Sauna. 2 options here for Ryan Hayes, both good.
Yeah. It goes to combat here. Does Ryan Hayes, and Magma going to prevent an attack here with Flood Pitch Drowner. Going to stun one of the Otters, and now Hayes with a tight decision. I don't want to say a difficult decision, but a tight decision. And instead going to do nothing. In turn, play Steaming Sauna, or activates the Steaming Sauna, and we're going to draw a card. Pass go.
I really like Ryan's decision to not attack with Thunder Trap Trainer. There's a lot of positions where you're okay trading the 1 damage for 2 damage with the Flood Pits Drowner, but the position where you're not okay with it is if your opponent untaps and has land 4 Enduring Curiosity. And so he's just playing around that as one of the more powerful plays Mike could have at this turn, knowing that the Steaming Sauna is going to allow him to very easily get over the finish line.
We're going to offer the trade with the Flood Pitch Drowner in the Thundertrap Trainer, and Ryan takes the trade. Fourth land for Magby is a tapped starting town, and that is one of the downsides of this fast multicolor land. Starting town plays very similarly to the Spiral Bluff Canals of the format, and has a serious downside later in the game.
And I think Mike has several 4-mana plays in his hand, so that tapped land was particularly brutal.
Ryan here consulting with a teammate off camera, likely helping out in their match, but we'll get back to this one in just a moment.
I don't think this game is going to go on for too much longer.
Well, I never count decks like Azorius or Dimir out. They have so many little tricky things going on, but this seems like a spot where Magby is just dead in 3 turns.
Yeah, there are a couple copies of Split Up in Magby's deck that can allow him to catch up in terms of the creatures on the battlefield, but then he also has to answer the Steaming Sauna. He has a couple Get Lost that can do that. Then he has to answer the cards that are still in Ryan Hayes' hand, and he has a pretty full grip.
Here's the Planisphere. We're going to make a hero and equip it with job select. Then we're going to play sleight of hand, get a counter. It's going to prowess, making this otter now a 3/3. Finds a Vivi Ornadier. Going to put that in hand over this land more than likely.
Okay, we may see Ryan stop this turn and just set up for the VV next turn. Has another sleight of hand that he could play. Looks like he's going to go for it.
I say use the mana. You got Storm Chaser's Talents out the wazoo. You got Steaming Sauna. You're always going to find something to do with your mana.
There's Obliterating Bolt VV as the choices there. Ryan with the VV in hand takes the removal spell. So now he's able to answer an Enduring Curiosity if Mike has it finally. This is an attack for 4.
And we're going to chump it. Whenever you start chumping, that's usually a sign that you're really far ahead or really far behind. We're going to draw a card as Ryan Hayes off the Steaming Sauna, but before then, Magby looks like we're going to play something here. Spectral Sailor.
And consult the star charts.
Okay.
So that'll look at the top 4. Just straight impulse here.
Yep. Top 4, put 1 in hand. Find Split Up. That one can maybe help a little bit.
So Split Up and Get Lost. He really needs both right now. And with the Astrologian the Plane Sphere making an untapped creature, the Split Up doesn't fully deal with these problems. So I think just too much aggression early from Ryan Hayes. Magby needs to be the player who's playing from ahead. That makes his counter spells much more powerful. It makes his Flood Pits Drowners more powerful. It makes his Enduring Curiosities more powerful. The entire deck just gets way better when he's the one who's advantaged after turn 3.
Dang, Magby, why don't you just play from ahead, brother? Just be ahead. It's very easy. Ryan Hayes untapping with a monstrous board, and it's only going to get harder. Draws the 4th copy of the Storm Chaser's Talent. We'll see how he wants to play this turn, but it's going to be a big one.
Yeah, it's definitely starting with VV.
Okay.
And I think we're going to see 3 lethal attackers.
Yeah, we might not even need to attack. We're going to deal damage with the VV. And that is going to maybe allow us to generate some mana here in just a minute. And I don't know if we'll be able to play 6 spells, but I see a Get Out in hand, and that can bounce 2 copies of Storm Chaser's Talent. And, I mean, that's very close to enough, if not enough.
Yeah, 3 spells should be enough, because that gets Magby into range where all 3 of the creatures that can attack are lethal. Don't think Magby will be able to stop all of them. Maybe a Fabloom trick, but that doesn't really gain him any traction. It just fogs the turn.
All right, well, here comes...
Get Lost on the hero. Now there's still 2 otter tokens.
And GG. Ryan Hayes wins game number 1 in impressive fashion. Izzet deck still churning hard after rotation.
Yeah, the triple Storm Chaser's Talent draw was not something that Magby's deck is prepared to deal with.
All right, as these players reach for their sideboards for some help, I'm going to ask Ross, how do you think Magby's Azorius Flash deck is going to approach here? after game one?
He's got some options here. Pretty interesting sideboard. He has 2 Day of Judgment, 3 Elspeth Smite, 2 Exercise, 2 Kutzel's Flanker, 2 Negate, 3 Rest in Peace, and 1 Split Up. So there's 2 ways that Magby can go in sideboarding. He can try to morph into essentially an Azorius control deck with a bunch of sweepers and the negates, and maybe even Rest in Peace to stop late game Storm Chaser's talents. Maybe not all 3 Rest in Peace, but like 1 or 2. Or he can stay aggressive, bring in something like Elspeth's Smite and Exercise to try to answer some of these creatures and, be able to stay at parity and not fall behind early and keep more of his own creatures in. I could see him going either way. I think the negates will come in regardless. I think the exercises will also come in regardless because the enchantments are such a powerful part of the late game for Is It Prowess. It's a little annoying dealing with like a roaring furnace that has already killed a creature, but stopping steaming sauna is just that important. And sometimes you can get, a big hero token or a big VV later in the game as well. But the real question for me, we'll know more after when the game starts. Like how many of these sweepers come in is the big question.
All right, on the other side of the table, we got Ryan Hayes playing the baddie of the format. Is It Prowess? How's he going to sideboard against this unique Azorius flash deck?
So Ryan's sideboard is 2 Abrade, 1 Agatha Soul Cauldron, 2 Annul, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Enduring Curiosity, 2 Fire Magic, 1 Flash Freeze, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Ral Crackling Wit, 1 Spell Pierce, and 1 Twin Maw Storm Brood. I imagine on his side we will see the Fire Magics come in. They're very good against Fey Bloom Trick and a lot of the other cheap creatures. There's Cathar Commando, Floodpit Strandor, Spectral Sailor, and Fey Bloom Trick for 1 toughness threats. I think we will see the Enduring Curiosities to give himself more flash threats so he can play more at instant speed. That's always advantageous against instant speed decks, so you can make their mana more awkward, make their counterspells less effective. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Spell Pierce. There's a lot of counterspells coming from Magby's deck, and Ryan can counter back pretty easily and gain a tempo advantage with a cheaper counterspell.
All right, as these players are shuffling up here for game number 2, I'd like to take this time to say thank you to the sponsors of Apex Con and the Apex Invitational Series. We are sponsored by Moxfield.com. Moxfield is a great place to build and share decks with your friends. We post all of our deck lists from the Apex Series on Moxfield.com, thanks to our friends over at SpiceRack.gg and their extension. Moxfield is just a really sick program. I use it all the time whenever I'm sharing decks, and we're happy to have them. Players are just about ready for game number 2, so let's head on down to the match and get ready for game number 2. Hayes going to be on the draw after winning game number 1. We'll see if his opponent Magby can get off the ground running quickly. Turn 1, Meticulous Archive. Top card, Graveyard. Is that Exercise? Go back to Hayes. Spirebluff Canal, great land to start with. Sleight of hand. Top 2 sees a Vivi, and a Torch the Tower takes a Torch. Magby draws for turn. That's another Meticulous Archive. Decides to play an untapped land here, so signifies to us maybe he has a 2-mana counterspell.
Yeah, could also have something like a Floodpit Strowner or some other flash threat. But I do see a No More Lies.
No play from either player on turn number 2. Going to pass it back to Magby. Plays Meticulous Archive as land number 3, so got out of the woods with that tap land. Hopefully he doesn't come back to bite him and leaves on top. Hayes going to opt on the instep. Keeps it. Turn number 3 coming. Finds an Enduring Curiosity of his own. Starting Town's the land. Is this a VV turn, Ross? Dry board.
It's not a great VV turn into the open mana, so yeah, I doubt it.
All right, just passes turn. Has a lot of potential options. We're going to play it really close to the vest.
Yeah, VV gets stronger as you make more land drops, and even if it dies quickly, you can get some immediate value from it. Even sometimes getting mana out of it if you are able to cast instants in response to a removal spell.
Spectral Sailor, the play for Magby on the inset. We're going to plink over for 1. Enduring Curiosity, a potential threat here for Magby. Ryan says, I'll take 1. Gonna instep play his own Enduring Curiosity. We'll see if Magby allows it. No. No more lies.
Yeah. Hayes picks the fight on Magby's turn. Now has a turn where Magby is tapped a lot lower on mana, doesn't have to worry about 3 steps ahead, and this is a much better spot for the VV.
Yeah, and even if this does get countered, Ryan is essentially like allowing himself some chance to get the VV going, right? And Magmi doesn't have the answer here, and now Vivi going to get a counter and potentially generate mana here.
Yeah, goes for an opt. Ryan also has multiple torches in hand, so he'll be able to kill this Spectral Sailor, then make some more mana. He goes for making mana with the VV. I love this play. If he knows he's not going to use the 2 mana, if by optimizing the Torch the Tower sequence for mana generation, you might as well use the VV mana for the Torch, and that leaves up the Spirebluff Canal on Magby's turn or on the end step to potentially interact again. And here's another Spectral Sailor, and Ryan ready with a Torch the Tower if he wants it.
Yeah, it's going to be a weird decision if Magby has an Enduring Curiosity. Torch the Tower is a great answer to it, but you don't really want to sack Vivi to it. But he doesn't get that option, and here's a split up that's going to destroy the VV straight up.
Yeah, just a 1-for-1 removal spell, so still not the worst exchange for Ryan Hayes.
No, I mean, he got a free mana off of it, dealt 2 damage, takes Magby's whole turn.
Yeah, and now Magby with only 1 mana untapped leaves Ryan the window to resolve this stock up.
Yeah, and what a stock up it is. We see the Roaring Furnace. We also see another Astrologian's Planisphere. God, that's such a hard...
Astrologian's Planessphere.
Astrologian's Planessphere.
That one went to the bottom. Ryan took Vivi and Roaring Furnace Steaming Sauna. Plays land and the Furnace, so that takes care of the Spectral Sailor, and the Sauna's on the battlefield ready to be unlocked and take over this game.
Yeah, and if Magmi just passes turn, unless he's got Enduring Curiosity, Hayes probably just going to spend 5 mana and turn this Steaming Sauna on so that he can start gaining card advantage. When both players are kind of saying go without really putting any pressure on the board, anyone who starts getting an engine online that generates a card advantage, life advantage, board advantage, that's usually who starts pulling ahead.
Yeah, and this is why I thought it was so important for Magby to play from ahead. Hayes' deck is full of these late game card advantage engines, and the best way for Magby to stop them is with counter spells. But the only way he can effectively leverage the counter spells is if he gets ahead early and has pressure with his creatures. Ryan able to use his cheap removal to stop all the early pressure from Magby, maintain parity into the mid game, and now his bevy of card advantage spells is taking over.
Ryan could have unlocked the Steaming Sauna for 5, instead going to tap 3 for a stock up, and then we're going to deploy a Storm Chaser's Talent, making an Otter, pass back with 1 mana open, and I believe we have a Torch the Tower at the ready. So if there ever was a flash threat on the instep, we had the answer.
Oh yeah, Ryan has the torch. He has everything covered. This game has entered garbage time.
This blue-red deck has given me feelings. I am feeling things, Ross.
It is a fine example of the Is It Spells macro archetype. It has a lot of spells. It can be when I think we've seen the versatility of this deck on display. In game 1, it was Ryan's aggression that carried the day. In game 2, it's the attrition. And this deck can play both ways. It can win both ways, and that's what makes it so effective.
Hayes here are going to send for 1, kind of like a bait, I guess, because his hand is pretty juiced. And I thought maybe he would play stuff pre-combat, but instead going to just see how Magby responds and then Steaming Sauna unlock. And now, here's Enduring Curiosity, but we have the Torch of Tower with Bargain, and that's going to take care of that Enduring Curiosity permanently.
Oof.
Now the question is, did Ryan remember to draw off the Steaming Sauna on the end step? I think the answer is yes, but I'm not positive. And just a pass back, and Hayes in the driver's seat. We'll see if Magmi can claw back in.
From this point, Ryan just has to play carefully. He doesn't want to get too aggressive and sloppy and open up a window for Magmi to have some sort of big turn where he answers key threats from Ryan, lands his own threat, and starts turning the corner. And suddenly you find yourself in a position where you're behind on the battlefield. So wants to keep pressing the advantage, trying to close out this game as much as he can without leaving himself vulnerable to any end-of-turn threats from Magby's side.
All right, we're going to play an Enduring Curiosity. That's going to come down after 3 steps ahead, counterspells the Vivi Ornithir, and this is a significantly bigger threat for this board state. Ryan going to draw a card now, and Magby falling even further behind, especially thanks to this Steaming Sauna that's going to continue the card advantage.
Now, is there anything end step? Spectral Sailor for Magby? Floodpits Drowner would have been better.
Finds his own enduring curiosity, so maybe not out of the woods yet.
That's definitely that's something. It's not nothing. It's decidedly something.
Yeah, I mean, this is how they get the party started. So let's play this thing. Let's draw a card. Let's see what the top card is. And we'll see if we can pull back in. Hayes already used a couple of Torch of Towers. We know his deck's chock full of interaction. Counter spells, bounce spells, removal spells.
But not many cards to work with for Magby. So, yeah, doesn't even get aggressive this turn. But he's got to understand that playing defensively from this position is not going to work. Ryan is drawing 2 cards a turn.
Minimum.
So if he wants to just try to trade off creatures here, 1, it's going to be difficult because the Spectral Sailor is never trading for anything. And 2, like, Ryan could just have removal for the Enduring Curiosity.
So Ryan says declare attacks before blocks is going to torch the blocker. And now Magby going to flash in the Enduring Curiosity and then block the Otter. So Hayes likely going to play Opt or something. And this is going to allow for a trade to get the creature portion off of the battlefield. And with no creatures threatening from Magby, the upside down part of it is probably going to be not that consequential.
Ryan got a little sloppy here, but I don't think it's going to matter because his resource advantage is so large. I think he expected if Magby had a Curiosity, he would have played it on his own turn. And so decided that it was fine to not play around it and now got bit. But he's still very far ahead here as a full grip of cards, still has his Curiosity active. And as you said, Magby's Curiosity, while it's still in play as an enchantment, not really doing much of anything.
Wow, you don't see this too often. This is a replicated version of the Thundertrap Trainer. What's the Offspring. And so we're going to get a 1/1 version. We look at the top 4 cards, pick one, and non-creature goes to our hand, and we get to do that twice.
Yeah. Ryan takes Obliterating Bolt and Storm Chaser's talent, so plenty of gas left to work with. Draws another card on the end step. That's a Fire Magic. I think he might have to discard the hand size, or is he on exactly
7? Magby getting dismantled systematically.
Yeah,
split up.
Was never able to really get a foothold in either of these games and start playing downhill. He's been playing uphill both games from turn 3, and that's just not how his deck is designed to operate.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about building decks when a new standard season comes out. You know, you and I, we played on the SAG tour for years, and every time a brand new set came out and we played that day 1 open, our decks were usually pretty bad. These decks look great by comparison.
Your deck doesn't have to be good. It just has to be better than everyone else's.
Yeah. You got to get pretty close to being good. You don't have to be good.
That's how you end up winning opens with Terminus in your deck.
Hey,
splashing for Pillar of Flame.
Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to win the event.
Yeah.
Might as well be the guy that played 0 Sphinx's Revelation and has just got a control deck.
Who needs it?
Not me.
Okay, Ryan just going off here, playing with his food. Has a RAL now ticking up.
All right, this game's over. Do you want to try to swap to another game? All right.
Yeah, let's head
Let's
over.
move over to Kristen Weiss, Green Red versus Tyler Andrews, Abzan Yuna. It looked like they were doing some consulting there anyway, so maybe they're... Oh, Steaming Sauna says you don't have to discard the hand size. That's hilarious. All right, so we're going to swap over to Kristen Weiss playing Gruul Aggro against Tyler Andrews on Abzan Yuna. This red deck, you know, had, what, Monstrous Rage banned? What else got banned?
Hardfire Hero.
Hardfire Hero got banned. The 1-drop?
Yeah.
Why? Why'd they ban that one instead of Emberheart Challenger? Emberheart Challenger is way better.
There's a lot of other good 2s. Not many other good 1s.
We'll see. All right, well, we're underway here. Pretty deep in this game. We'll get game count updated, life totals updated in just a sec. Our spotters still on the previous match, but we know they're in garbage time, so we'll try to get them swapped over.
Okay. Now, life total is going to be very important here because Tyler had a reasonable start here with the Seam Rip and the Dredger's Insight and then ramping on 3, but Kristen also curving out nicely 1, 2, 3. Didn't have anything to do on turn 4, so that's got to be advantage Tyler, where Kristen wasn't able to follow up with any more pressure after the Screaming Nemesis.
All right, this new portable hole 1-drop, what's it called?
Seam Rip.
Seam Rip. Pretty sick. Pretty sick card.
When you rip open the seam, there's another hole there, so it fits another 2-mana value permanent. Okay. Oh, so Heritage Reclamation deals with the seam rip, gets Kristen's Ghost Vacuum back, and that will stop this Yuna.
Very nice sequence from Kristen. We're going to go back to her side of things. Andrew's down to just 10 life.
Yeah, so it wasn't that she didn't have any more pressure, it's that she knew that this was the Yuna turn, so she had to play more disruptions. So heads up play there for Kristen, knowing that's the turn she had to leave up the Reclamation.
What's the card she cast, the green card?
Heritage Reclamation.
Very cool.
Naturalize or exile a card from the graveyard, draw a card.
Oh, nice.
Now, this Yuna is still a bit of a problem. It's a 3/5. Doesn't have Lifelink, Trample, and Ward 2 on Kristen's turn, so she doesn't have to worry about the keywords, but a 3/5 is still a formidable blocker.
All right, Kristen going to take a damage here to tap Starting Town for green, and we're going to give a big buff here. This is the +3/+3.
Yeah, Overprotect is +3/+3,
Nice.
Trample, Hexproof, and Indestructible.
So Overprotect is going to allow this to go over the top of the Yuna, which I believe is only a 4/5.
It's a 3/5, so
3/5.
6/6 Emberheart Challenger will trample over for 1, +3 damage coming from the Screaming Nemesis. This is working out beautifully from Kristen. She took the 1 turn off to stop the Yuna's trigger, was able to then kill the Yuna immediately with the Overprotect, so there's no worry in the following turn, and even generated an extra card off of the Valiant trigger, finding another copy of Emberheart Challenger.
Yeah, and can safely tap out now thanks to the Ghost Vacuum being 0 mana to activate, and the Yuna on the other side is not quite as potent here.
Yeah, now, what can Tyler have here to get back into the game? Pinnacle Star Cage would be pretty solid.
Oh, yeah, the replacement temporary lockdown.
Yeah, that'll answer the Ghost Vacuum and the 2 Emberheart Challengers, but I don't think he has it. Looks like just a Seam Rip, so he gets his choice of one of those 3 permanents. Of course, can't target the Screaming Nemesis since that is mana value 3.
Yeah, goes for the creature since he's so low on life. Life totals, I don't think are accurate, but I'm not 100%. We'll try to get that fixed for you, as well as the game count whenever we can. With teams, we're bouncing between matches. Our spotter's having some difficulty.
Okay, just the Seam Rip for Tyler Andrews, and this now leaves a pretty big window for Kristen to try to close out this game. I see an Innkeeper's Talent in hand. That'll be a great play this turn with the other Emberheart Challenger. And teammate Ryan, I think, pointed to multiple cards in the hand. So yeah, another Emberheart. So this is 10 damage. The prowess with the Innkeeper's Talent. So the Emberhearts are 3/3s. So you have 3/3s for 9 total, and then the Innkeeper's Talent trigger adds a 10th point with the counter. So Tyler needs something here.
So that Verge only taps for red, so we're going to take a damage off of one of the Starting Towns to be able to cast it, and then we're going to use the Rockface Village to cast the creature. That's going to be a big attack, and Tyler Andrews packs it in. Kristen Weiss and the team of Weiss, Hayes, and Unger defeat Andrews, Magby, and Kassoon, moving to 3-1, keeping their hopes of winning the tournament still alive.
Yeah, really strong curve and tight sequencing there in Game 3 from Kristen Weiss. Had a Ghost Vacuum turn 1, and Tyler thought he had it answered and set up his own Yuna, but the Heritage Reclamation, unlocking it just in time, allows Kristen to stop the Yuna shenanigans, had the pump spells to get through the Yuna body, and that was all she wrote. Tyler didn't have anything else.
Hello and welcome back to live coverage of the Apex Gaming $5,000 Standard Team Open here in sunny Caldwell, Ohio. I'm Todd Tandy Anderson, joined by Corey B. Corey Baumeister. Say hi, Corey.
Hey, what's up?
We got 4 rounds of Swiss down. We're about to bring you the 5th and final round of Swiss before we move into our top 8. We have 6 teams that have all kind of been able to draw in, and then we have 2 winning ins, and this is one of the ones we're going to be watching.
Gotta love it. Nothing better than winning in Magic, that's for sure. Playing for it all.
So the teams we're going to be watching this round, 3 names from, a couple names from the Apex series that you may know: Scotty Doolittle, Dylan Ham, and their third teammate, Brian. It's not listed as a last name, so just some guy named Brian.
Just Brian.
Just Brian.
Got him off the street, I believe.
Yeah. That's where they found me. They're going to be facing off against Levi Gaines, Heath Vance, and Lucas Parsons. And we're going to be starting off here with Scotty Doolittle on Esper midrange versus Levi Gaines on 4-color Yuna.
Yeah.
I really like this unit deck. Why don't you talk a little bit about Corey?
Yeah, so the unit deck, we did see Naya unit. That's kind of our traditional unit deck, but this one is playing Overlord of the Belmerk and playing all 4 of them. Now, you look at the mana base, and there's no, black pips that you can easily cast them off, but Cavern of Souls and Starting Town allow you to, be able to play this card. We'll see how effective that we get to play it, but also you can just bring it back with Yuna after you've discarded it to a Josiah or a Fear of Missing Out or something like that. So adds a little extra spice. I like it.
Yeah, on the other side of the table, Scotty Doolittle's Esper mid-range deck.
Yeah.
What is the white for? We know, is it a really heavy white presence?
Yeah, it really is. So it's the Nurturing Pixie, the Optimistic Scavenger, that style of...
the self-bounce.
Yeah, that style of Blink deck,
Esper
but...
bounce.
Yeah, but without the... this town ain't big enough. That was kind of the big hit from this deck, as well as Hopeless Nightmare. Another card that got the axe. So it's definitely a... toned down deck, but it still has some nice value. You're really just picking up, Storm Chaser's talents as well as Nowhere to Run and just replacing those over and over. So not as good as having something proactive where you can make your opponent discard a card and lose 2 life, but still awesome Esper Blink style deck with Kaido that you get to play as well. So how bad can it be?
Oh, yeah. Well, the players are already in the feature match area, so without further ado, let's head on down for the win and in. This is round number 5. Team of Brian, Ham, and Doolittle on your left. Levi Gaines, Heath Vance, and Lucas Parsons on your right. We'll be starting on that far back match. That's going to be Scotty back there on the left. Levi Gaines going to be on the play here for game number 1. They're 2-2, but their opponent's 2-1-1. This isn't necessarily a clean cut if Levi Gaines' team wins the match to get into the top 8, but if Doolittle's team does win, they should lock it up.
Yeah. Absolutely. So everything on the line for these players, and it'll be an interesting match. I will say I would think this favors Levi quite a bit. If we had Hopeless Nightmare, I would probably flip it around.
Yeah.
But without that, I'll say it, annoying card in the format.
Yes.
I would think this is a big advantage to the deck that's doing the very big over-the-top thing with a deck like Esper Midrange that's not actually going to interact with that combo very well or very effectively, at least in game 1. Post-board, we got some tricks.
All right, Doolittle Optimistic Scavenger on 1, follows up with a second Optimistic Scavenger, and then a Storm Chaser's Talent on turn number 2. So 3 1-drops and a lot of pressure here coming early. And Levi Gaines with a turn 2 Fear of Missing Out is tapped out and going to take a little bit of a hit here.
Hey, that's about as good as it gets. Being able to get in for 3... as well as get a lot of other game objects into play. Got to be feeling pretty good about that start.
Definitely. Back to Levi Gaines. We'll see if his unit deck is able to deploy any defenses here. Are there like a bunch of removal spells in this deck?
In the Unistyle deck?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely have. Usually 4 get lost, 4 torch the tower. Looks like this list particular is only 4 get lost and 3 torch. And then has that other torch in the board. But that's pretty stocked, as well as the Red Overlord does a great job of killing creatures as well.
All right, is this Terra Magical Adept? Let's get this one on screen. This is one that I haven't seen cast before.
Nice spicy one, being able to mill over some cards, get some enchantments, and then you can flip it, do some big old busted things.
Just from the Final Fantasy set?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah. Final Fantasy VI, shout out. I'm playing the game currently, so gotta love it.
All right, well, we're going to go back to Doolittle.
Big turn for Scotty, for sure. If you can just chain together a couple enchantments here, you're going to pop off. But with just attacking with the one creature here, got to think that we are indeed not popping off. And looks like Kaido is available, but kind of hurts when you Kaido back your creature that you already put some work into.
All right, Nowhere to Run. We're going to kill the Terra Magical Adept so it can't transform, but it did already gain a card. It's going to put 2 counters on the Optimistic Scavenger. And now I believe we're going to get in for a pretty big attack, depending on how Doolittle wants to.
Yeah, looks like we're already in combat, so.
I think he just forgot to untap the Scavenger.
Okay. That makes more sense.
It was confusing me as well.
All right.
All right, 6-point attack, though. Gaines here, going to take it. Judge is handing him a piece of paper for his Cavern of Souls, so we know what it is on human. And Gaines all the way down to 11, I believe. We're going to go back his way and see what his turn 4 brings.
Looks like Levi did have the option to impending the Green Overlord last turn. to be able to ramp into Yuna, but there wasn't a big enchantment to immediately bring back, so decided against it here and just goes with Joshua.
Yeah, here's a Joshua. It's going to come down, discard 2, draw 2. It's got a bunch of other text on it. A lot of these legends from Final Fantasy have like an enters the battlefield effect that kind of draws the card in some way and then has a big transform ability to a backside that is just devastating if it's able to transform.
Agreed, yeah. And mostly what it is, it does its best Fable the Mirror Breaker at home impression, being able to discard some cards. Have a big butt. 3-4 toughness, that's
Can't
no
lie.
joke, you know? I mean, Torch the Tower not touching that creature is a big deal. And now next turn, Yuna bringing back Overlord is going to be really impressive. So Scotty needs to do some serious work here immediately. And just the non-attacking Kaido is meh. It's fine.
Yeah, what it does though is it taps down the best blocker on Levi's side if Doolittle wants that to be the play. And then he can attack for 6 more, putting Levi down to 4, or forcing a chump block with fear of missing out. I think that that's probably the play. We do get a prowess as well, so a lot of damage potentially coming across here.
Yeah, so it looks like a solid attack for 7 if Scotty does want to tap down Joshua. That being said, Levi does have the Torch to the Tower, and you can do something spicy like block with FOMO here on the 4-4, and then bargain it away on the 3-3, take 0, and have Yuna to just go ham next turn. Or you take some damage and try to crack back with FOMO, but looks like we're going with the play I described.
Oh, yeah. Nice sequence here for Levi. Sees the play and is going to prevent all damage being dealt to him this turn. And we're going to get to untap with the powerful 5-mana legend. Before it comes into play, let's get the new Yuna on screen. This 5-cost Selesnya legend allows you to return enchantments back from the graveyard. Really powerful effect for 5 mana and immediate as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting it right at your end step. Having Ward 2, I mean, this card for 5 mana, you don't see a lot of impactful 5-drops, that just have to be cast on turn 5. The Overlords, you get that second clause, but here, just being able to bring it back is gigantic. Now, if this were red Overlord and you were able to deal 4 damage to Kaido, gain 4, then we are just basically done here. But as it stands, there's a possibility that Scotty can straight win the game here if you can tap down or deal with the Overlord and get in enough damage. Got to have a nice turn here for sure. But
yeah, I mean the Kaito is going to have a tough time tapping down, but we could see a bounce spell. These creatures don't have hexproof while it's on Doolittle's turn, right?
Yeah, nope, they do not. They don't have the Ward 2, so can just be dealt with. Kaido, of course, looks like it's at 2. I believe that dice is. Would make sense since it just got played last turn.
If we could have our spotter change that dice out, we'd appreciate it. I know that it's a Planeswalker dice, but it's just very hard to see.
And, I mean, Scotty's best play would be this town ain't big enough on nowhere to run as well as a creature, but getting that taken out, you really need...
You get kicked out of the tournament when you do that.
You sure? No, that's not true. We saw some previously standard legal cards already. It's all good.
Yeah, Cartesian Forests.
Yeah. For a second there, I thought Scotty was -2ing there, getting that dice out of there to tap something down. But of course, just changing this out.
Appreciate that. All right. Well, how goes the attack, Doolittle? We're gonna tick up to get an emblem? No. Changing his mind yet again.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there is a clear good attack right now without pushing through. You have the Storm Chaser's talent to, bring something back from the yard and eat up your whole turn. That is definitely not ideal by any means. Looks like we're just getting the emblem.
Yeah. Nakata will be a 4/5. I believe there's 5 toughness on the other side for both of Levi Gaines' creatures, so it's going to be difficult to attack through this turn with it. Here's a Spiteful Hex Mage, and now we can put a Cursed Enchantment on something, and that will trigger the Optimistic Scavenger to make the Kaito a 5/6, if he wants it to.
Yeah, and I think you kind of have to. Like, you're kind of okay if you trade the Kaido because, well, it's not blocking. So I think I would have liked to get in there, even if it gets double blocked. Like, Wouldn't
Ooh,
be ideal,
I
but
believe he passed the turn, so he just missed the +1/+1 counter from the curse roll token
I
coming into
believe
play,
you
right?
are correct. Yep.
Okay. Okay, Levi gains here. Maybe didn't want to offer the trade, but definitely missed the +1/+1 counter.
Yeah, because that is an enchantment, those rolls.
Levi gonna tap 4 here. Gonna play Esper from the graveyard, Esper Origins. We're gonna reveal Esper from the other side.
And there's the power of Terra there, just flipping over some cards, got some value, got something to bring back, and oops, I got a 4-mana 4/4 in the yard that gains you some life and essentially draws a card. It's not always the case. Sometimes you don't get exactly what you want, or like this, it looks like it's Get Lost in a land, where you want to leave Get Lost on top, and maybe you don't want the land, but you know you definitely want to get a free card off of it. You don't want to reveal a spell off that.
All right, Levi gonna put the land into the grave and keeps 1 on top.
Okay.
And here's Esper coming into play. Reveals. It's a unit, looks
Okay.
like.
All right.
So we will put that one in the hand.
Looks like Get Lost. That was the hand we were looking at, not
Hmm.
the Surveil there. But gain a couple life, get a little bit out of range. And I mean, now the nice thing is no matter what, this Overlord gets to get in there and gain 6 life, which is the most important thing to Levi here. And it's going to attack Kaido. It's going to force a chump block. Even if it dies, who cares? Gaining the life, getting the mana advantage is plenty and fine good with Levi.
All right, second everywhere token comes into play. Big attack coming, all at Kaido. We'll see if Doolittle wants to do some blocking or if Levi wants to try to remove a blocker. Gonna chump with the optimistic scavenger, and it tramples, and so it's just gonna smush it anyway. Doolittle,
Yeah.
shame concede, shame concession, packs it in. Game number 1 goes to the 4-color unit player. Levi gains.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, what else are you going to do? You can block with everything. We had the Get Lost to be able to clear the blockers out. That game was definitely in favor of Yuna, saving the day.
Yeah, Yuna looks a lot like Zur, which just rotated, right?
Yep, sure did.
So,
Sure did.
Looks like we're back in business. These players are going to be reaching to their sideboard, so I'm going to reach over to across the desk to Corey. Give me your best impression. How does Scotty Doolittle's Esper Pixie deck fight against this 4-color Unistrat?
Yeah, I think Rest in Peace seems pretty important. You can do that. You can bring in Momentum Breaker. That's going to be a lot better than just having nowhere to run. That is a card that doesn't clean up everything. Get Lost looks pretty solid if you can leave up 4 mana on the big Uniturn. You can get something going there. And then also has Tiny Bones joins up. It is no Hopeless Nightmare, but in a matchup where you definitely want them to discard cards, it's okay. That being said, you also don't want to fuel Yuna by putting gigantic Overlords or Knights of the Round into the yard. So
Yeah.
might not see
Turn
those.
1 Tiny Bones, discard Knights of the Round. I'm in danger.
I'm in danger. Bring it back on turn 4 and lose the game on the spot.
Yeah. On the other side of things, Doolittle's Esper, or sorry, on Levi Gaines' 4-color unit deck probably has some anti-creature measures, I'm assuming.
Fire Magic looks incredible. I want to
Yeah.
get those in. Just Pyroclasm the board for 3 mana looks amazing. Day of Judgment, if I'm on the draw, I think looks pretty solid against this deck as well. And, those were kind of cards. Fire Magic, I think, would have been good regardless, but Day of Judgment as a card, when Hopeless Nightmare was around, you can't always rely on sweepers because they can just keep making you discard over and over, and then eventually you have to discard the sweeper. But in this new Esper Blink style of deck, the days look pretty good, and those are the only ones that are a slam dunk. Torch the Tower as well looks great.
The Apex Invitational Series and Apex Con is sponsored by SpiceRack.gg. Check out SpiceRack.gg if you are interested in playing a tournament near you or running an event. It's a great program that we've been partnered with for a few years now, and it makes running these events very easy. We're also sponsored by Moxfield.com, a great website for building and sharing deck lists with your friends. We're sponsored by Ultimate Guard, the industry leader when it comes to TCG supplies, from the katana sleeves to the archive deck box. Check your local game store for Ultimate Guard products today. And we are also sponsored by Once Upon a Galaxy, brand new auto battler from great minds like Matt Place and Louis Scott Vargas and Sam Pardee. If you are a Magic player and you like playing games on your phone, including auto battlers like Storybook Brawl, their previous game. Check out Once Upon a Galaxy on your mobile devices store today. Players are just about ready here for game number 2. Doolittle going to be on the play, hoping to keep 7. What lands rotated out that were normally in the Esper Pixie deck? Is it just Pain lands?
Pain lands were the big ones. Yeah.
Do we have Seachrome Coast in the format? No Seachrome Coast? No.
No, yeah, we still have those, as we still have the other
But
fast lands.
we don't
I
have
would
the
assume.
allied ones, though, right?
I'm
So-
not 100% sure. Okay.
Okay,
Ross is usually our
thumbs
guy
upping
for
me.
that.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Ross knows it all.
Exactly.
Literally.
Yeah.
He's the biggest brain I've
He-
ever seen.
He's a wealth of useless knowledge. Sometimes useful knowledge, though, too. So really sprinkles that in.
Yeah. All right, so this Esper Pixie deck, combined with the bans and the rotation, it looks like it's still pretty solidly intact, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, it looks fine. I mean, I think the bans really did destroy this deck. I was kind of thinking this deck is dead. But, I mean, Optimistic Scavenger really does some serious work. There's a lot of really solid draws, I mean, Spiteful Hexmage into Nurturing Pixie, pick up the roll, attack, for a good chunk of damage, attack for 3. These kind of draws are fine. But at the end of the day, it is much less powerful than it used to be.
All right, Levi Gaines going to keep 7 on the draw, but Doolittle on the play. Going to take a mulligan to 6, and we'll see if he can find a keeper here.
Yeah, and that's the thing is the deck is pretty solid, but you have to play to the battlefield a lot to make these creatures bigger. And you inherently have a problem when you do that. You're just overextending. You know, you're either overextending or your creatures are not big enough to really push through a lot of damage, and you got to make one of those choices with this deck. And that's the thing I don't love the most about it.
Hopeless Nightmare was so strong in making
really
sure that you
was.
could overextend by taking apart your opponent's hand and knocking out their either early resources by making them discard a land or later just like shrinking their hand.
And you just hit them for 8 every game with Hopeless Nightmares. Now when you just have to attack them for their life points, ends up being a lot slower. And you just don't have that many spells. So your Storm Chaser's talent, like the Otter doesn't get prowess that often. The deck kind of pulls at 2 different, directions these days.
All right, well, we do have a game underway now in turn 1 Storm Chaser's talent for Doolittle. Going to get some attacks going. And Gaines with no play on 1, but does have access to red mana for something like Torch the Tower if he wants to deploy. We're going to pass turn number 2, no play, but he probably has Sun Pearl Kieran, right?
Yeah, probably does go for the Torch. There's the spot where there could be 2 spells coming from Scotty, but you just don't expect that from this Esper mid-range deck. Sure, you could have an opt, something like that, but that's about it.
All right, I believe that's Green-White Verge. We're going to deploy Fear of Missing Out, discarding a Boiler Bilges, so maybe we're going to be bringing that back later. Here's the Sun Pearl Kieran. We're going to bounce Storm Chaser's Taunt back to hand, and we're going to be able to redeploy that to create another Otter.
And Levi did have the kind of dream. 1 mana removal spell, Fear of Missing Out to discard a big thing, and then has Yuna ready to go. Of course, we need some lands to fill it all up, but this is what these Yuna decks are all about. Looking really, really nice to me.
Attacks with the Kieran, comes across for 2 damage, puts Levi down to 17. And we're going to play the Fear of Isolation. That's going to return the land to hand. We're going to shock it back down to 14, and then play Storm Chaser's Talent. So basically +1 mana if we didn't have a land, and I believe that was the case for Doolittle.
Yeah, no land. Does have Kaito, too, so had the ability to do some Kaito shenanigans, but not available here, and I believe that was a bottomless pool off the top. So bricked on the land once again.
All right, FOMO down with nowhere to run and a 2, 4, 6-point attack coming. Levi has a get lost for the Isolation. 2 maps coming. Those will be useful next turn for Doolittle if he's going to miss a land drop again. 4 damage now, and Gains down to 12.
Now everything's up to Levi's draw. If Levi has land, Levi can go Overlord Impending into Yuna, GG. But if we brick on land, which I think we might have, it doesn't look like it. Okay, so there's land 4. Doesn't look like there's land 5. There's 2 Yunas, a get lost, no other cards in hand. So if Levi draws untapped land number 5, you got to think we're all done, especially because Kaito's about to more than likely come down. And it'll be really interesting. Does Scotty see the possibility of Overlord coming down and maybe ticks this Kaito up to get out of range? or do you do what, is the most tempting and surveil?
Well,
Love this play.
Scotty says, I see it coming. Wait.
Wait,
He,
he did both.
yeah.
He did both there. Yeah, so that should be at
Yeah.
4
Can
still.
we go get this checked? Should be a Kaito on 4 if he's going to do the 0.
I think we're doing it right there. There we go.
Great. He just put the wrong number on there. So
Yeah.
we're going to 0. Top 2. We did deal damage this turn.
Now, this is Levi just saying, well, if I get a land, this game is over. As this Overlord will deal 4, gain 4, kill Kaito. You'll have a Yuna. Big draw step. Bang.
Oh,
that's a Verge.
Unitime.
And just you can't interact. There's
Is it-
one mana available. You need 4 to deal with Yuna. And that's why this card is completely bonkers.
Yeah, finality counter on it, but 4 damage dealt, 4 life gained.
Yeah.
And Levi in the driver's seat, Doolittle's deck, unable to come back from this, you have to imagine.
Yeah, you would think so. And yeah, we did have the ability to cast that, right? Yeah, you had to take a pain from Levi, it looks like, as those are all Verges.
We took
But-
a 1 from the starting town on the Get Lost, so
Yeah.
that means that it was a white source.
Yeah, that's fair.
Momentum Breaker and Get Lost, we have both.
Okay.
We have the answers.
Not bad. Not bad. But, that being said, Yuna 2 to bring back Fear of Missing Out even is just plenty good enough. Like, sure, that dealt with the battlefield, but essentially, that was still a 2-for-1. We can get in the weeds that it's less than a 2-for-1 from Levi, because that was 1 Yuna, got 2 maps, and 8 2 removal spells. That's just how good Yuna was there. And the second one usually just cleans it up.
Now, maybe a small mistake from
I was
Levi
gonna
here.
say the same,
he played
yeah.
the starting town, tapped as a land, and now when he brings back FOMO, he has to discard it. But I guess he can choose not to bring back FOMO, but should have definitely held the land and kept the Get Lost in hand.
Totally agree.
Back
Totally
to
agree.
Doolittle. I look like a land drawn for turn. This deck does not play this well without a card advantage engine going.
Just a beating, this match. Just an absolute beating. Levi has been in control this entire match, and Scotty's just been kind of hoping for the best.
All right, Yuna gets bounced. It's not over yet.
Yeah, also would have been better for Delirium to discard a land instead of Get Lost, so
I think he realized it the moment he played the starting town.
I think you're right.
All right, we do find a land off of this map token. We're going to play it tapped. Surveil 1. A black die signifies a finality counter, just so you know. It's not a +1/+1 counter. Land goes to the graveyard. Does that give us Delirium?
Not quite. Only instant creature and land,
Okay.
so just attacking for 2. But it would be 2 lifelink if we get in there.
Maybe he doesn't want to risk a flash creature.
Yeah, I
but
was like, there's no reason not to attack, so I like the attack.
Yeah.
And then Overlord comes to play.
Is there another Overlord in the graveyard? That one is
Now, just
exiled.
this one's coming out of impending, so it's
Oh,
now
I
a
see, I
creature
see.
now. Yep,
Okay.
there it is.
Your doom is nigh.
And just very unlikely that anything can make you come back from it here. And
Yeah.
yeah, just
Easy
a clean
game.
victory. Clean
Easy game,
victory.
easy match for Levi Gaines. Takes it 2-0 against Esper Pixie. Let's zoom out and see who's playing. Looks like middle match is...
Let's head to the middle because the far right one is a Jeskai control mirror. They're going to be playing no matter what. They're going to be playing for a while.
All right, so in the middle here, we have Dylan Ham on Is It, and that's going to be on your left. Heath Vance on your right with Naya Yuna. This one is not playing the black Overlord.
Yep.
Heath Vance is resolving a Dredger's Insight. Didn't see what he put to hand, but then it's going to be Ham's turn.
And I'm not 100%, but I feel like the last Apex event we did, Heath was playing this Yuna deck where a lot of things were different. You know, we had 4 sets still in. All the cards were not banned yet. And Heath was still like, you know what? Yuna's busted. So no surprise that after all those cards went away and this Yuna deck is still intact, that we're still seeing him sleeve this one up.
I have to imagine a somewhat addictive feeling to Yuna back an Overlord.
Oh, yeah.
It has to feel very good.
Oh, yeah. My heart would have been playing this Una deck. My head would have been playing the Is It Cauldron deck. So we'll see which one would have actually won if I got to play this event. But it would have been one of those two decks for sure.
So this is oh gosh, I can't remember.
Fenrir, yeah.
Fenrir. This is the Saga creature. It's a 3/2. When it comes in, you go get basic.
Yep, basic land, put it in play tap, so it's a little mini cultivate here. And most importantly, it ramps into Una perfectly, and it gives you that +1/+1 counter on Una next turn as well, if you really need that 6 toughness. But either way, if Heath has that ready to go, and Dylan doesn't have Disdainful Stroke, something like that,
Clapped.
yeah, once again, Una summons a victory.
All right. Well, Planesphere are going to have to deal a lot of damage for Ham here. Let's see what he can do. Going to untap with a full grip.
Looks like Ham's up a game as well. Really nice young player that I've played against a couple of times on the tour here.
Yeah, on Magic
Pretty
Online,
good,
I
pretty
believe
good.
he's Ham and Cheese.
He is definitely ham and cheese, yep. Funny guy.
All right. Damage coming across here from the Planesphere. And we're going to pass back to Heath. 2 mana up. Dylan's probably got it, right?
Dylan's got to have it there. That makes a lot of sense.
Cavern of Souls.
Yeah. Honestly, I mean,
They got 4 Cavern, right? Both of them?
I'm not sure if both do. I'm going to take a look now, but I know the other version did. Let's take a peek. 2 Cavern, yep. I think
Okay.
that's what he was playing last time as well. And, you don't have to play any of the starting towns in this list. You don't have to make your mana base too painful with
Right.
this version. So, Heath and his teammate Levi were just like, all right, whoever does better, that's the deck that is the better version of
Yeah,
Una.
yeah.
They'll be settling that debate based on who wins here between Heath and Dylan.
Well, Vance has to win 2 in a row where Gaines already won his match. So I'm leaning 4 colors.
Yeah,
on.
absolutely. I will say that last matchup definitely favored Una. This one, it's hard to say that Is It Cauldron is that behind in any matchup, Even if this is the Cauldron version or just the Is It mid-range version, either or, that deck is so good, it kind of has game against the whole format.
Can we get confirmation on the deck list to see if he's got 1 or 4 Cauldrons?
I would assume this is the this is going to be the Is It mid-range deck with 1 Cauldron. Yep, that's exactly what it is. You really can't play, 4 Astrologians, Planisphere, and 4 Cauldrons. So this is definitely more of the Is It mid-range, which is surprising to me. I would have thought Cauldron was going to be the way far and away more played deck, but losing the Thrill Seeker, I guess, just is that important.
All right, going back to Ham. Had the Disdainful Stroke for the Boiler build just here's stock up. It's going to put counters on both of the Planesspheres. Top 5 coming. Oh, another Disdainful
Oh,
Stroke.
was that another stroke?
was
That's
it?
excellent. I'm not sure.
Oh, I think that's an old opt.
Okay,
Invasion opt,
okay.
Excuse me.
I was going to say, Disdainful Stroke has just looked amazing all weekend.
Yeah, I agree.
Seems a lot better than Negate. There's just too many gigantic creatures.
Yeah.
These
And with
river region.
you have both Warp and Impending, and with Warp and Impending
Yeah.
both being cheap ways to cheat in creatures,
Yeah.
Disdainful Stroke looks a lot better.
Totally agree. Yeah, we haven't really seen any Warp yet. I was wondering if we were going to see any, but definitely a thing that's available to these players for sure.
All right, big attack coming, and Vance going to chump block with the creature that was going to die from Chapter 3 Saga. So now we're going to see what he's got here. Shields are down for Ham. Only 1 mana untapped.
Big turn for sure. See if Yuna's there. I mean, that's the ideal play. Yuna, bring back Overlord, deal 4 to the 4/4, and hope for the best.
Going to exercise on the bigger hero.
Okay.
Ham says that's fine.
It got to eat already, that's for sure.
And bit of a misstep here, I think, from Vance boarding in the Ghost Vacuum against this more Is That Spell Heavy deck. That's an annul. That's why I didn't know what it was. 'Cause it was
yes.
annul.
Yes.
That's one
Annul
heck
is
of a
back.
reprint.
You can deal with one vacuum, but the other one comes to play. And it's still fine. It hits the Storm Chaser's talent, but yeah, I agree. Ghost Vacuum, not the most impactful card. You know what would have been better if it was a Yuna.
Well, I don't think he's
I don't.
got.
Yeah, I don't think we're
I
signing
think he's
those
got
out.
4 already.
I would hope so. I wonder how many of these decks would play if they could play more than 4. Probably at least 6.
Another plane sphere that's going to grow the 1 in play, and it's going to buff the prowess of the otter. So we're going to attack for 5, 6, 7, 8, I believe.
And so far, Dylan has just played this game very surgically, just picking things apart one at a time, making sure that Uniline was not available at any time that he could protect against it.
Dylan, holding up 3 mana, could have equipped a plane sphere before playing the first plane sphere, so missing out on damage intentionally, maybe, and so that
Maybe.
we can hold up a counterspell.
So is able to just bring back 1 Overlord here. A 1/1 flying Overlord. Not impressive. Not enough
Yeah.
to stabilize by any means.
Immediately
But
has a jump block.
yeah, not great. And looks like just 2 Torch the Towers in hand. So drew a lot of the small stuff when no Yuna was really there. But to be fair, the Overlord got Disdainful Stroked. Dylan interacted in profitable ways.
All right, tapping 6. We are going to go for the Ghost Vacuum, and we're going to make a 1/1 Ghost copy of this Overlord of the Boiler Bilges. That's going to kill the
Get out of
token.
here, hero.
And now Dylan needs very little to clean this game up. 2 non-creature spells will do it. A removal spell will do it. And instead we have the World's Fair. Here is Get Out.
Get out of this match.
Ham evens it up 1-1. So we have a deciding game coming from the Lucas Parsons versus Brian Jeskai.
Well, wasn't Ham up a game?
And now he's up a match.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. I thought you said he evened it up. Okay. Yep.
Did
So,
well, he evened up the matches.
you got it. Yep.
Yeah.
My misunderstanding.
No
there.
worries.
So now we have no choice but to bring you the joy that is a Jeskai control mirror. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Plans galore.
Yes. 14. They're probably in game number 1.
Probably. That honestly is probably true. That is
That's
true.
true.
Yep. Okay. Game number 1, 19 minutes
You need to
left.
go to the bathroom or something?
We got time.
We can just we can talk about whatever we want.
Yeah, exactly.
So-
Exactly.
Sometimes we get these matches that are just droning on.
Oh, I love it.
I don't even know what any of the cards on Brian's side are.
Yeah,
There's-
so let's see.
is that
That's
a
got to be
Jacob?
Joshua
Joshua,
on
excuse
the
me.
bottom. And the other card, that's a mystery, but we'll see. We'll check it out.
Now that's the saga. Is it Seek the Way? Remember the Way?
It's got a power and toughness, so I don't think so.
No, the one he just played. Sorry.
Oh, sure. Yep. Yeah, we got a little bit of spice here in Brian's list. There's a lot of
2
unique
Jeskai
things.
Revelation. That's sick.
Oh yeah. All
This
right,
is
we're
a deck I
cooking.
can get behind. I love Fire Magic. He's got 1 main.
A lot of 1-ofs, 2-ofs. Really spicy stuff.
All right, well, shields are down here for Brian. Only 2 mana at the ready. Parsons grip full and about 20 mana.
That's just a Shiko. That's right. Okay. Just an alternate art
It
Shiko.
looks like a Demir Shiko.
It really does. Looks like Kaido and Shiko together. Either way, though, huge advantage to Brian here. If you have both creatures, you have an Anchorage available, you have your Anticipate going with your Rediscover the Way. Really everything going his way.
Okay, Parson. Something like Split Up would be a nice pickup here. Just kill both these creatures that are untapped.
Yeah, normally I'd say, well, we're, probably in the post-board game, so those probably aren't here, but believe it or not, this is still game 1. So looks like Biza, Shiko, and Get Lost in hand from Lucas.
I wonder if one or both of the players are just under the impression that this is the only game they're going to get to play.
It honestly would not be surprising, and whichever player wins, we're going to see those really interesting, creative ways to sideboard where, if Lucas loses, going to go as aggressive as possible to try to just get a draw, and hope for the best there because it's very unlikely whoever loses this game will be able to win 2 games in a row.
I agree.
That's one of the biggest disadvantages of playing control in a tournament like this,
All right, well, here's a Chico of Lucas Parsons' own, and no response from Brian, it seems. And my guess is there's some stock ups in there with the graveyard that large, but with one exiled, he may have already done so.
Yeah, should be everything in the graveyard available. It should be a toolbox, and it is
Helix.
Helix
He has
to the
two
dome.
helixes in hand.
Did
I
he
think,
have two?
I think this is just 9 upstairs he's going for.
Wow. I think it might be 2 get lost. There's one Helix for sure, but you might be right.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Going to go back to Brian's way. So if he does have the kill, Lucas not going for it just yet.
Yeah, you'd think you'd go for it with only 2 mana available. Just hope your opponent doesn't have a negate.
Yeah.
So I think it is 1, but hey, I mean, you got to try to win the game here. Top deck another Lightning Helix and finish the game off. And it would lead to, the greatest coverage moment ever. Oh my god, it's Lightning Helix.
Oh my god!
You nailed it. But plenty of things to do here from Brian. There's a Biza even straight in the window. So Brian can go Biza, probably gets a treasure, definitely gets the fish, for sure gets the life.
Brian considering transforming Le Joshua, but we know Parsons has an answer here. So once you go for it, it does use the stack, right?
Yep, it sure does. So you can kill it in response. Sorcery only, so you can't activate again, any of that shenanigans. You just go for it, your opponent has the removal, and you move on.
Bummer.
Yeah, it does make sense. I like that it doesn't, exile part of the cost. Those cards would be really strong.
Yeah. They're already pretty darn good.
Yeah. Hey.
They made great designs for these because the front halves are playable by themselves.
Yeah.
And then the backside is like, oh, the game is super long, and now it's really broken open by these things. Ill-timed explosion is the play from Brian, it seems. So we're gonna draw some and discard, maybe blow up the board. Could just discard a land or something,
Yeah, you could just
or do nothing.
Yeah, you could just not
nothing.
discard and not deal any damage if you really want to.
Discarding like a 1 would kill the fish tokens. Maybe that's what he is lining up. Joshua's a 3/2. Is that correct?
Joshua is a 3/4.
3/4. Wow.
Yeah.
Chunker.
So the one thing that Brian did, wow, is this just to wrath the board,
Boom.
huh? Okay, get him
Okay.
out of there.
All right.
Now does have Biza available, and if Brian knew Lucas's hand, he'd be jamming Biza immediately. The only way he's losing is double Helix.
He's gonna pull out Biza from his backpack. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Chico from his backpack.
Yeah. Here's the bees. Gonna gain 4.
Love that they have to count their land. Be like, you have 14 land as well? Nice. Excellent.
You ever watch 2 guys play chess in the park who just play real slow?
No, not, we don't have a lot of park chess in Roanoke, Virginia that I've seen so far. But that would be cool.
We could be those guys.
We could be.
We
yeah.
could play Magic in the park.
Ooh, okay.
It's a little harder with the wind.
Yeah. Sounds magical to me. I'm in.
All right. Well,
They must have the exact same amount of land because neither of them got treasures off their Biza. So it's either one of them missed it or they have the exact amount of land, which, yeah, I'm not counting it.
all right. Parson just activated a land and flipped a card over. This is that red land, right?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Corey Monastery. Corey Mountain Monastery, something like that. Yeah, Corey Mountain
nice
Monastery.
hit. Nice hit. Now that one is going to flip a card off the top, and until the end of the next turn, Lucas can cast it. So that split up is free.
Or play it. So you can play lands as well, but
Sure. I think he did it in response to the Beza to try to find a counterspell. Would have been a really nice hit. But now with that information of the split up, Brian is just like not going to cast another creature.
yeah. And yeah, with 12 minutes left and this still being game 1, it is definitely looking like this game is for the match and for the chance of top 8 for these teams. And this is the spot where, sure, you got teammates here, but this is where you don't want to get in their way too much. They're clearly in the zone. They've been playing around things for certain turns, and when you start jumping in, making suggestions, usually can only hurt.
All right, Lucas gonna fire off this split up since it's gonna be rotting at the end of turn anyway.
gonna guess untapped creatures. Nice. Okay.
Yeah. Day of Judgment was the pickup, so he has 2 Get Lost, a Helix, and a Day of Judgment.
So really, to decide if he wants to activate the land now
Mm-hmm.
or just wait till end step, it's almost always you want to wait till your opponent's end step unless things are very dire.
Brian just rips off a Lightning Helix on the end step to send Lucas down to 21 and himself up to 13.
Yeah, mostly trying to gain some life.
Chapter 3 of Rediscover the Way. Unlikely that any sort of double strike happens this turn with a haste creature.
The old library counts are coming into play.
Lucas is playing for it, I think. Playing for the deck, because at this point, with all this removal in hand, that's basically all he can do.
Yeah, pretty much, because now you're quite a few helixes away. Whenever you're the I mean, to be fair, he has the Quarry Mountain Monastery, which is huge here. You have so much
Yes.
extra mana, drawing 2 cards, you can really get out of it.
But he really only needs to draw 2 cards if Brian is like threatening to take over the game. Like
Yeah.
the Shiko, for example, is threatening to take over the game.
Definitely.
But if like there's no pressure being applied, you don't want to draw an extra card if you both have 11 or 10 cards left.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you're at that close spot, it really is the aggressor and the defender here, and Brian feels like the aggressor. Now that is a helix to the face that also will give double strike to the anchorage, so that's 4 damage here
Okay.
from Rediscover the Ways Chapter 3. Boom.
We're using Get Lost here instead of Lightning Helix, I think, which is interesting because of the 3 toughness. But I guess with the second Get Lost, he's maybe baiting Brian to use a map token so that he can get lost the Shiko as well.
Yeah, sure. I'm kind of with you, though. It's like the time for Helix winning the game is over. So usually want to...
What card is that?
That is one of the new ones that we had here in Brian's list. One of the new creatures. It is Quantum Riddler.
Ooh, let's get that one on the screen.
Yeah.
It's 5 cost, 4/6 flyer. When it enters, draw a card. Has warp for 2, and as long as you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, if you would draw 1 or more cards, you draw that many plus 1 instead.
Spicy, spicy. So if you warp this in and you just have 1 card, 2 mana, draw 2. Not too bad.
Nope.
Or just, turn 2 with nothing else to do, warp it in, draw a card,
Attack.
cast it later.
Yeah.
I
That's
like
probably
it.
what he did.
It's a spicy one.
Anchorage coming in here, and Helix going to be fired off. Anchorage down.
And late game, that card just really goes nuts. That is awesome.
And Parsons not activating the Quarry Steel Monastery, or the Quarry, is that what's called? Quarry Steel Monastery?
Not Corey Steele. No, that one has went away. Unfortunately.
All right, it's
Quarry Mountain Monastery.
Mountain Monastery.
There we go.
All right, we're gonna smack on in with Restless Anchorage. Get Lost is gonna take it down. Maps out the wazoo.
Yep. And now Lucas is at the spot where he's pretty sure he can't win, but you have to play here and hope for the decking, because otherwise he knows he cannot win 2 games in 8 minutes. So it's all in on this now.
I don't know who has a bigger deck, but I imagine that person is roughly 90% to win the match. Brian looks like he has about 10, 12 cards, and Lucas was counting off screen.
Yeah, I got 10 as well from Brian, but he's like, yes, please keep surveilling cards.
Well, if you're behind on cards, you mostly just need to dig for a threat.
Yeah. Or, the other option is, well, you keep all your cards and you go for the 0-0-1 game plan where no one wins a game. You draw and, you don't deck in time. Does not happen often, I will say. The old, we didn't even finish game 1.
All right, and it's funny now, both players have access to the Quarry Mountain Monastery. Neither are choosing to activate.
Yep, that looks to be the case.
Did you ever play Search for Escanta?
Yep.
Did you ever decline to use once you got to less than 10 cards left, or was it always activate because you had Nexus of Fate?
I always had a Teferi emblem when I was activating it, so eventually they didn't have permanence, and I was just tucking my own Teferi.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Deck protection.
That was one of my favorite Grand Prix I ever played.
got to play a heck of a lot of Magic.
Oh yeah,
Every round went to time.
I maximized my entertainment aspect for sure.
All right, Merengue River Regent going to come down. This is a big flyer. Going to bounce 2 map tokens. Somewhat inconsequential on that part, but the body quite large. We'll see if Parsons has any removal spell for it. You're split up. We're going to go for a kill spell on it.
Wonder if he drew that.
Okay. Says go. What an interesting game.
You gotta love control mirrors. Like, there's Brian has stock up and is just not casting it. If that tells you any bit of what's happening in this game. There's no more lies, which is a complete brick at this point. And it really does all come down to the library count. You know, these players know exactly what's going on more than we do because, well, one person's under the gun. One's not. And we don't know exactly what the case is. As far as body language goes, I feel like Lucas is the one under the gun, but...
yeah, but Brian just, like, keeps casting cards.
Yeah.
And, like, putting threats on the table, and Lucas has the answer for him, but, like...
Yeah.
I really don't know.
Yeah, I mean, because here's the thing. If Brian was behind on the cards, he'd be casting that stock up. So that leads me to believe that...
Or if it's close.
Yeah, or if it's close enough, but... You don't really want to grab 2 cards from your deck if there's only 6 cards left.
Okay, another land here for Brian. Says go.
Leaves it on top. That could mean it's a good or a bad card. Oh, that's 1 card left in Lucas's deck.
I think so too, and I think
Yeah.
there's 2 or 3 left in Brian, so
Yeah.
I think this is gonna go.
Oh, it's a stock up. Great draw. Just kidding, it's not. Boom.
Top
What
card
is that?
is game over.
Yeah, I wonder if they're even going to attempt to play the next game. Doesn't look like they are. And looks like it's going to be the old 1-0-1 in favor of Brian.
Okay. Well, we'll get confirmation from our spotter if they're going to try to play game number 2 or not, but I have to imagine after that 45-minute game 1 and both players knowing that the sideboard's going to take 3 minutes, that they're just going to...
But also
Chalk it.
the thing that, like, I think if their team draws, I think it's just a double elimination. So, you know, I don't know exactly the prize payout for 9th through 16th or whatever, but it might just be a case where if they both draw, that makes no sense anyways, you know, so don't even go for that.
Yeah,
if
and
they're
they're not
but-
getting sideboards out, so that's
Yeah.
that we're going to call it. All right, so Brian... along with Dillingham and Scotty Doolittle are going to move to 3-1-1, very likely into the top 8 teams at today's event. We are playing 5 rounds of Swiss today and then playing 3 rounds of top 8, and we're going to be bringing you that top 8 here after we have a short break between rounds. Really great tournament so far. This
Yeah.
post-rotation standard looks quite fun.
It is
Many
awesome.
viable strategies, but also things that we've seen before, kind of missing pieces here and there, trying to stay relevant.
There's nothing better to me than that first weekend after rotation for standard. You know, we've seen it for years on different circuits and stuff. That first event, just everyone's excited, everyone's hopeful, everyone thinks their pet deck is good. Of course, most of them are going to be wrong. But week 1, no one knows for sure. You know,
Yeah.
Unidecks could be busted. We could have these teamer decks that are sweet. Maybe Izzet is still the deck to beat, which it does look like.
It seems like.
Either way, the one thing we can all agree on, it's a nice shakeup, that's for sure.
Hello and welcome back to the top 8 of today's standard $5,000 team trios qualifier at the Apex Gaming home store in Caldwell, Ohio. I'm Ross Merriam, joined in the booth by Corey Baumeister. Corey, we have reached the elimination rounds.
I love it. Nothing better than a new format and seeing everybody playing for everything. And the top 8 looks pretty good. You know, really diverse. It seems to be still the deck of the tournament, but overall, pretty nice.
Yeah, we have no deck, with 8 teams of 3 in the top 8. There's 24 players in the elimination rounds. No deck represented with more than 4 copies. So no
Right.
deck above 17% of the metagame or so. And this is just week 1, pre-release weekend. I imagine as players test more of the cards, tune new decks, and acquire the cards themselves, we
Yeah.
might see more of it.
I was still wondering how people got really any of the Edge of Eternity cards. You have to just, open them, I feel. Maybe there's some ways to purchase them on the black market, I assume, but it seems like the only way.
Yeah, there was a lot of wheeling and dealing in dark alleys.
I knew
going
it.
on
I knew it. I knew it.
for our players this week, but for a lot of them, it has paid off, and we have 24 players still vying for their spots in the Apex Invitational coming up later this year.
Yep.
As for the match that we are going to watch, we have your number 1 overall seeded team. They were undefeated in the Swiss. They were actually the unlucky 3-0 team. There were 3 teams to get to 3-0. They were the ones that got paired down in round 4, but by virtue of winning that match, they now have the best record in the Swiss.
True.
They're going to be on the play throughout the elimination rounds, and in team events, that's a huge deal.
Huge deal. Yeah, you just won 3 die rolls, and it is our most accomplished player in the field, Derek Davis, fresh off a top 32 at Pro Tour Final Fantasy, lost his last round against Edgar Magaish, who ended up taking 9th, and has just been deep in those Pro Tours over and over and over again. So, I mean, a phenomenal Magic player.
Yeah, he's brought a couple of friends along with him, and they are testing their mettle here on the Apex series, and so far passing that test.
Yeah.
In the top 8, Derek Davis, along with Charles Eiler and Richard Adams, his 2 teammates, are going to be up against our one team that made it in at 3-2, the team that snuck in on tiebreakers. So they're playing with a little bit of house money. It's the team of John Alloy, D'Artagnan Fail, and Kevin Fieber.
Yes.
John Alloy, of course, playing that incredibly interesting Teamer, Outcaster, Trailblazer combo deck.
That Carplesian Forest up there, right?
Yeah, no Carplesian Forest anymore.
We corrected those, yeah.
On my off round, I actually watched his match playing out, and I saw the deck when it fully comboed. And
Yeah.
wow.
It looks sweet.
You draw a lot of cards.
I believe it. I believe it. Yeah, absolutely. Really exciting that they snuck in, only team to make it in at 3-2. Yeah, should be a really nice match here.
Yeah, so the 3 matches that we have in the feature match area between these 2 teams, starting at the top, we have Charles Eiler on Is It Cauldron against John Alloy on that Teamer combo deck.
Yep.
We also have Derek Davis on Is It Cauldron against Dart Fail on Just Sky Control. And then the match we're going to be starting with, that is Richard Adams on Mono Green Landfall, a deck we have not seen yet today, going up against Kevin Fieber on Is It Prowess, a different flavor of Spire Bluff Canal deck. What do you think about this landfall deck, Corey?
Every single time I'm like, wow, every time I get paired against it when I'm testing on Arena or whatever, I'm like, this is going to be easy. This is going to be a meme. And then all of a sudden, my opponent just attacked me for 16. This deck does some disgusting things. Tifa Lockhart is kind of the card that this deck is built around. It's just a 1-2, but it keeps doubling over and over again. And when you have cards like Spring Bloom Druid, you have the format's fetch lands of choice, Fabled Passage, and the admittedly much worse Escape Tunnel. It still can do some really, really disgusting things out of nowhere. You get old Bristly Bill, which is just an incredible card that hasn't gotten any love. And then maybe the best 1-drop in the format. I won't slander Llanowar Elves like this, so maybe the second best. But Sauce's Chocobo. That card can get absolutely out of hand. Getting a counter on that every time is big game.
Yeah, so this is a matchup where Kevin Fieber is going to have to play very defensively.
Yes.
You don't want to leave open any space for this mono green landfall deck to get a huge hit in. Like you said, it can deal 16 out of nowhere, maybe even 32 with another land.
Yeah, no kidding. And nobody can count higher than that if they double it past 32. So we'll just hope. No. Can't be done.
I can count pretty high, Corey.
Okay,
especially by
whatever.
powers of 2.
What a show off.
I am a certified number scientist.
Okay. Gotcha. Sorry, I'll show you some more respect.
Please do. Okay, looks like our players are ready in the feature match area, so let's head on down there and get these quarterfinals underway. So, we have Richard Adams there on your right, Kevin Fieber on your left. As we said, the team of Derek Davis, Richard Adams, and Charles Eiler will be on the play in all 3 matches for Game 1. That's very important for this landfall deck. They love to be on the play.
Definitely. Yeah, you love to be on the play. You love to have Saz's Chocobo and just kind of go to town. Now, that being said, Kevin Ferber's list of is about as controlling as it can get. There's not huge differences, but there is kind of maxing out in removal with the 4 Torch the Tower. Fire Magics are in the board. Those could be pretty nice. You don't see Richard's deck really going wide. It really goes tall, but still a card that if you can get a 2-for-1, even for 3 mana, excellent.
Yeah. One thing I see about Kevin's list, though, not as many ways to deal with large creatures. 1 Roaring Furnace, 2 Into the Floodmaw in the main. Everything else is dealing 3 or less damage. So if Richard Adams can, protect one of his creatures from Into the Floodmaw or Furnace, or have a window to get one out of range of those cheaper burn spells, things could snowball very quickly in Adams' favor.
Yep, absolutely. And playing a little bit of spice from the new set, Kevin is playing the Quantum Riddler, playing 2 of those. Card looks sweet. It does look really powerful, being able to have a 2-mana cantrip as well as a late game. 5 mana 4/6 is big. There's not a lot of removal spells that's dealing with that outside of hard removal, like Shoot the Sheriff, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I think this is a matchup where Feber wants to turn the corner.
Yeah.
You don't want to give the landfall deck too much time to get back into it, find more land drops critically. So if he can play defense early, get to that Quantum Riddler, that might be a way to close out the game very easily.
Really strange to me that the 1 Cauldron in these decks has just become stock. I'm just looking at this deck, there are 6 creatures. This just does not seem like a deck where you have to play that Soul Cauldron, besides the fact that you looked at a list and be like, yep, that has 1 Soul Cauldron, I must do that as well. But yeah, it doesn't seem like the best Cauldron deck, I will say, but it still gets the job done when it eats a VV.
You side it out a lot.
Yeah, I would imagine. I would imagine. Hey, that makes sideboarding easier.
Okay, underway here. Richard Adams leads with that Saz's Chocobo on turn 1. Does Feber have a removal spell? There it is. Torch the tower off of a mountain. We'll clear the Chocobo before it gets too big.
Open Deckless Tournament 2, where you get to see 4 Snakeskin Veil, 2 Overprotect. Going to be a lot of sorcery speed instants coming from Kevin's list.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of slow play for Adams, trying to wait until he has that mana untapped.
Definitely possible. Definitely possible. There's so many creatures in Richard Adams' decks that... Wait a minute.
That may not have been the right order for those 2.
Shouldn't there be a counter on that,
Yeah.
Chocobo? I think that is nothing but a misstep, right?
Yeah, Llanowar Elves plus Saza Chocobo down for Richard Adams. So now 2 creatures that Kevin Feber might want to answer.
Okay.
Has Glacial Dragon Hunt. Draw a card, see if he wants to discard 1 to pick one of the creatures off.
Is that a good one to discard?
Discards Vivi. Probably going to set up that Agatha Soul Cauldron to make you look foolish.
Of course. It doesn't take much, I do it
But
on my own.
So rewarding.
I do it on my own. I am a big boy. Can make myself look silly all by myself. There's the big one, where if Kevin does not have another removal spell, Tifa can get out of hand.
But a big tell here for Richard Adams. Attacks with the Llanowar Elves after playing Tifa, so no
Yeah.
Snakeskin Veil.
This is kind of the notorious VV turn from these decks, especially when you aggressively discard 1. You always discard 1 when it comes to the Cauldron deck.
Yeah.
That is just what you're going to do because it's better in the yard than it is in play. But from the Wizard Prowess deck, you very often want to just cast that one.
Would you be willing to call Vivi the notorious VIV?
I would, yeah, absolutely. Huge Biggie fan, so any play on that, I'm in.
Okay, Astrolurgion's Planessphere is the play for Kevin Feber. Left a mountain untapped and now has a second torch. So the Tifa is out of the way. The hero token grows to a 2/2. And things looking very good for Kevin Feber. Multiple copies here of Torch the Tower to keep this battlefield clear in the early turns.
Yeah, Torch Tower is going to be the biggest and most important card by far.
But immediately reloading with a Mossborn Hydra is Richard Adams. That one starts as just a 1/1, but... Oh, no third land.
Yeah, didn't have the land last turn, so makes sense we didn't have it again. But, that could mean, oh, this Hydra's not going to do anything that scary. Not true. Spring Bloom Druid can just come down next turn, get 2 triggers, get it up to 4 power immediately, and then do stuff. Spring Bloom Druid in this deck is phenomenal. Kind of only costs 1, which is impressive.
And so Storm Chaser talent to play for Feber, and wow, a third copy of Torch the Tower.
Yikes.
Everything going Kevin's way here in game 1. plenty of cheap removal and has these cheap threats to now turn the corner and immediately put the pressure onto Richard Adams. So Richard is not going to have much time to try to rebuild his battlefield and actually get something going once Fever runs out of removal.
Yeah, drawing 3 torch here. I mean, that's the best card in this matchup from Kevin's side for sure. And, kind of mirror image, the Snakeskin Veils are going to be that important from Richard. But pretty clear, unless we just drew one, they were not in play. Or they were not in the hand.
Yeah. So there's a Traveling Chocobo. That could help Richard make some land drops, but no land on top as of yet.
Man, Fire Magic is going to look excellent in these post-board games. Just everything is 2 toughness until it gets out of hand.
Okay, there's land 4 for Kevin plus an VV, and then comes across for 4 with that pumped up hero token. So Richard Adams is down to 12. But if he can hit a nice string off this Traveling Chocobo, he can turn things around in a hurry.
No, Traveling Chocobo is an incredible card. And I mean, when the fact that it doubles, now you do just get to play 1 land. It's not the kind of template that we usually see with these cards where you get to play another one, Oracle Moldial type thing. But being able to play 1, if you have a Spring Bloom Druid here, being able to look at the top of your deck, not see a land, dry it away your lands, then maybe see a land, and you can do some stuff. But you really want to have something like a Saw's Chocobo, the Hydra in play, where you are doubling those effects. Otherwise, you're leaving some value on the table.
Okay, there is a Spring Bloom Druid for Richard Adams, so 1 forest going to go to the graveyard. He'll find 2 more to replace it. They will enter tapped, but he'll have a lot more mana to work with next turn, especially if he can now hit a land off the top after shuffling his deck.
Gotcha. I don't know why I thought that card was untapped, but that would have been nasty.
Yeah, it's not quite Harrow.
Yeah. Harrow with legs would be pretty strong. Yeah, this mono green deck definitely felt like a meme, but, it does put up a good amount of results on Magic Online. It does some big, cool things. But it's the classic mono-red aggro deck. You have that initial onslaught. If you get your creatures dealt with on a 1-for-1 basis early on, it falls apart.
Yeah. This is a deck that is like a middle school math teacher teaching you about the power of exponential growth.
Yeah, yes.
Like,
Sure.
You don't believe me, it's going to get really big. Okay. Okay, Richard does hit a land, plays it off the top, and now plays a Saz's Chocobo.
Okay.
So if he can hit another land, especially Escape Tunnel or Fabled Passage next turn, things could turn around very quickly here.
Yep.
Feber has an end step into the Floodmaw on the Traveling Chocobo. If we were going to do that, I would have liked to see it in response to the Spring Bloom Druid.
Yeah, you would think so, as you wouldn't have the land available. And now Kevin, automatically on surface value, has the ability to play one of those spells from the yard, pump up Vivi, pump up the other creature. So we have 6, 7, 8, 9 damage. Richard is down to 3 effectively, without a chump, but, has the ability to torch the tower or something. Probably the Saz's Chocobo, leave your opponent with 2 1/1s and just say, what are you going to do?
Yeah, sounds reasonable to me. There's also the Glacial Dragon Hunt in the graveyard.
Okay. So yeah, looks hellbent. So those are the option. Either flashback or torch the tower here. Kill the Sazes.
Now, do you want to bargain this torch just to scry and get rid of the Storm Chaser's talent?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds reasonable. It doesn't seem like the game where you're trying to level it. It seems like if you can have one solid follow-up here, the game ends. So yeah, I like it.
Feber agrees, so counters on Vivi and the hero. Richard Adams down to 11 from the Vivi trigger, and now an attack for 8.
And could have still cast the Dragon Hunt if he really wanted to then try to draw, discard that card, kill a creature. But the creatures just don't matter on Richard's side right now. But if that was another Tifa or a Saz's Chocobo, Traveling Chocobo, any of those kind of things, you can just go for it and not put as much pressure on.
Okay, Richard Adams is going to need quite the series of draws off the top of his deck, but I do think there is a sequence that gets him back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, if you just go very big with your creatures and you just have good blockers, totally fine. Because then Kevin does have to top deck something to push through, so it's not out of the realm to put in an 8/8 into play this turn from this deck.
Yeah. Richard does decide to chump with the Springloom Druid on the hero, so he stays at 8 life from this attack. And now Kevin Feber is hellbent with just the Glacial Dragon Hunt in the graveyard. If he rips land, and the Dragon Hunt doesn't kill anything.
Yeah. All of a sudden, you can put your opponent into the abyss a little bit, probably, with this 6/6 hero, but not guaranteed.
Traveling Chocobo is the start of this turn. I think that was a Tifa on
Looks
top.
like a Tifa, yep.
That one's not going to help, nor is this second Llanowar Elves, so...
They are chump blockers. You know, I mean, that's the thing, is, like, if Kevin can't find ways to push through, Richard's got a lot of chump blockers. You know, you're going to play Tifa next turn. Maybe you have some Chocobos on the top, some birds on the top, and you can just start casting spells like this. Old Traveling Chocobo is a little bit of an experimental frenzy at home.
Feber getting a little punished here for bargaining away. He's found a get out from this sleight of hand. Could have reset that sleight of hand, potentially use it again to rebuy a spell.
Or, I mean, realistically, just leveling it up to level 3 and then casting Sleight of Hand would have looked pretty good, too. So, I think that was ambitious to sacrifice it. I don't think it was truly worth it when you didn't need something to get caught up. But, yeah, I mean, I get it. It's tempting.
So instead takes a Thunder Trap Trainer. That must have been the other card.
Like it.
That's a pretty good one.
Well, no, there's none of those in the
No.
deck, so that must be Quantum Riddler? Draw 2? Oh, baby. To the Quantum realm.
Warping a Quantum Riddler. Okay.
Yep.
Well, that's might be even better.
Way better. Way better than the old Otter. And there is a, looks like an Into the Floodmaw and a land. So if you Into the Floodmaw... Oh, man. You know what's really nice, Ross?
What?
Quantum Riddler can cast Glacial from the yard. Oh, baby.
Yeah. So the two big creatures come in. Llanowar Elves will chump the hero. So 3 damage comes across. Richard Adams goes to 5. And yeah, you can make... Kevin has the VV activation available. Can make 3 mana and then harmonize the... Ooh, doesn't see it.
Oh, you're right. Because no reason not to do that. I mean, you have an Into the Floodmaw. I want that Traveling Chocobo deadsies.
Completely agree.
Or is it not in the yard anymore? It still is, right?
Yeah, it's the third card in the graveyard. It's above a VV,
yeah.
beneath a torch.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's been 15 torches cast this turn, so it's got to be near a torch.
Yeah. Okay, land on the top for Richard Adams, so he plays that with the Traveling Chocobo. That must mean he doesn't have any landfall creatures in hand.
All right, that's another Saz, the Chocobo friend.
Saz Kotzroy.
Yep. Lost to that card in Limited over and over and over again.
And that is a human, not a bird, so it doesn't
Correct.
get doubled by the Traveling Chocobo. But let's Richard find another bird, likely another Saz's Chocobo, because that's what he can cast.
Yeah. Anything to do some blocking. And there's no spicy one-of bird or anything. It's just Saz's Chocobo and Traveling Chocobos plus the lands. Enough synergy as both of those cards are just good on their own, and then they work together a little bit. Then only the one of the Saz human here.
Okay, Adams is at 4, so at this point, Kevin will have 2 lethal creatures in play, the VV and the hero, which means 2 chump blocks are necessary for Adams.
And there's an Into the Floodmaw, so you can end step bound something, put Richard down to 3, force the double chump block with 2 good creatures, aka Traveling Chocobo, Saz, bounce Tifa, say whatever. Force that double block, and then, of course, you can still end the game if you draw anything.
You have the Dragon Hunt, so
But you don't have the spell.
Yeah, so if you draw, and as long as there's a non-land in the top 2 cards, this game should be over.
That is correct.
So the Traveling Chocobo gets sent back to the hand with the Into the Floodmaw.
And that'll do it.
Yeah, even if he did miss, it's not like Adams was going to have much going on.
No,
anyway.
you're in the double abyss. You're not getting out of that very effectively.
Okay, plenty of early creature removal for Kevin Feber, and the early missed land drops for Adams meant that he couldn't recover.
Yeah. I mean, Kevin did cast 4 Torch the Tower that game, so that's pretty good. Pretty good.
Keeping himself nice and toasty on
Yeah.
this cold summer day. Okay, now our players are going to go to the sideboard, so we will go there with them and see what might be going on in these next 2 games. For Richard Adams, I see 2 Agatha Soul Cauldron, 3 Keen-Eyed Curator, 1 Overprotect to supplement 2 in the main, 4 Paw Patch Recruit, 2 more copies of Saz Kotzroy, and 3 Scrap Shooter. Corey, what do you like?
Yeah, I really, really like these Paw Patch Recruits, but you gotta think, and I guess Open Deck List, they're gonna know about Fire Magic here, so it's not the catch-all be-all, but when there is only 2 Fire Magics on the other side, I still think you probably want that card. The Scrap Shooter is also not terrible, being able to blow up, some of the artifacts and enchantments, giving your opponent a card is not ideal, but hey, sometimes you gotta do it. Plus the 4/4 body is nice. You can kind of make a case for really all these cards. Keen-Eyed Curator can do some work eating up some of the cards in the graveyard, and Cauldron to eat your opponent's VVs. I really could see a lot of cards coming in, but you definitely don't want to over sideboard in a deck like Mono Green.
Yeah, I'm interested in the recruits, the Keen-Eyed Curators, and maybe the Overprotect. Just max out on protection spells.
Yeah.
But the Curator, I think, is very interesting. Just being a big creature that's not going to get swept up in a Fire Magic, going to be difficult to torch early, and it's not that hard to get that thing to a 7/7.
It really isn't. No, there's so much discarding. Plus, you can also eat cards like Glacial Dragon Hunt. Yeah, that can do some nice work for sure.
Okay, and then Kevin Feber, this sideboard much more varied. 1 Abrade, 2 Broadside Barrage, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Fire Magic, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Kefka Court Mage,
Okay.
1 Negate, 1 Obliterating Bolt, 1 Ral Crackling Wit, 2 Spell Pierce, and 1 Tashana's Tidebinder. What's striking your fancy over on the Izzet side?
Everything that kills a creature. Everything. I want Braids. I want Broadside Barrage. That card looks incredible, by the way. Fire Magic, sure. Obliterating Bolt, why not? And really get some of the slower stuff out of your deck. Shore Up doesn't look great. There's literally, your opponent's not targeting your creatures at all. Quantum Riddler, as cool as it is, I would probably be siding that out. The Rawl, I'd be getting out of there. Just anything that kills creatures. Kefka, probably not coming in, but hey, that's a spicy one.
How do you feel about the Tashana's Tidebinder? You counter a Tifa trigger, it takes away all its abilities. Now they just have a poopy 1/2.
Yeah, that's not ideal. It is possible to deal with the Tidebinder. They do have Bushwhacks to be able to fight, but outside of that, yeah, it's probably going to be fine. Yeah, I'd probably bring that in as well. Just anything that looks slow and clunky, get out of the deck. The Soul Cauldron, Quantum Riddlers, Planeswalkers, get out. Maybe even into the Flood Maw. If you're bringing in that much removal, bounce is less important.
Shore Up, Ral.
Yeah.
There's definitely some cards that can come out. And really, I think the name of the game here, you called it, is have the early removal. It was very successful and useful in game 1.
Yeah.
Now you get to sideboard into a configuration where you have even more of it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Is like we saw that plan work out great. 1 Snakeskin Veil in those early turns could have easily reshaped this entire game. So I wouldn't be hyper aggressively mulliganing to them, as mulliganing to 5 and keeping a Snakeskin Veil hand with 2 creatures and 2 lands is not going to be great, but something you'll be very happy to draw of, and you'd be happy to have 1, even 2, in your opening hand.
Yeah, you overload on the removal so you don't have to mulligan to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I got to say, out of all the Izzet decks we've seen, this post-board configuration, you have a lot of removal. Maybe more removal than we've seen from basically every other Izzet deck. Fire Magic's the only other one. Like, if we were playing 3 of that, or God forbid 4, we'd be really taken off, because Fire Magic looked great that last game. If it would have ever been a 3-mana deal with 3 creatures or whatever.
Incredible card.
Yeah. And honestly, I think that is going to be one of the more unsung heroes going into this standard. Like, you think about it against Dimir, you think about it against decks like this. I think that's going to be a card we're going to look back on, and it's going to be 3 min in the board, and maybe 4 when you're a deck that gets taken advantage of by Flood Pitch Drowner, those kind of decks.
Yeah, any sort of cheap creature, go wide, aggressive strategy.
Yep. which there's not as many of. Convoke basically got, banned with the cards that are no longer legal in the format. So I would say Mono Green probably is the go-to aggressive deck in the format.
Certainly right
Yeah.
now. Okay, as our players finish shuffling up here for Game 2, I'd like to quickly shout out our sponsors for today's event. You can see on your screen, Mox Field. That's where all of our deck lists are sourced. Corey and I are using it right now to bring you this hard-hitting analysis. So we couldn't run these tournaments without them. Also, SpiceRack.gg, our partner running these tournaments with their wonderful software, couldn't run this tournament without them either. We are also sponsored by Ultimate Guard, the industry leader in gaming supplies. We give out a lot of swag to our players who do well in these events. Can't wait to give out more of it today because Ultimate Guard products are just that good. So thank you to Ultimate Guard. And then last but certainly not least, Once Upon a Galaxy, a new auto battler from the people that brought you Storybook Brawl. So please check out your app store to find Once Upon a Galaxy today. It is, if you do want to play it on mobile, great. If you don't want to play it on mobile, it will be coming to Steam very soon, hopefully within the week, but certainly within the month. Okay, looks like our players are ready to begin, and I think that was a mulligan from Kevin Fieber.
Looks like it, and maybe a snap keep here from Richard. Solid stuff here to get this underway. See if this mono green deck has got what it takes, or if Richard has been carried throughout the tournament. Who knows? Who knows?
That's the fun part of the team events. Sometimes you're the person that gets carried through the Swiss, and then you're
Yeah.
the hero in the top 8.
Hey, that's true. That's
Or you're
true.
like me, and you just get carried the entire time.
There you go. Win a tournament and do horrifically bad. There's nothing better than that.
Yeah. You know, it's really hard to make the finals of a tournament when you go 6 and 8, but
In a team event, it's possible. That is for sure. I remember there was a team of a team Grand Prix where it was my brother, BBD, and Seth, and if they removed any one of them, they still would have made the finals, just showing that they all dominated throughout the event. When you got that kind of super team, you can probably lean on your teammates a little more.
yeah, the unfair team.
Yeah. Very unfair.
Ooh, looks like we might have a small sleeve issue. Richard Adams pointing that out. Won't be an easy one to correct.
Always happens. I shuffle my sleeves a little rough. I pretty much always have to at least exchange one. Looks like the other two players are still going as well, so all 3 matches still intact.
Yeah, unclear exactly what's going on the backup matches, but we will bring you as much action as we possibly can here in the quarterfinals.
I'm just guessing we're drawing some cards off 4 power creatures off to our left. I can sense it.
We're doing some battle crying.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. All right, very important for Kevin here to be able to keep a 6-card hand.
Yeah, once he starts mulliganing a little too low, then the 1-for-1s don't do as much.
Yes.
And I do see a torch in Kevin's opening hand, so can answer this land anywhere else if he wants to. He does, but does it off of a starting town. So he drops to 19, and Richard Adams will untap on turn 2 with a clear board.
Not the biggest deal in this. Like, you're playing against Gruul, where they have the mouse package. They're kind of hitting you with incidental damage here and there. That can be a problem. But against this mono green deck, it kind of plays like a combo deck. You're getting hit maybe for 1 or 2 here, and then 14. Like there's no real middle ground. But not a great turn there from Richard, that's for sure.
Yeah, just a Fabled Passage and a pass, so has a tapped land, nothing to add to the board, and this is a turn where Kevin can afford to play things like Sleight of Hand.
Yeah.
Set up his draws, make sure he has answers for whatever the turn 3 threat is from Richard.
And if I'm playing against Richard right now, I'm thinking, well, his other land in hand is either Fabled Passage or there are no more lands. Otherwise, you're not playing that as your second land, so would not be shocked if Richard misses a land drop here.
There's the Keen-Eyed Curator from the sideboard for Richard, and you were right, no third land.
Something good to pick up on players, when they play Soulstone Sanctuary, they play Fable as the land. These are the lands that player inherently, play as their last land.
Yeah, the lands that are bad at making mana.
Yes, correct. A rough mana base here, though, for Kevin. That's for sure.
Okay, but here's Roaring Furnace. That will cleanly answer this Keen-Eyed Curator.
And this is a card that I think going forward in Standard is going to be that card that was like, one or two of in the main, maybe one more in the sideboard, to like 3 in the main, maybe a 4th in the board. You know, I was jamming this card pre-rotation in the Is It Cauldron decks, and it was just incredible for me, being able to have that early roast style of effect, and then have that late game mana sink when you have Vivian, Cauldron, kind of things like that going on. I think this card's incredible, and we're going to see a lot more of it.
So would you say you're a big Sauna guy?
A big sauna guy.
Sauna guy now?
Yep, just like to, just hang out, steam a bit, chill, unlock some rooms.
Maybe tomorrow we'll do the show in just towels.
Okay, absolutely.
Really bring that sauna vibe.
For the sake of our viewers, we'll never cut to us as well. Nobody wants to see that.
Okay, Kevin Feber bargains Torch the Tower, sacrificing that Roaring Furnace to deal with the Traveling Chocobo. Not something he needed to do, since the Chocobo has only 2 toughness.
Kevin hates saunas. Hates them. Not a fan. I guess just really trying to prioritize, getting a mana base that isn't going to aggressively kill him, but still keep that sauna around. You can. This is the kind of matchup where they do not have ways to deal with it in the graveyard. So, like, let's say, something like this happens with Richard. You have a removal spell for this, and then you can untap and just unlock the room. I feel like you never lose that game,
Yeah, whereas now, especially if you don't have the removal spell for this Traveling Chocobo, Adams could actually win this game on the attrition axis, which is not something you would normally expect in this matchup. It's the Is It deck with all the card advantage.
Yeah. But, contextually to the hand, of course, we don't know the exacts in there, so could have been a problem. But now we also have to consider Snakeskin Veil.
Very true. So Feber going to go for an opt on the end step. And he likes the card. That goes to the hand. Untap, take a draw.
And I think I saw a Broadside Barrage in the hand from Kevin. And while that card is amazing, a solid removal spell, if you get Snakeskin Veiled, that one hurts.
Yeah, 3 mana spell getting countered for 1 mana is rough beats.
And you don't draw, right?
No.
No looting available.
Okay,
just a pass.
Yeah, no 5th land. Which honestly isn't a huge deal for Feber. He's trying to win this game on the attrition axis, doesn't really want to flood. Has enough mana to function, so he doesn't necessarily need to find more lands right now. If he had something like Storm Chaser's Talon or had that Steaming Sauna still in play, then making the 5th and 6th land drops becomes more important.
Yeah. Cactus Sheriff is here.
Okay, Bristly Bill is the first play for Richard Adams. Still has a land drop he can make, even off the top of his deck if it's there. But Feber goes for an Into the Floodmaw in response on the Traveling Chocobo, potentially sensing a land on the top of the library.
Or the classic, that's bait. Wanting that to be something you protect, and then you go for the barrage. So I like that play from Kevin. And it totally was bait. That is something Kevin wanted Richard to fight over. And either Richard didn't have it, or doesn't have the Snakeskin Veil.
Very clearly doesn't have the Snakeskin Veil now that a Braid resolves on the Bristly Bill in response to this Bushwhack.
Yeah.
So Richard Adams is going to get a Forest to his hand. Might not even want to play that one just yet.
Yeah, maybe not. Unless you got a 2-drop like a Tifa or something to play. But even that, it's wide open. Kevin didn't play a land, didn't play anything proactive. So the hand's either removal spells or stock-ups.
Now, does Adams have a follow-up? Plays land 5, but no play with it. Interesting.
So far, there's just been a clinic from Kevin. Just in control from the very beginning.
Yeah. I wonder what that 5th land could mean. Maybe Traveling Chocobo plus Overprotect?
Yeah.
And then you want to be able to play a 6th land off the top? And here is that stock up from Kevin Feber. You called that one. It's an excellent card here on an empty board where you're trading a bunch of resources. Feber going to refill that hand, make sure he has even more removal, even more interaction, maybe getting to the point where he wants to find a VV, a Quantum Riddler, or something to start really taking over this game.
Nah, never. The only proactive spell I want to be keeping from stock up is Roaring Furnace to be able to enter the Steamy Sauna. As that's just all I want. I want to kill creatures and just not care about my win con. The win con will come.
Well,
Just kill everything.
I have some bad news for you, Corey.
Yep.
There's only one Steamy Sauna in the deck.
No.
It's in the graveyard.
No. Come on, Kevin. Play some more saunas. It's good
Yep.
for your pores.
You'll just be staying bone dry this game.
Dang it. All right, fair enough. But all jokes aside, I do think that is going to be a card that people look back on from week 1 and be like, I should have played more of that card. It was incredible.
Such a good mana sync with VV,
Yeah.
and this is a deck that actually wants to use all those mana syncs.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's better in the Derek Davis version of Visit Cauldron, but it's still fine here for sure. Ooh.
Is that a different?
Yeah, that's
Traveling
what I was saying.
Chocobo? Yeah.
That was a bit of a misstep there. And hey, that's a real cost to playing different versions. I get it. I mean, they're traveling chocobos. I assume they're all, expensive cards or whatever, where you just take them whenever you can. But, you got to play the one your opponent knows about, or you just gave away free information.
Yeah, just a slight information leak from Richard Adams. We'll see if that changes Feber's play. Does find a Saz's Chocobo off the top, so starting to generate some card advantage from these traveling Chocobos, and that, that's just sort of like his version of Stock Up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then a Fabled Passage off the top.
Okay, so that's 2 counters on the Saz's Chocobo.
Yep.
Because the traveling
Oh,
Chocobo doubles
God.
it.
We are doing it.
Decides he doesn't like the top card. Well, let's fetch for another forest. That's 2 more counters. Now 4/5 Saz's Chocobo.
Yeah, popping off here.
And still 2 more mana to work with. Could have Overprotect up here. Could play a Tifa. Could play Bristly Bill.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And already you have a big creature. I mean, these birds work well together, believe it or not. These dang flightless birds.
They're birds of a feather. They flock together.
Fair enough. That's what that expression's about, huh?
Yeah, it was about this deck.
I knew it. Old expression for rather newly printed cards, but you know what? I don't argue. Oh, boy. Okay, this is an experimental bird frenzy.
Yeah, another Saz's Chocobo off the top.
Oh, God. One more Saz's Chocobo, and we just give Richard the trophy. All right.
Back to Kevin Feber. What does he have to now deal with this pretty substantial battlefield of birds?
I mean, there is Broadside Barrage. I saw that in the hand, ages ago. So you can do some nice work to the big Saz's Chocobo, but the biggest threat still is Traveling Chocobo.
Yeah. And if you kill that one, you have to know, if you're Kevin, there's another one in Richard's hand.
Yeah, if you're paying attention as well. You never know. It's been a long day for these players, that's for sure.
Here's a Glacial Dragon Hunt.
Okay.
Feber will get a counter on his hero from the Planessphere, draw a card. Now, does he want to discard a card?
I would assume yes. So that Traveling Chocobo, do the Snakeskin Veil test.
Yeah. Tishana's Tidebinder the discard, so that came in out of the sideboard.
Yep. And now there is that Broadside Barrage, unless I didn't see it right. Where after this, Richard's body language, all the kind of things point to there is not a Snakeskin Veil. So I would do this too. Snap it off now. If it's there, it's not the absolute worst. But this would show some great restraint if Richard does have it here. I would have loved it.
He does not. The Barrage, you can draw and discard. And this is the 3rd card drawn for the turn for Kevin Feber, so he should be getting another counter on the hero.
Ooh,
Does
but
he remember
no
it?
one remembers it. Oh.
He does not. But he does come in for 3. So Richard Adams now down to 17.
Yeah, so Kevin, that was the second minor misstep. We had that warp, earlier in the last game where you could do that cool stuff with the Glacial Dragon Hunt. And then this minor thing. Little things like this, aren't the end of the world. But, did we top deck that? Oh, that one was in hand. We knew about that.
Very lucky.
Very lucky.
The real luck is there a land on top, so he can
Yeah.
start building up this second Saz's Chocobo.
And the ultimate luck is there a Fabled Passage on top?
I'd take an escape tunnel.
Ah,
They're
you
basically the
settle
same
for
right
it.
now.
Yeah. You take that back, okay? Do not do Fabled Passage dirty like that.
At this point, escape tunnel might be better. Maybe
Oh.
you want to give something unblockable.
Oh, God.
Got that Tifa in there.
Yeah, there we go. Saz's Chocobo, unblockable, no blockers anyways, whatever.
Hey, only 2 cards left back for Kevin Feber, so there's been a lot of resource trading going on, and Richard Adams, despite playing the aggro deck, has really kept up on that card advantage axis.
Yeah.
Very impressive showing from the Mono Green Landfall deck that this is still a game when Kevin Feber has had so much removal in the early turns.
This has got to be Mono Green Birds, right?
It's landfall, birdfall.
Birdfall, I like that. Yep. Yep. Birds falling. I don't like it. I don't like the flavor, but you know what?
Okay, there's a
Go with
land
that.
from hand for Richard. So Saz's Chocobo gets 2 counters. That's a 2/3.
I feel like this is Richard's first monumental attack here.
And there's a Tifa.
Okay.
Comes in for 2. Feber down to 13. Now the card he's going to be looking for. Spring Bloom Druid.
Yep. If they're left in, I mean, you got to take out some cards. That could be one of them that gets taken out. But the flip side for Kevin is looking for Fire Magic.
Very much so.
Burn.
We've now entered a bit of a tough spot for this landfall deck, right? We've entered the late game, and normally when you enter the spot, you want to stop drawing lands. You want to draw spells, but you also need lands in this deck to make your cards work.
Yep. That is always the trouble with landfall decks in general. They're very good early on because, well, your lands count as spells, essentially. You're putting counters on things, you're getting boosts. So your lands look way better in these decks than they do in other decks. But yeah, once you get a little too late, where you're playing understated creatures that need lands, outside of having a traveling chocobo, sometimes you just can't get there.
Yeah, good news for Richard. He does have a traveling chocobo, so
Not for long.
As long as that stays in play.
The last card is a torch from Kevin, so it's just
Okay.
where does it want to go, Tifa or the chocobo?
Goes for the Tifa. I would have gone straight at traveling chocobo. I don't know about you.
I also wouldn't have sacked anything, right? Does Kevin know you don't have to bargain with these torch to towers?
Maybe he just likes a good deal.
Yeah, I guess that's a bargain. But so far, I mean, that's 3 bargains where 3 times was not needed to kill anything. Because if you have a snakeskin veil, it's protected anyways.
Yeah.
So there's nothing that Tifa is going to survive based on the 3 damage. Also, would you kill the Tifa or would you kill the chocobo?
I would kill the traveling chocobo, but Kevin goes for the Tifa. Scared of that one. Certainly
I'd be scared of both, to be honest. But
Yeah. Now can Richard punish him and hit a string of cards off the traveling chocobo? He's got to hit something pretty soon. He's under a lot of pressure from these heroes. There's a second plane sphere played last turn for Feber. That was already up to a 3/3, the hero. And the previous one is up to a 6/6. Spring Bloom Druid. Okay, so this
Okay.
is 2 landfall triggers. That's going to be 4 counters on the Saz's Chocobo. It is
Yeah.
now a 6/7.
that's a pretty good 1-drop.
And we reset the top of the deck for Traveling Chocobo.
Yeah, this isn't Paul Ritzel's Step Links, okay? These Saz's Chocobos are the real deal.
You know what card could also be a good draw at this point?
Huh.
Keen-Eyed Curator.
Yep,
Lots
that's
of food
true.
in the graveyard to
That's
eat.
true.
That's basically just a 7/7 Trampler.
Yeah. I mean, it just is. Yeah. That would be incredible right now. And shutting down the Storm Chaser's talent. That is online for next turn. Kevin might not have a lot of cards, if any cards. I don't think so. But does have access to 1 removal spell. 1 bounce spell for the Saz's Chocobo.
Okay.
And, everything's coming up Richard so far. I think Mono Green is definitely favored here.
So the 6/7 Sausage Chocobo is coming across. Kevin at 13.
I feel like Richard is not at 17, though. Didn't he just take a hit for 6?
Yeah, I think he's at 11.
Yeah.
So I don't think there was a chump block on that.
I don't think so either, yeah. So life totals might be a little wrong here. We'll yell at them. We'll
Kevin?
yell at them from here.
Feber deciding to chump block the Sausage Chocobo. There is Keen-Eyed Curator, so Storm Chaser's talent not going to be able to rebuy one of those Torch the Towers or into the Flood Maws for Kevin Feber. That is huge. He now has to
Yes.
knock the top of his deck and find something juicy. good piece of interaction, a stock up. Adams taking a look at the graveyard, might want to take this Glacial Dragon Hunt immediately since he has 2 mana still. So he uses one of it to take the Dragon Hunt. And now he can leave another mana up to stop the talent.
And is 1 mana away from his best draw possible being very strong, and Firaga does not have 6 mana available. That draw would be incredible, but not available.
Ooh. So Fever was thinking about opting, and yeah, his teammate is like, why don't we want to equip? Maybe make that
because
bigger.
I'm dead then.
Yeah.
That's why, teammate.
Fever needs his mana.
Yep. Needs to find something juicy here, and man, I don't even know a good draw. Like, that's the thing, is these Izzet prowess decks, you know, Izzet mid-range, whatever it really is, as strong as they are, they actually don't play from behind that well. You know, they're really well and truly that kind of tempo style deck. The Cauldron deck plays great from behind because all of a sudden, boom, you Cauldron a VV, and all of a sudden you can cast half your deck. But with this, it's much more measured approach.
Yeah, and at this point, there's 3 very important threats that he has to answer on the other side of the battlefield. The Traveling Chocobo, the Keen-Eye Curator, and the Saz's Chocobo.
That might have been the biggest threat, though. Like, at this point, that was not bad.
Yeah, if Adams can't find another land, the hero is a 7/7. That'll check the Saz's Chocobo. Yeah, now an 8/8, actually. But a single land will get the Saz's Chocobo up to an 8/9. And then Feber's in more trouble. I suppose he could take one other hit.
Yeah, and still has at least 1 card in hand. So, Richard, spells are good, lands are good.
Actually, that's another slight mistake here from Feber. Could have equipped the second Planessphere to the hero, gotten another counter on it from the Abrade.
Yeah, easily could have.
And then you'd have an 8/9 or a 9/9 that checks a potential 8/9 Saz's Chocobo if there's a land drop for Adams.
Yeah.
That could be huge.
Yeah, a little bit of a sloppy play here. Yeah, before the Abrade, no reason not to. I get it before the opt.
Yeah.
Not casting it there, but all right, getting busy.
Okay, Springbloom Druid chumps the hero, which comes in, and now Fever might just be dead.
Yeah, easily might not be. Is that a land? It looks like Llanowar, which is the worst possible.
Yep. Just stone worst possible.
But what is that other card you got, Richard? Well, it's not a land.
Doesn't even come in with the Traveling Chocobo, so I guess wants to leave 2 blockers back, but
Okay.
is Richard in danger of dying? His life total hasn't updated. We think he's lower.
Yeah, let's maybe get an accurate life total there, but there is the Sharpshooter. I don't even think you want to give him a card.
Yeah, just play a 4/4.
Yeah, 4/4 reach. Anything you're going to just... I mean, you might want to get that Storm Chaser's talent if there's something reasonable. Because that already represents a card. But I know the Flood Maw was gone, so maybe there's not a 1/1. Okay.
Adams is at 11.
11-7.
Looks like Adams didn't have it noted on his own deck sheet, and that's what our spotter was following.
Excellent. Excellent.
So Torch of the Tower coming back from the Storm Chaser's talent for Kevin Feber.
I mean, yeah, now this, with that being in the yard, it does look a little loose that Sharpshooter didn't destroy the talent because, well, your Traveling Chocobo is just dead now. Where maybe you wanted to try to gift them a card to prevent that, but that could go wrong as well, you know?
Okay, Feber does bargain with the talent. Get another counter on the hero. And now the hero being a 9/9
Okay.
means Feber has the biggest thing on the board.
And if there wasn't for that little misstep last turn, it would be an 11-11.
Still wouldn't be able to attack. Richard jumps with the Llanowar Elves and then has lethal coming back.
But that's a good number when your opponent's at 11.
It is. There's a tap starting town, empty-handed for Feber. We think this card is another Llanowar Elves for Richard.
Yeah, and now you can't look at the top of the deck.
And this means he's still 1 damage short even next turn.
Oh, yeah, that's why you definitely had to gift a card, because you knew you're drawing a brick, and any land is just so good. So, yeah, that Sharpshooter, I think, had to do it.
Okay, Planessphere moves over to the hero, and now a third Planessphere is the draw for Kevin Feber, so that'll put 2 counters on the original hero and create another one. And
Overprotect is still lethal, though.
yes, Overprotect would be lethal here.
I want to say that's an escape tunnel. And if it was, that would have been a land we'd play off the top with the Traveling Chocobo. Everything kind of unraveled here with just minor decisions by both players,
What do you think about using the tunnel this turn to get in for 1 with the Llanowar Elves? That way, Feeber's at 6, and if you draw like a Bushwhack and Feeber bricks, you win.
A Bushwhack? Oh, just the fight? Yeah, okay.
So like you open yourself up to drawing Bushwhack if Feeber bricks.
Yeah. Yeah, that's totally fair.
Adam's going to play and sacrifice the escape tunnel. The sacrifice seems strange to me.
Yeah, because you're not attacking with that anyways.
Yeah,
Right?
and you could save it for a later landfall trigger. If you found another Traveling Chocobo, it could reset the top of your deck.
Yeah.
It could, if you found a Tifa, it could make the Tifa unblockable on a key turn.
Yeah. Man, Escape Tunnel is meant for Tifa, to say the least.
There's a lot of things Richard could have saved that escape tunnel to do. Instead, just going to be knocking the top of his deck. Yeah.
Okay, Overprotect, and I'm still going for it. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, keep getting it bigger, I guess, but...
So that's a 9-10 versus an 11-11. They're going to be hard for Richard to outpace this.
Yep. Okay.
And there's a VV. That's another blocker.
Another blocker, so that would more than likely mean Overprotect is done winning the game.
Moves a plane sphere over to the VV. Interesting that he moved the one on the hero that was alone. I think it would have been better off to just have a plane sphere on all 3 creatures.
Bang! Saz's Chocobo.
Richard is down 2 Traveling Chocobos. He has 2 more.
Yeah.
And potentially like anywhere from like 0 to 3 Saz Kotzroy.
Yep, 2 lands from Kevin as well. And maybe we can get an update from our back table. See if this game is for the match. Because
Bristly Bill.
oh, doubling these counters.
That's a way to outpace with Saz and Chocobo.
There's a new sheriff in town.
Yep, hero chumps.
Wow, okay.
Okay, Kevin Feeber is now in the abyss.
And here is a true reason to be keeping those lands in hand. Saz's Chocobo, the tiny one, sure, it would only had 1 counter here, but you double that, and then you double that. Like, that would make 2 gigantic threats. A land will still create a second gigantic threat. When you have this much mana, the old Bristly Bill gets it done.
I think Adams has 12 total mana with the Llanowar Elves, so he can quadruple the counters on this Sausage Chocobo. The old 36-37.
Yes, yes. Thank God you can count that high. All right, did we do it?
I think he only did it once.
Okay. That's a good fight spell.
There's a Bushwhack, and this is lethal with only 1 blocker.
Looks like we might be heading to game 3, as that's a island in hand.
Or is he thinking about finding a land?
I guess that's okay, too. He's like, you got it, you got it. Honestly, a land is maybe better because you put a counter on your sharpshooter, Saz gets a counter, double, so you get 4 counters on 2 creatures when you get a land instead of a fight spell. But getting to kill a free 11/11 is pretty good as well. So what is going on with these back tables?
Unclear.
Oh, it's over? Oh, okay. So that was just for fun. Looks like Derek Davis's team advances here to the top 4.
Oh, man. I wanted to see a game 3 of that match.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Make them sit back down. We got Saz's Chocobos to cast.
I've got to say, impressive that the Mono Green Landfall deck could win a game that goes that long.
Yeah.
But I think part of it was the way that Kevin Feeber approached the game.
Yeah.
You brought it up with all the bargaining that he did, being very aggressive with that. It looked like he played the game just taking for granted that he was going to win if the game went long enough.
Yeah.
And in doing that, he actually took away his late game advantage. He
Yeah.
could have had a lot more card advantage over the course of that game, and 1 or 2 extra cards would have locked it up.
The sauna. That's all I'm saying. I mean, there was so many turns when he passed with 5 mana. If that was, he would have drew an extra 4 or 5 cards.
Yeah.
And the bargain, I mean, you don't know this is going to happen, but the bargain's right to the top anyway. So it's literally in vain to bargain that sauna away anyways.
Kevin Feeber bought himself a bad bargain.
A bad bargain.
Bad bargain.
You know, just had the opportunity to just, chill out in a sauna and said, no, I don't want to.
Yeah, and as a result, it's Richard Adams who's going to be wheeling and dealing into the semifinals.
To be fair, Richard was already going to be wheeling dealing into the semifinals since his team won. Oh, sorry. Okay.
It was, his team saw how he was fighting there in that second game, and
Yeah.
it lifted their morale and allowed them to win their own games and matches.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's how it worked.
Gotcha.
We don't have a great angle on the feature match area from the booth, but I can tell.
We'll never know, I guess.
Hello and welcome back to live coverage of the Apex Gaming $5,000 Team Trios Standard Open here in sunny Caldwell, Ohio. I'm Todd Tandy Anderson, joined by Ross Merriam. Say hi, Ross.
Hi, Ross.
We got 4 teams left vying for the championship. We've had 5 rounds of Swiss and the top 8. A lot of really great magic in this post-rotation standard format. Ross, I got to ask, what's your favorite breakout deck of the weekend so far?
Breakout deck of the weekend for this standard format. I think the Unidecks I've been reasonably impressed by.
Mhm.
There's a lot of variation in how they're built. There were straight Naya builds. There were builds going 4-color with Overlord of the good
Boiler
one.
bilges?
No, what's the black one?
Belmerk?
Bailmerk, yes.
Yeah.
So I think there's work to be done in making those decks even better.
Mhm.
So I always like to see when a deck does reasonably well, but I think it's not in its final form. So
Yeah.
there's room for improvement there. Whereas decks
Starting
like,
builds.
the Izzet decks came pretty fully formed outside of swapping and starting towns and massaging the mana base.
Mhm.
So I think those decks were easy choices for this weekend. They did well in the event, but a thing like Naya Yuna or 4-color Yuna is attacking the metagame from a very different angle and really exploiting the fact that there's not a lot of counter magic around. So I was excited to see those decks do well.
Yeah, me too. Personally, big fan of the Izzet strategies. I think the VV stuff's really sick. I love the one of Agatha Soul Cauldron and the prowess variants. I feel like that's probably the build that I'm going to lean into in content creation coming up here because, man, that deck looks sweet.
Yeah, I've played a bit with both versions of Izzet in this week leading up to the event, obviously pre-rotation, and I felt like the Cauldron deck pre-rotation was a little bit better, but I was worried about the loss of Voldaren Thrillseeker.
Yes.
That card, I thought played a bigger role in that deck than people were giving it credit for. Really important card for both finishing out games if you're a little low on resources and coming back from behind. There were games I would play against like Monogreen Landfall where they would make a huge creature and I'm like, oh, I don't really have an answer to that. But what I can do is make 14 mana, 2 giant creatures and fling them all at my opponent and kill them. So who cares that they have a big creature? And losing that angle of attack from that deck I think really hurt it.
Mhm.
And players in this event really leaned towards prowess as a result. Prowess definitely showing out more than the Cauldron decks in this top 8.
All right, well, with 4 teams left, let's go over the backup match that we're not going to be watching. That's team PT MH3 plus Richard. That's Charles, I can't read this. Eiler, Derek Davis, and Richard Adams. 2 Cauldrons and a Monogreen Landfall. They've been killing it. Derek Davis, one of the best players in the room.
Yeah, this team is undefeated on the day. Had to win 4 rounds in the Swiss, and really dominating this event so far.
And then they're going to be facing off against Team 2308. That's Justin Sau, Chris Hafner, and Zachary McAdoo. That's 2 red-green mice and a blue-black mid-range Kaido deck. The teams we're going to be watching in this match in our feature, we're going to be watching Team Handsome Men in Space. That's Matt Sims, Gabriel Roberts, and William Russell on a Naya Yuna, Blue Eye Control, and Mono White tokens, respectively. And then they're going to be facing off against Team 2316, and that's Scotty Doolittle, Dylan Ham, and Brian on Esper Bounce, Izzet Prowess, and Jeskai Control, respectively. We're going to be beginning with the middle match. That's Azorius Control from Gabriel Roberts versus Dylan Ham's Izzet Prowess. I want to see what Ham can do. I know that he's, again, one of the better players in the room as well, and I want to see how he handles this Izzet Prowess trap.
Yeah, this is a really fun matchup because normally you think of an Azorius control deck as the deck that's going to be favored going along.
Mhm.
That's what control decks want to do. That's what they're built to do. But this Izzet Prowess deck can beat them in the long game. There's so much inherent card advantage from Storm Chaser's talent, from Ral Crackling Wit, from Stock Up, from Roaring Furnace Steaming Sauna. So all of these cards really combine to allow Dylan to play that same controlling game almost as if this was a control mirror. And the real key is
answering the opposing threats. If the Azorius control deck can land a Meringue River Regent, can land, you know, an Overlord of the Mistmoors or an Elspeth and start going, taking over the game with those huge threats, that's how they really win this game. I think if it's a straight attrition war, the Izzet deck is actually favored. So Gabriel Roberts has to be careful here. You play the attrition game until you have amassed a lot of mana, a lot of lands, a lot of resources. Then you start going for the haymakers.
Yeah.
And those
You gotta
haymakers,
close.
yeah, those haymakers are something that the Izzet deck can struggle to answer. You know, the Meringue River region has 7 toughness. That's more than most of their removal spells are going to deal. So that's probably going to take 2 removal spells to answer. Overlord of the Mistmoors brings a couple tokens along with it. Elspeth brings some tokens along with it.
Yeah.
So you can really lean on those threats, especially if you're able to use your other cards to whittle down Dylan's resources. And those threats are going to clean up way more than something like an Astrologian's Planessphere would.
All right, well, the players are situated in the feature match area, and it's been a while since we watched some Magic. Let's head on down for the semifinals. Gonna have Dylan Ham on your left. His opponent is Gabriel Roberts on your right, and they're both in the middle there. And we'll be starting here in just a moment. Higher seed is Dylan Ham's team on Izzet Prowess, so they should be able to choose to be on the play. Looks like we are just now finishing the mulligans. Roberts consulting with a teammate to put one on bottom, and we're off. Island for Ham. Place sleight of hand. Don't love starting off with that. Obviously want something like Storm Chaser's talent, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, turn 1 sleight of hand is perfectly fine.
Just a meticulous archive from Roberts' Azorius control deck. Let's see where he keeps it. On top. Ham's way. Plays a starting town. Probably going to name red if I had to guess. We'll get confirmation from him or the judge in a sec. We're going to play the Planosphere. Let's get Astrologian's Planosphere on screen because this is a relatively new card. One that has been making waves already, and it honestly is just kind of sick.
Yeah, really powerful card. One that is sort of key to that singleton copy of Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Because these are creatures that naturally get +1/+1 counters, so you can Cauldron a VV and make a ton of mana if you've already built up some counters on one of these heroes, and then use the Soul Cauldron to put counters on something else.
All right, Meticulous Archive number 2 is Robert's second land. Not ideal, but does have a 1-mana play here in Elspeth Smite to try to knock off this Astrologian's hero.
2 copies of the Smite in Robert's main deck alongside 2 Seam Rips, so he's come prepared with a lot of cheap removal.
And here's a VV Ornithier, and this is going to come down and threaten a big attack next turn and extra mana. We'll see if Roberts has an answer. I see a Spell Pierce. I saw a Demolition Field. Didn't get a great look at the rest.
Now, this is open deck list, so Roberts knows that there's 1 utility land in Ham's list. It's 1 copy of Quarry Mountain Monastery. That'll be an important card for him to save at least 1 Demolition Field for. Ham now has the Storm Chaser's talent. That'll pump up the Planespheried hero.
Well, the hero is Dunzo, right? This is just a guy cacked by the Elspeth Smite. But here is Storm Chaser's talent is going to pump the VV, and then we're going to opt inside combat to give an extra buff. All right, we're going to deal 1 more damage. And then look at the top card, put it on bottom, and draw. And 1 more red. That's not how that works, right? Didn't he tap it for red last turn? And that's an opt?
What?
Starting town, you have to choose a color?
No, starting town's just a
Oh, it's just
5
City of
color land.
Brass.
Yeah.
I thought you had to name a color. That's my bad. I've been misreading it all day.
You're thinking of the Spider-Man land.
Ah, I do have that one on the brain. The new shock land is quite cool. All right, Vivi gonna jam in here. 3 damage plus the 3 from the 3 instant sorceries cast. And we're gonna use the mana to equip the Planosphere to the Otter, and then also play another opt.
Robert's going to drop to 13 and a counter going on the Otter and the VV.
Let's see if he remembers to put the counter on the Otter. It is a trigger you can miss. Hasn't played a
Tough
land
one
yet.
to miss when you just moved the equipment onto it. But
There's a lot of triggers going on, brother. And he did. Missed the land drop and the trigger. We're going to go back to Roberts. Draws for turn. Let's see if it comes back to bite him. He's very far ahead right now, but Roberts has Overlord of the Mistmores. This is not what he needed. He needed Day of Judgment. He needed a sweeper here. This is bad news.
Or a Beza to get a couple fish and some life. Both would have been much better than this Overlord. Looking at his list, it's only one copy of Day of Judgment. Leaning more towards split up and Ultima in the sweeper split is Roberts.
All right, we're going to play a bounce spell here, pumping the Vivi, giving a counter to the Planisphere Hero. That's into the Flood Maw.
So this is currently an attack for 7 with Roberts at 12, which means missing that counter could loom large. 2 spells will leave Ham 1 short.
Yeah, we get to make 5 mana, though, and that plus Storm Chaser's talent means that Ham's likely got this one won this turn, but we'll see if he has just duds in hand. Stock up 2 floating. Going to deal another damage and buff the Planisphere Hero.
Yeah, so 2 mana in pool, 2 lands untapped. If Ham can find removal spell plus another spell, this game will end.
Oh, excuse me, that's an Otter, so that's also Prowess.
Oh, yeah.
So any removal spell here is lethal, I think.
So now, that means that's 5. Yeah, any removal spell, and we saw the Furnace.
Yeah, so this should be game in Dylan Ham's favor. This is standard, no free spells. I think we still have 2 mana floating even.
Yeah, have 2 mana floating after the stock up. Just the Roaring Furnace should be good enough.
All right, 1 more damage, another buff. Kill the 2/1 flyer. And that's all she wrote. Gabriel Roberts down. Game 1 goes to Dylan Ham. And is it Prowess? VV, unchecked, is disastrous.
Yeah, that's a card that could end games very quickly. I expected very long games here, but Roberts got caught unprepared for that VV, and it really cost him. 4 copies of Get Lost in the main, just didn't have one. And if you don't kill VV very quickly, you are not long for this world.
Yeah, most of the time if you kill VV, you're still in trouble because it's already done some stuff. But if you don't kill VV, you cannot win the game. It's almost impossible, especially out of these Prowess strats. All right, as these players reach for their sideboard, we'll start with Gabriel Roberts' Azorius control. Ross, go over his sideboard for me and let me know what you think he's going to do.
So he has 2 Annul, 2 Authority of the Consoles, 1 Beza the Bounding Spring, 2 Exercise, 2 Negate, 1 Rest in Peace, 2 Stoic Sphinx, and 3 Tishana's Tidebinder. I like the Annuls. I like the Negates. I like the Tishana's Tidebinders. These are all things that help fight against those Storm Chasers talents and Steaming Saunas that are really important from the Izzet side. I even think you could reasonably bring in the 1 Rest in Peace, but you might not need it with all of those counter spells and Tidebinders. You just have better answers for talent.
I mean, we talked a bit about Ghost Vacuum coming in against these decks and how it's probably not quite as effective as it needs to be. I think Rest in Peace falls in a similar category.
Yeah. I'm also a little intrigued by Stoic Sphinx. I expect Dylan Ham will be siding out his Torch the Towers, and so it's really just kind of sorcery speed answers, things like Roaring Furnace to answer the Stoic Sphinx, which means if you can land it on the end step and untap with it, you can make sure it has hexproof during Ham's turn basically the entire time.
Yep.
Now suddenly you get to become the aggressor. I think that might be an interesting card to flip the script here, especially if you think like a card like Overlord of the Mistmores, just doesn't play enough early defense. And the Stoic Sphinx doesn't play great early defense either, but I think it plays better offense.
Yeah, if he wants to go that route. I mean, we talked a bit in the pregame about how you have to close the game, right? You can't give them too much time because things like even an Otter talent or whatever is just going to bury you over time.
Yeah, now, these are the post-board games. You have more answers to those things.
Yeah.
What he doesn't have more answers for is VV. There's 4 Get Lost in the main. There's some early counter spells in the sweepers. If he gets caught in a VV situation, Stoic Sphinx is not going to look good.
Yeah, has a couple of Exercise might come in. It's good about fighting those early creatures.
Yeah, it doesn't really fight VV, though, until it
Oh,
gets...
it's power.
Yeah, it's 4
whoops.
power.
Whoopsie. Okay. Well, on the other side of things, we do have Dylan Ham's Is It Prowess list. I'm sure this thing is humming. What do you think about the sideboard?
Dylan's sideboard is 2 Abrade, 1 Agatha Soul Cauldron to supplement 1 in the main, 3 Annul, 2 Disdainful Stroke, 2 Enduring Curiosity, 1 Fire Magic, 1 Obliterating Bolt, 1 Ral Crackling Wit to supplement 1 in the main, and 2 Tishana's Tidebinder. The Disdainful Strokes, the Enduring Curiosity, the Ral, all definitely coming in. Those 5 are a cinch.
Like Tidebinder, just because it's a flash threat that you can kind of sit on your counter spells and wait on.
It's just not enough to counter, I don't think. Overlord of the Mistmoors, Beza, I guess Elspeth. Okay, maybe there is enough, and then Seamrip too. Yeah, I could definitely see bringing in Tishana's Tidebinder.
Just more threat density as well, because you do have to board out a lot of your spot removal.
Yeah, my main concern is that Dylan has moved to a lot of annuls. It's a great card against the Is It Cauldron deck.
Yeah.
Because it stops all of their 2-drops when you're on the draw. But he's cut some of the other counter spells that used to be in these sideboards, things like Negate and Spell Pierce, that are much better in the control matchup. So Dylan has tuned his list a little bit away from control in that regard. Just the 2 Disdainful Strokes to stop some of the powerful spells from Gabriel Roberts. But we saw there in game 1, he didn't really need counter spells if he just had an unanswered VV. So maybe the plan is just to grind through all of the interaction from Roberts instead of trying to line up his counter spells appropriately.
All right, well, we are underway for game number 2, so let's head on down to the feature match area and watch. We'll see if Gabriel Roberts' Azorius control deck can take this game. No 1-drop from either player. Roberts going to play Island for turn number 2 and pass. Ham does the same with a Mountain.
Yeah, this is more like it. Nobody doing much of anything.
Except playing quickly. They're not doing anything but quickly. Here's an opt on the end step. We're going to pass back to Ham.
That's the 1 mountain from Ham's list. Not a land you really want in this matchup.
No, but it does turn on the River Pyre Purge or River
Pyre.
River Pyre Purge.
It suggests to me that Ham's hand is land light, and he opted and found that island.
Oh, that's definitely true because he didn't play opt on turn 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so just lands for both players. We'll see if Ham has land number 4 to match. Looks like we picked up a Storm Chaser's Talent. We'll see if Roberts wants to respond. Gonna go for a negate on it. Pretty scared of that one, I guess.
Yeah.
Ham goes for another talent. Here's an Otter. We're going to pass it to Roberts. So, shields are mostly down, just a mountain up, but no punish. And 5 mana past the turn, says Gabriel Roberts. Go back to Ham. Finds land number 4. Let's see what he can do. Maybe starts with a VV.
I did see it get lost in Robert's hands. So he's prepared for an early VV now. Also has a Beza sitting over there. Is this a treasure on the end step?
And Tidebinder comes down. And we didn't attack either because we're afraid of the Restless Anchorage. So, yeah. Our spotter was ready with the sick Mimic treasure token from our friends at Once Upon a Galaxy. But as we know, that Tishana's Tidebinder countered that ability.
Now, it does not shut off the land. It only shuts off artifacts, creatures, planeswalkers. So,
yeah. Here is the big bad, Beza. 4 costs, 4/5 comes in. You get 2 fish, 4 life. This is bad news bears for Dylan Ham.
I think he's getting a card out of it, too, being on the play and having made more land drops.
Okay, can we call Beza the bad news bear?
Sure.
Great. Awesome. Here is Roaring Furnace, and I believe Ham has enough cards in hand to kill the Beza here because he missed a land drop early, but I'm not positive. And we're going to respond as Gabriel Roberts with a No More Lies, and I believe if we fought back, we'd actually be short, so just going to let it get countered even if he had it.
Well, you still might want to fight so that you can sauna later, but I don't think Ham had... it doesn't have any counter spells that can hit the No More Lies, just Disdainful Stroke, and clearly doesn't have land 5, so... Yeah, this game looked much better for Gabriel Roberts. Missed land drops for Ham. Gabriel has the appropriate answers. The Beza gives him control of this battlefield, and he actually can get aggressive here because the fish will check the Tishana's Tidebinder.
Now, Roberts, I see a Rest in Peace in hand, so does value graveyard removal, but wants to keep all of this mana open here so he can use the Fountain Port. Maybe cares about his own graveyard for some reason as well. We'll see if he wants to deploy that Rest in Peace anytime soon.
It's also unlikely that Ham spends his turn using the Storm Chaser's Talent. He has plenty of cards in hand. He'll want to deploy those first. So Roberts knows he has some time before he really needs to deploy the Rest in Peace in order to stop the Storm Chaser's Talent or regrowth.
All right, tap land number 5 for Dylan Ham. We'll see what he cooks up here with these 4 mana. Going to start off for 3.
Got an errant pen flying into the play area.
I've seen you spin a pen or 2.
You've never seen that.
Oh,
Because I've
Am I thinking of
never
Marlin?
done it. I am incapable of that kind of manual dexterity.
No, maybe it was Tannen. One of our friends who we played team events with before flips a pen. I can't. Here's a VV, and we have a get lost to respond. Ham lets it happen.
2 maps.
Yeah, a couple maps coming for Dylan Ham. And we're going to pass it, but Fountain Port going to create a treasure token here on the instep. And we're going to pass back. Beza coming in for 4 more. Ham down to 12. And here comes the rest in peace that we hinted at earlier from Gabriel Roberts' hand. This is going to take out the Storm Chaser's talent and the potential of Agatha's Soul Cauldron, since we know Ham has 1 main and 1 sideboard. Here's Planessphere. It's going to be a big creature at some point, maybe. Or maybe it gets moved now and then starts pumping something else that's in play.
Imagine we'll see these maps used on Tiebinder if that's how Dylan wants. If Dylan wants to match the Beza in combat, maps would be a good way to do it. Looks like Dylan is content with cracking back, so I think he's going to try to flip the script and become the aggressor in this game. Maybe make Roberts clear this Beza himself with a sweeper.
Robert's going to do double chump blocking here, and we're going to sack one of those fish and draw a card off of the Fountain Port.
And Roberts doing that at 20 life here when he could have just single blocked and tried to max value with the Fountain Port suggests that a sweeper is coming right now.
Ham gonna leave into the Floodmaw on the top of the deck.
So either really values that card or has a plan to get the Rest in Peace out of the way for a key turn.
Maybe just thinks it's better than a random draw. Already has a lot of cards in hand too, so maybe a missing puzzle piece.
It's an awkward card against these control decks now that they're not playing Lockdown.
Is that Ultima?
I think so.
Interestingly, Roberts uses the treasure token for Ultima. Does it destroy artifacts too?
It does.
Right.
So these
that
maps
makes
will get
sense.
swept up in the Ultima.
But we have Disdainful Stroke.
Roberts ready with a No More Lies.
Now all the creatures gone, including the Beza. We get enchantments too? Artifacts, enchantments, and creatures?
It does not get enchantments. Creatures are artifacts.
Well, the Storm Chaser's talent got removed, so we should probably go check on that.
We can alert them to that.
Yeah.
Okay, here is a Ral crackling with. That's a great follow-up for Dylan Ham after he baited out the No More Lies by fighting over Ultima. Really putting Roberts to the test for another Get Lost.
All right, so Ral Crackling Wit comes down, going to plus and make an otter, and now Roberts has to deal with a Planeswalker and a threat, but still at a very high life total, so has plenty of time. Really needs to try to check this Ral sooner rather than later.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Firing up a Restless Anchorage is
That's
not
gonna
a
get
show
the
of
job
strength.
done. That's just not going to work very well.
Yeah, and we know there's the Floodmaw. Ham going to take the opportunity to bounce the land while it's a creature. Oof.
Robert's just going to let it happen. That's going to pump the Ral as well. And plays the Anchorage again and says go. Now all we got to do is play 4 instants and sorceries, and then we get to Ultimate Ral. That's pretty good. Another Storm Chaser's talent is going to put 1 more loyalty on the Ral and pump prowess and make an otter. And take up and make another otter.
Ham really wants to ultimate this Ral.
Well, probably just assumes that Roberts has very few ways to kill it outside of attacking with the creature land, the anchorage. And so by ticking up, he's essentially making that an impossible task for it, while presenting more threats on the board. He could do something like minus it and start drawing cards, but when he does that, it makes it a little bit more vulnerable to the potential creatures from Robert's side.
Now that he has 3 otters, though, might be time to start minusing and finding some spells.
Yeah.
Roberts once again fires up the anchorage, sends it at the Ral. Ral will take 2, drop to 6 loyalty. Roberts will get a map. And Ham is A-okay with all of this.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, right? Like, Ham's deck just has cards that are like engines, and Roberts can only check so many of them, and if he doesn't check all of them or win the game in time, they're just going to take over like this Ral's doing right now.
Map lets the anchorage explore. Roberts hits an island, so that'll go to hand. No counter on the creature.
Second anchorage. Could get somewhere, maybe.
It could. It won't. But it could.
It could.
I think this is a turn to minus this Ral.
Yeah, draw 3, discard 1 is so strong here.
Discard 2.
Excuse me. Oh, when I was playtesting last night, I was cheesing a little bit. I was only discarding 1.
Discards land and an annul. Does Ham. Does it get out? Oh, is it not a get out?
Well, if it is get out, I imagine that this game will be pretty quick. Here's a Thundertrap Trainer. Top 4, get a non-creature to hand. That's the brick.
Ooh.
First brick I've seen on Thundertrap Trainer, maybe ever.
It's the second one I've seen this week.
All right, so we played
No spells.
no
These are 1/1s. That was a rough set of draws for Ham. He just wanted to find some cantrips and looked at 3 extra cards from the Ral, 4 cards from the Thundertrap Trainer, and didn't find anything. Stock up would have been amazing, and I'm shocked that Ham offered this trade. Sends in with the otters, Roberts blocks the fish, and
maybe it was
both
a
go
bluff.
to the bin.
Maybe a semi-bluff. Maybe hoping to just get some damage in.
Okay, to me, this is a window for Roberts to get back in the game, especially if he can answer the Ral. Like if Ham doesn't have removal for these anchorages, he's firing both up. You deal with the Ral.
Yeah, I think Roberts is considering, tapping out to do that because it takes so much mana to activate both of them.
Is 9 mana available. It takes 4 for each of them, 3 to activate, and then the land has to tap to attack.
Yeah, so he'd be left with 1 untapped land at this point if he did.
I think he has a land drop left for this turn, so.
All right. Anchorage 1. The problem here is if Ham has another removal spell, which I think he's unlikely to have, then it's all going to fall apart for Roberts.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a Tidebinder for the second activation. That's a nice one.
Ooh, yeah.
Very nice one.
That'll play.
Ral going to stick around for at least 1 more turn now. Anchorage still going to attack it for 2 and get a map. We can post-combat map on the token or the creature land if we don't have anything else to do.
And now it's looming large, hitting the land on the previous turn. If Roberts had a 3/4 anchorage, he could have just activated that one twice to get through the Tidebinder and kill this Ral. So that 1 Explorer hitting a land could be the difference in game 2.
Robert's consulting with teammate Matt Sims. We're going to go for
Seam Rip.
a Seam Rip on a token.
Seam Rip.
Okay, token's down. Back to Ham. Tidebinder and Thundertrap Trainer as well as Ral.
Yeah. But how many spells does Ham have at this point, right? He needs to be able to potentially play 2 spells to get Ral to 3 and then plus it to 4. And even then, Roberts has the 2 anchorages and a map. So I think this might be Ral's last turn on the battlefield. And then the question becomes, how can Dylan Ham punish Roberts the most for having to use most of his mana to deal with the Ral? That means getting aggressive. You see the 4 damage come across from the 2 creatures. Can he press this advantage even further to make his follow-up attack scarier?
Well, I think he potentially had the option to play a Get Out and replay both of the Storm Chasers towns. Or, maybe bounce Thundertrap Trainer into talent because we can't do the chain.
But you got to save the get out for like a Meringue River Regent and Overlord of the Mist Moors.
Yeah, I think he thought that as well and thought against it. Well, now in Anchorage, if only one Anchorage comes across at the Row, we could go get out, bounce our 2 things, and that will keep our Row alive.
Yeah, keeps the Ral alive, and Roberts is tapped lower on mana, so you're less fearful of a big creature follow-up.
Looks like we do target both of the Storm Chaser's talents. But we're still deciding on the targets, but we get both those back in hand. Ral goes up +1 up to 3, and now is going to take 2 damage down to 1, so Ral's still alive. Very difficult to kill Planeswalker outside of directly removing it. Four mana here for Overlord of the Mistmoors is going to make a pair of 2/1 Flying Moths. We're going to map once. Finds a land. Going to play the land and map again. Split up is the find. That's one you can play around if you're Ham, maybe, but you got to kill him quick.
It's a tough battlefield to kill him quickly on. And Ham also has to worry a little bit about his own life total. He's at 8 here, staring down quite a lot of damage in the air if he tries to play this slow. Okay, here's the cantrips that he's been looking for. Starts with a sleight of hand. Can he chain him and maybe draw cards off this Ral?
Picks up a VV off the sleight of hand, and we know he has 2 Storm Chaser's talent in hand. So we can go VV, double Storm Chaser's talent, minus the Ral, draw 3, discard 2. Whew.
Okay, and this is now a second prowess trigger for the otter that can attack. So the unsick otter is a 3/3.
All right, 1 damage to Gabriel.
And that'll drop him to Gabriel to 10. Second talent will drop Gabriel to 9. Make the otter a 4/4. Now Ham can draw 3, discard 2s. Effectively, a ponder of sorts. They'll have several mana left over because of the VV.
Yeah, we're doing some bookkeeping right now to make sure everything's set. Ral minus, draw 3. Let's see if you can find some heat.
Oh, I like that stock up way more than Spell Pierce or land.
I think I saw op and stock up, and with VV you can maybe cast both here.
Well, you got to discard 2.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I think it was opt. I thought that opt was a Spell Pierce at first, but
All right, here's stock up. So really nice turn here for Dylan Ham, and split up while a sweeper only kills either tapped or untapped. So as long as Dylan sends in a bunch of the goons, only half his team is going to get axed. Top 5 here.
takes a sleight of hand. I didn't get a good look at the first card he chose. That'll be a great card next turn.
Oh, it was an island just so we could cast the sleight of hand, deal another damage, and trigger prowess again. This essentially forces Roberts to block. I think he was already forced to block the prowess creature at least.
Planessphere is the card going to the bottom. Not sure what that card was that went into hand. Might have been another VV?
That would make some sense. Big attack coming for Ham. We'll see how Gabriel wants to block. Maybe he wants to trade with the Tishana's Tidebinder and then chump the big boy Prowess Otter.
Knowing the split up is coming, Ham decides to send all 3 creatures in. I don't think this would have been the attack otherwise, but it makes sense in the face of the split up. He is in fact splitting up his creatures to prepare for the split up. That's a flavor win.
Yep. Okay, so just gonna chump. Now we're gonna pass back. The 3/2 could have eaten the Thundertrap Trainer. Interesting decision not to block there with Dylan all tapped out. Just a slight misstep. So we're going to attack the Ral before split up, so that signifies to me that we're gonna split up untapped creatures to make sure we get the VV out of the way. But we're going to stock up first in case we find a full sweeper.
That's a Beza.
Split up plus Beza is a great follow-up to the stock up.
I need to get 2 otters and play Beza, get 2 fish.
Yeah, nothing from the
For
other
life.
side after that is too threatening from Dylan Ham. Rest in peace, still checking the Storm Chaser's talents as well. Good to see Ham start leveling them up to get them to 6, so he starts making extra otters off of them. He has nothing else to do with his mana.
Big gift stock up from Robert, so he's taking his time here.
2 in hand. Lane for turn. 5 for an Ultima. That's going to clear out a lot of junk.
Okay, so still has the Beza back, potentially for next turn.
And misses the impending trigger. Does Gabriel Roberts, but hopefully he doesn't come back to bite him. Dylan Ham are going to go back his way. Had a huge turn last turn, but Ultima reset. And we're going to see if Ham has a big follow-up. It looks like we're just going to put both talents up to 2 and then look to put both talents up to 3 so that we can start using them to fuel otters if we should draw an opt
Yeah,
or stock.
he doesn't have time to mess around with that stuff with these restless anchorages. Ham's at 8.
Here's stock up. Robert's firmly in the driver's seat, though he is low on life. I think Ham's best way to win here would probably be VV Ornithera. All right. Not going to go for the basic kill. Instead, we're going to impend another Overlord. This gives us a little defense if anything tricky should come from Ham's side, but a couple more attackers in the air as well, and it looks like we're probably going to attack for lethal next turn with the Flyers.
Yeah.
Ham draws for turn. Does a Bug Eye. Plays Vivi. 3 life does Gabriel Roberts have. Let's see if he has a counterspell. No. Sleight of hand.
Gabe does have a get lost, so yeah.
All right. That should probably end it. But 2 map tokens for Ham. Sleight of hand resolving. Flood Mop or the Quarry Land. Takes the Flood Maw. And says go. At 8 life, if Roberts fires up 2 of these creature lands, he threatens lethal, but Ham does have a way to stop for 1 more turn. Would need maybe stock up into Vivi, Sleight of Hand, or similar.
You need quite a sequence of draws. I don't think there's a single card that gets him out of it.
Okay. Roberts fires up the lands. Attacks for 8 and 2 maps. Bounce on a 2/1 token coming. Let's see if Roberts has negate or similar. No. 6 damage comes across. Dillingham down to 2. Says go.
I think
All right. Ham packs it in. Game 2 goes to Gabriel Roberts. Even it up 1-1. Well fought, both sides. Fun games.
Yeah. Pretty big difference between games 1 and game 2. Game 1, Ham really came out aggressively. He was playing from ahead, playing downhill, and especially with the unanswered Vivi, was able to run away with it rather quickly. Game 2, Roberts did a much better job of containing what threats Ham presented. Notably, Ham didn't present as many early threats, and so he was able to, have a lot of resources into the mid game. Got into a sticky spot with the Ral. But because Ham's life total was so low, and I think that really bad sequence with the Thunder Trap Trainer couldn't quite close the door, and Roberts was able to stabilize.
All right, these players are checking their sideboards again. We're not going to go over their sideboarding again. We're just going to talk about what's happened so far today. We are down to our last 4 teams, fighting it out for $5,000 in cash and prizes. The winners of today's event, all 3 of the winners of the winning team will qualify for the Star City Games Regional Championship coming up soon, as well as the Apex Invitational later this year. I know that many of the players that we're seeing in the feature match area already qualified for the Apex Invitational, but I'm curious how many of them are qualified for the regional championship. This is a big qualification match here. This one and the next one too.
And this is like week 1 of the new season.
Yeah. And I know that there's multiple RCs to qualify for each season too, right? There's
Yeah,
a couple.
2.
As these players are shoveling up, I'd like to take this time to say thank you to the sponsors of Apex Con and the Apex Invitational Series. We are sponsored by Ultimate Guard, the industry leader when it comes to TCG supplies, from the Katana sleeve to the Archive deck box. Make sure to check your local game store for Ultimate Guard products today. We also are sponsored by Once Upon a Galaxy, the brand new auto battler from creators like Luis Scott Vargas, Matt Place, and Sam Pardee, is blasting off. Check your phone's app store and download Once Upon a Galaxy and play for free today. It's an extremely fun game that's easy to learn but can get very deep. I haven't hit 10 wins yet. I'm trying. I'm a novice.
I believe in you.
I'll get there soon enough. We're also sponsored by Moxfield, but I'll leave that for next time. Let's head on back down to the match and watch. Game number 3 between these two players. Now, the winner of this match not necessarily going to win the whole match. This is a team event, so we're looking for best 2 matches out of the 3. We don't have results for the other 2 matches yet. I believe they're both still playing. A lot of on the line for these games, but a loss is not a knockout.
Do have results from our backup match,
Nice.
however. Team 2308 taking down Team Pro Tour MH3 and Richard. So Chris Eiler, Derek Davis, and Richard Adams being felled in the semifinals here after an undefeated run through the tournament thus far. And it's going to be Justin Sau, Chris Hafner, and Zachary McAdoo awaiting the winner of this match in our final. Congrats to them.
Yeah, Hafner, no slouch, plays on the Apex series all the time. Picked up a couple of newer teammates. We usually see him play with some of the other regulars around here. Is McAdoo's a regular, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. But congrats to them for making the finals, and they got one more match for ultimate victory in this post-rotation first standard event. Team Trios, 5K. Robert's going to be on the draw here for game number 3 and takes a mulligan. We're going to start off with Ham, leads Thundering Falls. Says go. Roberts with an island pass.
Interestingly, Roberts put Meticulous Archive on the bottom from the tuck, so I imagine he has some one-mana piece of interaction, and yeah, that is in a null.
Yep. I think he's got a Spell Pierce hanging out too, so maybe he wants to save that for a stock up.
Yeah, but a null on Storm Chaser's talent works just fine.
Agree. A null, a nice little reprint. This we've seen multiple times this weekend already, and we know Ham has, 3 in his sideboard?
He has 3, Roberts has 2. This is going to be a staple card, so pick up your Urza Saga copies now.
Opt on the inset for Ham and go back to turn 3 and see if he's got a VV. We're going to go for Astrologian's Planessphere. Roberts has the answer. Spell Pierce takes it down. Ham getting dismantled by 1-mana counterspells.
So the early pressure that was very important for Ham in Game 1 now being very cleanly answered by Roberts in Game 3. A null and Spell Pierce taking out the Storm Chaser's talent and the Astrologian's Planessphere. Roberts now going to pull ahead with a stock up.
Yeah, stock up being cast and Ham with a visible frown. If you're a Roberts fan, you gotta love to see it. Top 5, I'm gonna put 2 in hand. It looks like he did bring in the Tidebinders. He has Tidebinders sideboard, Azorius?
Yeah,
Okay, looks like 2 Tidebinders, a Get Lost,
he has 3.
a Beza, and a Plains is my view. Now the fields are down, so Ham can land something like Rao Crackling Wit here and put some serious pressure on Roberts, and we'll see if he's got that or some other potent 4-drop while the no counter spells are at the ready. Here's another Planessphere. Is going to create a hero, and now instead of prowess, it gets +1/+1 counters. Sleight of hand trigger, +1. Top 2 cards coming. See the Furnace and a land. We'll see if he needs that 4th land or if he wants to take the potential draw removal spell. Okay, back Robert's way. Found ports the land.
Yeah, it looks like a hand of removal. I see a lot of white cards for Roberts.
It says go.
Interesting.
Doesn't want to deploy the Beza, wants to get more value out of it. Doesn't want to deploy the sweeper effects to just kill one creature. All right, Ross, let's talk about this. So this is not the first time. This is the second time I've seen Ham attack and then play opt inside combat. What is the reason he would be doing that? Trying to bait Roberts into playing a removal spell or something?
Elspeth Smite.
Ah,
That's the one.
wants him to walk right into it.
Yep.
All right. Planisphere comes across, deals 3 damage, and Robert's here on the incept going to make a fish. Ham with a full grip. Missing some land drops. And Roberts just passes back.
So no real punish for Ham missing these land drops. He's going to have time to draw into them, work his way back into this game after a pretty ugly start.
Now Robert's going to chump with the fish and attempt to sacrifice it to draw a card. Ham says that's fine.
Very slow card advantage engine for Gabriel Roberts, drawing a card every other turn.
Here's Thundertrap Trainer coming down post-combat, top 4. Hopefully it doesn't whiff again. I see a couple more Planispheres, a Vivi, and a land. We're going to take a Planisphere and see if he wants to cast it or hold up mana. Size hold up mana, maybe for a potential counterspell, maybe to play around sweepers.
And Roberts knows there are some counterspells, but not many. Just 2 copies of Disdainful Stroke for Dylan Ham after sideboarding. But if he goes for something like an Ultima and gets that stroked, it could go a long way towards losing this game.
All right, land number 6 for Roberts comes down and passes back once again. So Ham going to go back his way. See if he can actually apply some pressure here. It's going to be difficult. Roberts has the Robodope with the fish block every other turn if he wants. He could technically do it every turn if he wants, but trying to get that extra card advantage out of it from the Fountain Port sack. All right, here is a Get Lost. I'm not sure if he's targeting the Planisphere or the hero token. Looks like we're targeting the hero token. Gonna get 2 maps, deal 1 damage. Now we can move the Planisphere if we want, or we can just do some mapping. Map 1 reveals an island. Ham plays it. What's a winning game look like here for Dylan Ham, Ross?
It, I think, is going to end with a Steaming Sauna. We know that's in his hand, so I think it's about just keeping his head above water in this game, trying to whittle down some of Robert's resources, and finding a turn to stick that and ride the card advantage.
All right, Robert's going to make a fish on the instep and go back his way.
The other path is potentially getting a big tempo swing with a Disdainful Stroke on something like a Meringue River Regent, and that might allow Ham to go ham with these Planispheres.
Stock up's the cast for Roberts. We'll see if Ham has a response. Lets it go. Top 5 finds Ultima, Overlord of the Mistmoors, and a couple lands.
Teammates chiming in with some advice as to what to take off the stock up.
It looks like Matt Sims's match is over. We'll ask the spotter who took that one down and see if we can get an update on the match count. Because if Matt Sims won and Roberts wins this game, then their team wins the match. Found port the land for Roberts. I think he said go. Ham on the instep. Nothing. Untaps.
Okay, Ham really thinking it over here.
A lot to play around on the other side. But Roberts is doing a really great job of stalling, right? The fish, the life gain, the removal spells. This is all just trying to get Dylan to commit more and more so that the moment you draw Ultima and cast it, the moment you draw Split Up and cast it is maximum damage.
Yeah. I think both sets of matches, both sets of players are watching this match. So I think the other 2 matches have both finished.
Okay.
Which would suggest this game is decisive.
All right. Well, we'll just assume it is until we are told differently. Robert's going to draw a card after blocking with the fish. Takes 1 from the Thunder Trap Trainer down to 13. Ham going to move the Strolgen's Planessphere post-combat. Opt on top was the reveal from the map. Could start a chain next turn that makes the Planesspheres look very good. Roberts with a complete gripful. Split up. All your tapped creatures going bye-bye. Ham says that's fine.
Now, okay, going back. What can Ham do to rebuild? This is a tough spot for him because he's so far behind on mana. You know, this matchup really does often play out like a control mirror. Both decks don't run out of things to do. And you do sometimes run into the point where you're bottlenecked. Even in these turns where you have 5 or 6 lands and you're into the mid game, what you really need is 8, 9, 10 lands so you can start doing things like Steaming Sauna and leveraging Storm Chaser's talent and moving these plane spheres around so that you can grow your creatures in the way that you want to. So, meanwhile, Roberts is really able to leverage all of his cards. He's been able to use Fountain Port a ton, get a lot of value out of that land, and can deploy spells or find answers to things while also holding up interaction for future threats.
Here comes Biza. This is going to threaten to gain 4 life, Dylan, and be a 4/5. So Dylan says no thanks. Here is Disdainful Stroke.
And Robert so far has done a great job of navigating around one of the paths I outlined for Ham, which is the aggressive path. Doesn't run the Biza out until there's no battlefield. So if it gets stroked, it's just a 1-for-1 trade. You're not going to fall behind anything on the board. He found his split up. He used that to clear the creatures. So he's set on that axis. Now he just has to try to cut off Ham's sources of card advantage. Target those stock ups. Target Storm Chaser's talent. Target Steaming Sauna. Those are the things that you don't want to stick around in this game if you're Gabriel Roberts.
Here's Storm Chaser's talent, and that's going to resolve. It brings an Otter and a threatening aura along with it. For 4 mana, he can put it to Chapter 2 and get something back from the graveyard. That's something he can do later, but for now, he's going to hold up 4 mana. Maybe some counter spells on the horizon.
Roberts does have a Get Lost in hand, so that might be his plan for dealing with the talent, even though it gives up a little bit of value. He just doesn't care about the Otter prowess token very much and would rather save counter spells for something like a stock up or a Ral.
Looks like we picked up another Biza. Taps forward as Roberts. Here it is. Just going to gain 4 life, but that's pretty threatening. Ham has Tishana's Tidebinder, so that's going to come down to counter the triggered ability if it resolves.
Yep. Biza's still a 4/5, still the biggest thing on the board, so if I'm Roberts, this is not concerning at all.
Right. And it looks like teammate Matt Sims is going to say, please go for the Overlord of the Mistmoors, and we're going to impending it. A null is the cast from Ham, and the gate stops it. So Roberts coming out on top, but shields are down.
Yeah, very aggressive move from Gabriel Roberts, which is a scary position to be in as a control player, but you got to figure that there's not a lot Ham can have here.
I also say play your counterspells when you can in some spots like that, especially if it allows you to gain some amount of board dominance. Obviously, something pretty bad can happen, but Negate's not going to stop Vivi, right? It's not going to stop some of the worst stuff that can happen.
Big turn for Dylan Ham. He's behind significantly on the battlefield, needs to find a way to catch up there and catch up on cards.
All right, here's a VV.
That can help him do both of those things. See a split up in Robert's hand, so he might be on the plan of attack with my creatures and split up for untapped post-combat, and that could really give him a stranglehold on this game.
Split Up has looked very strong today, and I think it's going to end up being a major player in this format now that we've lost Temporary Lockdown. We gained a similar version from Edge of Eternities, but it's not quite the same, right?
Yeah, it doesn't hit enchantments, so it doesn't hit the Storm Chaser's talents. It does hit Plane Sphere because it hits artifacts. It also... It's not an artifact itself, right?
I believe it is an artifact
Yeah.
itself, which makes it
Yeah,
more,
because they play it
a
in
bit
the
more vulnerable than
yeah.
something like Lockdown was.
Yeah, that's a huge problem. There's so many abrades around.
Hmm. All right. Well, we have a Plane Sphere attached to a Vivi Ornithare and a passing of the turn from Dylan Ham. So 1 mana available. Curious what it's going to be used for.
This is lining up quite well for Roberts to split up. I think I might have not sent in the fish.
Yeah.
This is a pretty big tell that there's a split up coming, and Dylan might block differently as a result. I think if you don't send in the fish, it conceals the split up.
All right. Well, we're going to draw a card off of Fountain Port.
Yeah, and if you were going to sack the fish to the fountain port anyway, there's no real point in attacking with it.
And Split Up is the cast after combat. Robert's going to destroy all untapped creatures. Let's get Split Up on the screen since we've been talking about it so much today. This powerful card from, I believe, Duskmourn, House of Horrors or whatever, is going to 3 mana destroy one of either all tapped creatures or all untapped creatures. Excellent against some of the aggressive decks in the format that just try to bum rush you. But we can generate weird boards like this where we can declare attackers with all of our stuff and then dumpster all of our opponent's creatures. And it resolves.
Yeah, speaking of dumpstering creatures, that's what Ham does.
All right, and still 3 mana at the ready for Roberts, so this is bad news for Ham. Let's see what he's got.
He's behind on board. He's behind on cards. He still has that Overlord to think about that is going to be looming over this game and coming
It's
down in a couple turns.
Impending.
Just a lot of things for Ham to be worrying about. He's never really gotten a foothold in this game. He's always been a little bit behind. Hasn't really been able to get back to parity even. This is Roberts, I think, has navigated this game beautifully. Really leveraged the power of Fountain Port. That card has been activated 6, 7 times in this game.
Yeah, it's been wonderful. Reminds me a lot of, is it going to date me maybe a little, but Kel Jordan Outpost.
Kildoran.
There's a J in there, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's why you do the Kiel,
Yeah, sorry.
like in Fjord.
Sure. It's a made-up card. I can say however I want. Roberts draws No More Lies.
Which is honestly pretty good. Ham, on 6 mana, should be pretty easy to get value out of a mana leak.
Mm-hmm.
There's an Elspeth in Robert's hand. That'll play.
Here she comes. Let's get this new Elspeth on the screen. Haven't seen too much of it in Standard. I know that most of the white decks play it, those token style strategies. It's great for getting back the Caretaker's talents and things like that. Here it's going to play a really nice little control role, making some tokens, I believe, but kind of get an idea of what Roberts wants to do with it in a moment.
Surprised Gabriel wouldn't leave the Fountain Port untapped at this point. Oh, he's just going aggressive.
Oh, yeah. All right, so this is the other Elspeth. This is the one that puts a counter on all your stuff, and they all
Yeah,
get
this
fly.
is the good one.
Yeah.
So
Sorry.
9 in the air.
Sun and some storms.
That puts Ham to 7, which is a little awkward because Roberts has 6 in the air next turn without the Elspeth factoring into the equation. I was expecting one turn of make a couple soldiers, attack you for 8, next turn jump everything.
Just get her dead.
Maybe also make a couple fish.
Opt on the instep from Ham. Was considering maybe holding it to get some extra triggers out of Prowess or the Astro, but gonna go back his way.
Oh, Ham went to 5 from that attack. Okay, that makes a much bigger difference. So now the Elspeth is immaterial in Roberts having lethal. So Ham now has to answer the insect tokens first, and they're the least threatening overall cards on the board. He has to think about the Beza as well, the Elspeth, the Overlord that's going to be off impending next turn. I think this is just too much for the Is It Prowess deck to handle, and it's going to be Gabriel Roberts taking down this match and sending his team to the finals.
Yeah, and while it may look like, oh, Roberts did the traditional control thing, I think that this game was really won in the early turns with the one-mana counterspell battles. A Null on an early Storm Chaser's talent and Spell Pierce on an early Astro just completely reshaped the entire game.
It's what freed up Roberts to leverage the fountain port
Yes.
that I talked about. He wouldn't have had the luxury of extracting that value from the fountain port. He would have had to do other things to stop the early pressure from Dylan Ham. But because of those early counter spells, it opened up several turns for the fountain port to do its work. And Roberts just put on a clinic with that land.
All right, well, it's not over yet. Astro equips, and we're going to play a Sleight of Hand. Top two are Enduring Curiosity and a Route Crackling Wit. I don't think either of those are going to be cast this turn, but Dylan just really needs an answer to at least one of these moths. Here's a Roaring Furnace. Robert says, no, negate it. Could have played No More Lies, but says, no, this is negate time.
Yeah, he still has no more lies for any other follow-up, creature or not.
Attack for 3. Or 5, excuse me, because of the prowess, and Elspeth is now down.
But that just doesn't matter. Ham's at 5.
Yeah, facing down three attackers, and any combination of 2 is lethal. Ham sees the writing on the wall. Gabriel Roberts and their team of Roberts, Sims, and William Russell take it down. And that'll be your other finalist. So, do we know who won the backup match? It was Justin Sal, Chris Hefner, and Zachary McAdoo. And they're going to be battling it out against Matt Sims, Roberts, and Russell.
Yeah, and the crazy part about this matchup, we got 6 players in this final, 3v3. None of them are playing an Izzet deck.
No shot. Seriously?
Two Gruul decks, a Dimir deck, a Naya deck, an Azorius deck, and a mono white deck.
Okay. Well, I thought Izzet was going to reign supreme, but looks like it is no longer in the event, and these last 6 decks are looking to crown a champion. Let's head on back to the booth. Hello and welcome back to live coverage of the Apex Gaming $5,000 Team Standard Open here in sunny Caldwell, Ohio. I'm Todd Tandy Anderson, joined by Corey B. Say hi, Corey.
What's up?
We have just 2 teams left playing it out in the finals. We're going to crown a champion here and give them some tickets to the Regional Championship and the Apex Invitational later this year. Show them this Bright Glass Gear Hulk playmat real quick.
Yeah, let's check this out. It's pretty gorgeous.
Yeah, our 3 champions all each receive this Bright Glass Gear
there we
Hulk
go.
playmat. This is a custom playmat that we were able to produce, and we hope to give away those 3 soon to the very deserving winners and the people that we're going to be watching to see who we crown as champion. We're going to be on the play here. Team number 4 seed, team 2308. That's going to be Justin Sal, Chris Hefner, and Zachary McAdoo. That's 2 red base aggro decks and a blue-black mid-range Kaito deck.
Is that good to be on the play?
Pretty
That
good.
seems pretty good, yeah.
Pretty good. I do want to note we are going to be watching Justin Sal. His red deck actually features Leyline of Combustion, the very powerful double spell Leyline that...
Resonance, but close enough.
Excuse me. Excuse me. No, you're right. And this was the one that essentially doubles every spell when you target one of your own things, so it creates these really powerful combo kills out of nowhere. If you start with one of those, your deck just plays completely differently than if you don't start with one of those.
100%. And it's a card that just always kind of pops up, wins a tournament, and then no one plays it ever again.
Yeah.
It's always strange to me, but
you need a
it's
strong
so...
stomach.
You really do.
To be able to play with a card like the Leyline, it's
You
just
gotta
like...
accept that variance and lean into it.
Yeah.
You know, I love it.
All right.
I would never play this deck in a million years, but I love it. Not my style.
On
you
the
know?
other side of the table, it's going to be Team Handsome Men in Space, and that's going to be Matt Sims, Gabriel Roberts, and William Russell. They're going to be on a Naya Una deck, blue-white control, and mono-white tokens, respectively. All right, well, the players are just about ready in the feature match area. So we've talked about the decks a little bit. We talked about the matchups a little bit. This one we're going to be watching the red deck just absolutely run roughshod over Matt Sims' Naya Una deck if he doesn't have the early removal.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very key, and I think the main new card to kind of highlight is Hemosymbic Might. I'm sure I'm butchering that, but the card that's extremely powerful. Whenever it becomes tapped, another creature you control gains +X/+X, where X is this creature's power.
Yeah.
So if you can boost this, it's going to boost something else. It kind of carries over power like that. Does some absolutely busted things. with the right kind of draw.
Yeah, especially with
Yeah.
the ley line, right? You could make it 7, you attack, it's 7 on this other one.
7 on other things, carry the 3.
Yeah. Who needs
yeah.
Monstrous Rage? No one even needs it. Who cares?
Exactly,
Get it out of here. Get it out of here. All right, well, it's time for the finals, so let's head on down. The team of Justin Sal, Chris Hafner, and Zachary McAdoo is going to be on your left. We're going to be watching Justin. He's the one closest to us, I believe. On your right is Sims, Roberts, and Russell. Okay, 4C, Justin Sal on the play. Let's see if this ley line deck is the real deal or a flash in the pan. Maybe he's been carried all day. Who knows?
Maybe. All I know is Justin probably hasn't played as much like per minute of Magic. You know,
Yes.
no matter what, winning quickly or losing pretty quickly. The one thing I will say about Matt Sims' list is also has a little bit of spice. 4 Seam Rip instead of that Torch the Tower slot. So Seam Rip with Yuna seems awesome. You know,
Yeah,
another
especially
card
when
you
you're
can bring back.
milling over
like-
stuff too.
Yeah, you get
Yeah.
to bring it back with Yuna if you got nothing else, and just kill a big 2-drop that maybe Torch couldn't. Fear missing out, something like that. So I like it. I like it. Some
Everyone
spice.
loves a good portable hole.
Exactly.
This is
And
a portable
Hole-
Steam Rip.
But, I mean, this is truly better than Portable Hole in this deck, as it has a little
Corey.
extra synergy. So,
Corey.
oh, we're cooking.
We're
We'll all shut up. We got ley line here,
Yeah, here's ley line.
but no 1-drop, which is very, very key.
Maybe only has 1 creature. It's a very common play from these infect style of decks if you only have 1 creature to play it when you have mana to protect it with
Yeah.
Royal Treatment or something similar.
Yeah.
But here we're just going to go ahead and suspend a Slick Shot Show Off, or plot a Slick Shot Show Off. And if Matt doesn't have an instant speed answer, he might just die next turn.
And Todd, remember how I said it's pretty cool to be playing some new edition like Seam Rip instead of Torch? Not against this card.
Not against my man Slick Shot.
Not against the old plotted, hasty creature that's about to just murder you. And
Well,
just,
thank you,
just
Slick.
look at the look on Justin's face. It's like, do you want to tap out? Like, wouldn't recommend it. I know I at least saw 1 spell of a turn inside out, so that would already represent a ton of damage.
All right, let's see if Sims has an instant speed answer here. It looks like a Cavern of Souls to go along with that tap land, and we're going to tap out for the I've said this
Dredger's
card.
Inside.
Dredger's
yeah.
Inside. I've said this card name 15 times a day.
Yeah, and
All
we'll
right.
see if Matt, is already heading to game number 2 here, as Justin can do some stuff.
Yeah, Inside Out is 9, right?
Inside Out would be 6 from the spell, and then +2 from Slick Shot plus the 1. So yeah, 9 in total. And if it dies, you double manifest, I guess. So we'll need, some more than that.
All right, well, let's see what Justin wants to do. If he has Wild Ride, he can also give haste to something from hand, which
Yup.
would be kind of powerful. Here's Slick Shot.
There's probably a lot of combinations that make this a turn 3 win. So,
All right, here's Wild Ride.
I mean, that's... Yeah, +6, 1 prowess. That is the 9. There's turn inside out. And that forest might be the problem here.
There's another Turn Inside Out. Or that's Turn Inside Out plus Wild Ride.
So
Okay.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 damage, I believe.
Let's see. Is that just, that's it.
I mean, that's got to be Snakeskin Veil.
That's
Plus
just
17,
lethal.
18,
This
19.
is 1,000.
Is that 20?
It's 1,000. It's 6, 12, 13 plus 6 is 19 plus the 2 of the, I guess that's Royal Treatment would be my guess. It should
Or
be
it could be,
21.
it could be Snakeskin Veil or Royal Treatment.
Yeah, I think it's lethal no matter which one it is. Justin's out with a turn 3 kill. Ley Line of Resonance. Absolutely dumpster Matt on turn number 3. Just dead.
Through the gaining of 1 life, I believe he was at 21. So, okay. Okay.
All right, well, look, maybe we picked the most lopsided match in history. But I would love to go over the sideboard here for Matt Sims' Naya Unideck and see if he's got any instant speed stuff to interact with these plotted Slick Shot show-offs. That was disgusting.
No kidding. Yeah, really had to have some interaction there, but to be fair, just didn't have the ability to have anything that turn. There was nothing available besides the 2 Get Lost in the deck that could have prevented him from dying there. That just kind of shows game 1 when you're on the draw, maybe a little rough. But some cards we want to bring in. We got a Braid, Get Lost, Exercise. My brain's basically only going to things that cost 2 or less because, well, you're not going to get any other turns. So There's also heritage reclamation that you could bring in to
Yeah.
deal with Leyline.
I like
You
it.
know, why
I mean,
not?
you got to get Leyline off the table. If it comes down, it's so scary.
Exactly. And then you can still bring in Day of Judgment, that kind of thing.
Right.
And there is some of the bigger stuff that you just don't really need in the deck. The Bahamut, Knights of the Round. Who cares about that?
Yeah, you're fine if Yuna gets back portable hole, right? Like
Yeah.
if a Seam Rib's coming back from the graveyard with Yuna, that's good enough.
Yeah, or God forbid, a red Overlord to win. So, I mean, I think this match that we're going to see, it's just going to be a lot of lopsided games, whether,
One way
you know,
or
it is Justin winning or getting smashed.
Yeah.
From not having that type of draw. So, impressive stuff.
All right. Well, on the other side, Justin is up a game with his red Leyline deck. Anything in the sideboard that's particularly for anti-control?
I mean, if it was anything like that match, don't sideboard and just resubmit. No, it's something we want to bring. There is Heritage Reclamation if you want to deal with some of the different enchantment spells like Seam Rip to be able to deal with those.
Yeah, it's enchantment-based deck. I like
yeah,
disenchants in general.
Not bad. Not bad for sure, but I could definitely see just trying to stay as aggressive as possible.
Yeah.
For sure, if Justin were to lose the game when he's back on the play, forget all the reactive stuff. Just do that again.
All right. What's this opera love song I'm singing in the sideboard?
Yeah, just the ability to draw some extra cards, play a little bit of a longer game, pump 2 creatures, which is important, but it seems okay. Yeah, I can see you bringing it in. I can see you not.
Okay.
Perfectly reasonable.
As these players are shuffling up here for game number 2, that game was faster than the shuffling in the mulligans. So let's take some time here to say thanks to our sponsors while we have a moment. Thanks to SpiceRack.gg. They're a wonderful piece of software for running events. If you are looking for a tournament near you to play, check out SpiceRack.gg. And if you'd like to run tournaments yourself, well, we recommend using SpiceRack now. Ultimate Guard is the industry leader when it comes to TCG supplies. From the archive deck box to the katana sleeves, make sure to check your local game store for Ultimate Guard products today. We're sponsored by Moxfield.com. Moxfield is a great place to build and share decks with your friends. All of the deck lists that we have here on the Apex series are posted to our Moxfield page either day of or next day. Or next week, excuse me. And last but not least, we are sponsored by Once Upon a Galaxy, the new auto battler from great minds like Matt Place, Pro Tour champion, as well as Luis Scott Vargas, Hall of Famer.
Do you mean Matt Nass?
No, Matt Place.
Okay. I was like, is there 2 Matts? I was confused.
Yeah.
Okay.
They've had Matt Nass do a lot of playtesting with them and
Gotcha.
some work on it, but I think he's more of like a contractor
Okay,
situation.
gotcha.
Matt Nass did work on Storybook Brawl, which I think you probably have heard his name a lot when it
Definitely.
comes to these types of things.
Gotcha. That makes a lot more sense. Because I thought you were going to say he won a Pro Tour, and I was like, all right, this has got to be Matt Nass. All right, I'll shut up. You got it,
Did
Todd.
Party ever win a Pro Tour?
No, just seconds, right? Just a couple of seconds.
Yeah,
And I'm sure his buddy Matt Nass holds that over him now.
now.
Yeah.
Now after his recent win with an Overlord of the Boiler Bilges, or no, Overlord deck, right?
Yes,
What he's
exactly.
playing,
Domain. Yeah.
All right, so game number 2 about to be underway here. We'll have players shuffling up and drawing openers in just a minute. Matt Sims, Naya Yuna deck going to be on the play. We've seen Yuna quite a bit today. Is this the Black Splash version or is this straight up Naya?
Just the straight up Naya version here, which I do think I like a little bit more. You don't have to play a mana base that just looks horrendous, you know, like having to play
Starting town?
Yeah, the starting
Yeah.
towns and caverns. You know, cavern can just be good, and if you're playing against a lot of control decks, and a lot of control decks are in the meta, you know, you want to up your cavern count anyways. But you know, Black Overlord, you need it on turn 2 to be really effective, and
Yeah.
I didn't love that. So I like the list that Matt Sims has more than any other one, as the Seam Rips look better to me than Torch in other matchups. This one, maybe not so much.
All right, so Sims here going to keep an opener, but Justin, as is common with Leyline decks, is going to take a mulligan down to 6, and we'll see if he's able to open up with Leyline in his 6-card hand.
And that is the nice thing about these Gruul Leyline builds is sometimes you can either mulligan down to, 5 cards or whatever, and maybe you just don't have, even if you have the Leyline, you don't have the critical mass of cards to make it, a powerful spell. Then you can always, just put it on the bottom. Or if you play against heavy disruption decks, you can just side out the Leyline and play as a normal Gruul deck.
All right, mulligan here for Sal.
I see a Leyline in the back, so
I do too. I see a mountain as well, so might be a keeper. But
Oh.
no, says no, not
the
good
rest
enough.
of it was no good. Also, I like that magic hat there from Justin. I think that's a magic hat, right? It looks pretty
Yeah,
cool.
but like maybe it's an Orlando Magic
Yeah.
hat. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it might be.
Yeah.
The crossover we didn't know we needed.
All right, 5-card hand for Justin Sau. What does that have to look like for him to win this game?
You know, it's just gonna have to be one creature. You're gonna have to have something to protect it, like a snakeskin veil. And you know, Leyline would be nice, but maybe this is the point where you mulligan too far. You just need to win one of those games on turn 7 instead of going for the punch right away. But a pretty happy snap keep from Matt, even though his cards are making a frowny face. I think he's pretty happy inside with Justin going to 5 here.
All right, what's the name of the new card that's the green 1-drop that he's playing?
Yeah, it is, and I'm sure I'm butchering it, but it is the
Hemosymbic Might.
Hemosymbic Might. Yep.
Okay, let's get Hemosymbic Might on screen if our director can find it.
I mean, it is a spicy one. Being able to go turn 1 that, turn 2 Paw Patch Recruit, and then Wild Ride your Might. No, I guess you have to do it the other way around. You have to go
Okay.
Paw Patch first, then the Might, and then give the Might haste. Then
Yeah.
all of a sudden you attack for 8. I mean, that's pretty spicy.
Yeah, I mean it's a potentially really powerful opening creature in a deck like this, and we'll see if he has it.
Nope, not quite. There's
That's
the
the other
Valley
one.
Might Caller, the Bloomborough rabbits and bunnies, raccoons and squirrels. Oh my!
So whenever any of those interplay, you get a 1/1 counter on Valley Might
Yep.
Caller. So
Absolutely.
okay, gonna go back to Sims. Just had the Lush Portico put looks like Cavernous Souls into the graveyard with it. We'll see if he has any interaction here. With only 5 cards starting, Justin Sau's got a pretty tough road ahead of him, but we have a lot of fight in us.
And I would assume there's no way for Matt to lose on turn 3 with this start. You know, I'd be happy to be wrong here and see Justin pop off again, but it seems unlikely to me.
We're going to plot Slickshot Show Off again, valuing the ability to play around that sorcery speed removal. This is open deck list, so we know Matt has those seam rips as opposed to Torch the Tower, at least in the main deck. And Justin going to try to play around those sorcery speed cards best he can.
So we have at least one Get Lost here, so Matt can, you know, at least fight the good fight here and have some interaction. But, you know, if Matt just leaves up mana, Justin has the opportunity to just be like, well, I'm not going to take this off plot, and I'm going to attack for 1 and maybe do a little bit more setup, and you kind of get to dance around, and hey, it's exactly what's happening. So we'll see. But Justin can also put the Slick Shot into play if you have something like what we just drew, Overprotect.
Okay, we'll see if Sal wants to cast it. The Slickshot is currently
The patience.
plotted. Mm-hmm.
The patience. And I mean, that makes sense. If that's all Justin has is the Overprotect, no third land, you don't want to play Slick Shot, just attack for 2, and then if Matt does what he should do, waits till end step to get lost it, you get the Overprotect, you don't get the damage in, and then you untap and deal with the creatures. Nightmare scenario in Justin's dead.
That's a great point, though. One of the ways you fight these like heroic infect, like one creature protection style decks, is you don't usually want to make fights on the pre-combat or during combat steps,
Yep.
because often the pump spells are protective spells, and so you get dealt more damage.
Exactly. I feel like Tom Ross made his living off people trying to interact with him in combat instead of waiting to the end, you know?
Absolutely.
For anyone who doesn't know, the poison style deck. Similarities are definitely there with this Gruul Leyline.
I made a lot of money farming Tom with Is It Staticaster.
There you go. There you go. I like that. All right, and the nice little play there, being able to get that,
Questing Druid.
yeah, seek the beast, get a couple cards. And hey, when you hit land and a spell that you can play, you know, that's not like Snakeskin Veil, something where you're having to, you know, play it immediately, that ends up being pretty nice.
All right. Well, we find 2 playable cards off of the Seek the Beast, one of which is the new Might, and the other is a third land. And so we're going to cast the Might and then pass the turn back after attacking for 1. We're going to go back to Matt Sims. What's the draw of this 1-drop, Valley Might Caller? Because are there tons of frogs and other things in his deck, or does it just work with Paw Patch Recruit?
Frog, rabbits, raccoons, and squirrels. I think it just looks like we need 1-drops. Because, yeah, there is nothing
Okay.
but the Paw Patch.
Interesting.
I'm also noticing a little bit of synergy here, which is nice with Wild Ride and this Might. If you harmonize with the Might, even if it doesn't have haste, you know, you get to then pump another creature, which is pretty spicy.
Mm-hmm.
I see what you're doing, Justin.
All right, so Get Lost takes care of the Might on the end step, and so 2 map tokens for Justin. Matt playing this really slowly, holding up mana, doesn't want to die to Slickshot Show Off. I think, honestly, I'm way more scared of dying to Slickshot when there's a ley line on the
Oh,
battlefield,
for sure, yeah.
as opposed to, well, it's kind of naked right now, is what I
Yeah.
would say. And Matt maybe could have spent the previous couple turns actually tapping out to like progress his board if he had something like that.
Yeah.
And then he gets to maybe untap with a creature in play or something similar, and then start holding up the removal spells. Sometimes you get punished and die immediately, but we'll see.
Yep. Nope, definitely different areas to attack there. And we see Yuna in hand for Matt, but no enchantments in the yard unless one's off cam.
All right, tag for 2 coming. We got to see an inside out on the top of the deck. Here's a Get Lost, and Justin has huge incentive to play Overprotect here to deal massive damage.
Yeah, and that's the question. Do you just let it go and try to wait? And Justin's being very patient here, which, you know, that's a scary player to me when you have this hyper aggressive deck and a player who shows this kind of patience and resolve. Like, if I'm playing against a Gruul Leyline deck, I want them to be jamming all their spells, just trying to autopilot it. When you got a player that's patient with this kind of deck, it's a very scary thing.
I think it's pretty easy for Justin to be patient here too. He probably has one of his disenchants in hand, would be my guess, because he's not casting the Questing Druid either. He's not.
Yeah.
He's not playing these threats that are like fine to die, and he's holding up mana every single
I
turn.
think he has another Questing Druid, another Seek the
Mhm.
Beast in hand that
Perhaps.
he's looking to deploy, but yeah, you're right. Could be just very defensive here.
Sim's going to play the Dredger's Insight. Top 4 cards come off. Looks like a land.
Looks like it. Looks like a green-white Verge.
Okay. And that is the land Matt decides to play for turn.
So one Get Lost available, Yuna. And
Yeah.
it looks to me like that's the only removal spell, so we will see. Now it feels like it's the turn. Okay. I guess not.
Next turn is the turn.
Next turn, of course, is when it's the turn. Must not have a Questing Druid, so at some point you got to go for it. The longer these games go, it does get worse, you know? So there's a point when you're maybe too patient. Not saying Justin's there yet, but
Yeah.
possibility. As now, Nasty Yuna here is ready to go with some interactions. So, you know, we'll see if it's time to deploy and what Justin can actually have to interact with Yuna. And for 2 mana, it's not much. It's not much, that's for sure. I mean, yeah, the Heritage Reclamation exiled the target from the graveyard is the best thing that can be done. And even that's a turn 1, you know, a mini time walk through a Yuna. That's not the axes you want to really be fighting on.
4 mana here. No idea. It's a black card on my screen.
Overlord for sure.
Okay. Of the Bailmerk.
4 damage.
Boiler Bilges.
Yeah, I would assume.
All right, so Boiler Bilge is going to try to deal 4 to the Questing Druid. Justin going to play Turn Inside Out so that he gets 2/2 Manifest.
Yep.
Okay. So essentially just turning Inside Out into a Manifest.
Yep. Look like 2 lands there, so just a 2/2, nothing special. And now, I mean, I just said it last turn, but it feels like this is the turn. Okay, well, setting up a Leyline isn't the worst either, but maybe that's a bit of a trap.
Going for a map on this creature.
Okay, and kind of free there as you get a land to play. And all right, now is it time. That Leyline's really tempting to just attack for 2, play Leyline, say go, but could work out pretty poorly. I'm glad to see Justin not going for that.
All right, we're going to just go map, 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 it seems. We hit 2 lands so far.
Oof.
3 lands. Well, got them
Okay.
off the top of the deck.
Yeah,
Those are
hey.
going to be some really weak draws coming up. So
That was just pay 3 mana, draw 3. No big deal.
Attack for 2 comes across down to 15. Now remember, Justin's up a game. Started on 5 cards in hand this game. Now looks like he's back up to 7 cards. Can deploy Leyline next turn. Has this Slick Shot show off and plot. If Matt makes a wrong move, he might just die.
Yeah, I mean, if we would have looked at this game at the beginning with knowing Justin mulled to 5, this is a much better spot that he's actually in than I would have thought.
Matt playing very patiently, had to get lost. He does not deploy it on the 2/2, decides to untap. Looking for land number 7 so he can go for a Una plus interaction.
And I think he hit it. That looks
think
like a
so,
red-white
too.
verge.
Here it is. Leaves open 2 mana here.
Tough to not go for Una. We have Fear of Missing Out, plus that other enchantment in the yard.
Is it the new temporary lockdown?
Yeah, the Pinnacle Star Cage. A nice little spicy one.
Exiles artifacts and creatures with mana value 2 or less, so it doesn't hit enchantments.
Yup. So not amazing by any means, but, you know, it's kind of temporary lockdown. I would say at home, but I guess it is kind of a little bit of an upgrade. It has another ability. It's an artifact instead of... Oh, yeah, it's an artifact, so you can't bring it back with Una. Never mind.
Yeah, we do have a seam rip that we found here, and it looks like Sims is going to try to bring that back, but Justin may want to try to stop it if he has the Deliverance.
Does have the Heritage Reclamation.
Excuse me.
But...
Just going to let it go.
Yeah, and that's the problem is if you just leave 2 mana up to interact with Una, that's not enough. As now all the enchantments have ward.
Mm-hmm. Another leyline drawn.
Leyline. Okay, now do we have the time to play that many ley lines? Is really what it's all about.
I think so. I'll just play a leyline here. Just try to kill him next turn.
Yeah, or I mean, if you can kill Una in any way, that would be ideal, but I don't think Justin's deck does that very well.
Yeah, plus we recently rotated out Lithomantic Barrage.
Yeah, oh, Una rejoices.
So does Vivi, so does Kaido.
Yeah, yeah.
Lithomantic was doing some heavy lifting in the format.
That was a good magic card.
Justin plays a Paw Patch Recruit, no offspring. Screaming Nemesis. Okay.
Spicy. That will be a great card at shutting down the important part of Una.
Right, the lifelink.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, oh, this was incorrect order. If you just block with Una first and you force Justin to blink first, you can really clean this up pretty nicely. But as it stands now, you just overprotect it, I would assume. Maybe not.
I like Overprotect.
But yeah, if you block with Una, I mean, that's the problem.
Well, he just has Snakeskin Veil instead. So,
Okay.
Or is this Royal Treatment? But
Either
either way.
And yeah, you don't really want to block that one, as then you get that hidden emblem from the Screaming Nemesis. So Matt still online to be able to gain some life this turn.
And the only enchantment I see in the graveyard right now on Sims' side is the Fear of Missing Out. So the Una not quite as potent as it could be, but that can change in a hurry.
Definitely. But even just bringing back the Fear of Missing Out, you gain a life from the Dredgers. There's a great one. Esper Origins to gain a little bit more life. Ideally, put a big old enchantment into your yard.
Yeah, and if he finds it, which I think he found Overlord of the Mistmoors, we can put that right into the grave, and then Una puts it into play on the instep.
Yeah, and that would, I mean, Red Overlord for sure is going to kind of clean this up, but any Overlord would look excellent. And you get 4 looks at it. You can flashback the other side.
Yeah, good call. All right, we do put 2 into the graveyard. It's not an Overlord, it's another Seam Rip, and I can't quite make out that last card, but I think it might have been a Ghost Vacuum. But we're going to play the Esper again from the graveyard. This time it's going to come transformed. We're going to gain 2 more life again and Surveil 2. And so hopefully we put something big into the grave. Anything that's a weak draw. I mean, most things go to the graveyard here, right? All lands, all giant things, most enchantments.
Most of the time, yes, but if it's not an Overlord and it's like a land, sometimes you think about keeping it on top because you get that land for free. And if you put them both into the yard and then you flip over, get lost, you don't get that card added to your hand.
Good call.
But yeah, if you just really don't want to land anyways, might as well bottom it, try to hit something big. Either way, this is the tension spot of this finals here between these two. Is if Matt can have a good enough turn or put an Overlord in the yard, you got to think it's GG. So
All right, keeps both on top and puts a land in the hand with the Esper. And now Yuna's going to attack over for 3. Does Yuna herself have lifelink or grant
no,
lifelink?
Yuna does not. Yeah, just grants it to the other enchantments.
Trample, lifelink, and
I lied.
Guarantee.
Yuna does have lifelink.
Where's it hidden?
Only if it's on your turn.
Yuna and enchantment.
Yes. Yep, she absolutely does. Yuna
Okay.
can do everything.
All right, well, 2 mana up for Matt Sims. Looks like we're going to pass it back here.
She's a summoner and a healer in Final Fantasy X. I should have saw that coming, of course.
Let's see if she can summon a win here for Matt Sims. Down a game. Trying to close this one out. Brings back FOMO. We discard the land and draw. Didn't get a good look.
I didn't get a good look either, but something like a get lost there would have been amazing. But we'll see what we got. But now I believe Overlord was already ticked down, so we're at 1 with that. So now there's 2 blockers to get through. There's about to be a ley line and almost assuredly a slick shot. See if that is enough. 2 overprotects essentially is what we have on surface value right away. And is that enough? It might be 2 ley line, overprotect, and turn inside out. So if that's enough, which I don't, quick math says probably not, but
Yeah.
that's still pretty strong.
Okay, so if we're going to play Leyline here, I have to imagine the Slick Shot is cast first, right? You need that +2.
Yeah, you would think you want to get that going.
Justin trying to line up a kill here.
All the maths. I mean, if it's not slick shot show off time, it's, game 3 time. But that is definitely ley line, turn inside out, and I still believe we had an overprotect in the back, but I haven't seen it.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be, a solid +6 in trample. So anything that gets blocked, you can trample. And then turn inside out for the +6 as well. So we're adding 12 power, plus the slick shot would get +8 or 6.
All right, here's
That's
Slick Shot.
7.
Justin taps 4. Here's Leyline. We're off. We're off to the races.
Yep. So that's 7. 12, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26? 26 I'm counting with 7 toughness. Oh my goodness. We might have 19 damage here.
Yeah, if Sims does. I mean, he kept 2 on top, and he knew he was going to get 1 to hand, and then FOMO was going to draw the other. So you have to
Yeah.
imagine it's interaction. Right?
You would think so. Yeah, otherwise you'd want to gamble a little bit and try to hit something else. But yeah, it looks like Justin might just have, unless my math is wrong, which it easily could be. But this looks like 19 damage with 0 resistance. So any resistance would be plenty fine. And if we're not attacking with that, then it very clearly wouldn't be enough. But let's see.
Okay. Sending in the goons and Sims here. Gonna try to line up some blocks. Has 2 blockers with Esper and the Fear of Missing Out.
Yeah, that could be Heritage Reclamation in hand instead of Overprotect. Then we're very dead. Then we're very dead from Justin's side, but we'll see exactly what we're cooking with. And notably, these enchantments do not have lifelink on Justin's turn, which is a big deal.
Oh, that's very heads up, because
Yeah.
that was something I was about to comment
Yeah.
on. The lifelink. So this Esper 4/4 is going to jump in front of the 3/2 Rabbit. And we'll see if Justin has the kill through this without Sims having an answer.
So this is 7 damage.
All right. Blocks are declared. Justin. Gonna start with 1 red. Inside out, maybe?
Definitely turn inside out. And
And we get a copy as well.
so you could aim both of them at Paw Patch, like if we don't have the win, and then manifest twice. And still be able to kill this Saga.
This is a lot longer game compared to the last one.
Yeah, no kidding. These games get a little trickier when Justin doesn't have the thing, you know?
All right. Justin gonna think again. All right, here's turn inside out. It's going to be 1 on the Paw Patch and then 1 somewhere else with the Ley Line of Resonance.
Yeah, this definitely leads me to believe that we do not have Overprotect. As you really needed everything to be able to present lethal.
Well, the trick here is that Justin might have Overprotect, but if he wants to try to kill Matt, he needs to go first.
Yeah, yeah.
And
yeah,
he
you don't
really
wanna have
wants
to blink
Matt
first
to
here.
go first.
Yeah,
Because then the Overprotect counts as a protection spell as well.
exactly. And hey, Matt did it last turn where he kind of acted first here, and it didn't exactly work out.
Mhm.
But
All right,
we'll
so
see.
Justin is counting up damage, and this is like he wants to make sure he knows how much damage he's doing before he decides on playing this last spell.
Mhm.
So it's 4 from the Nemesis. It's currently 5 from the Slick Shot, and then 3 more from the Unblocked Inside Out. So that's 12. And so Overprotect is lethal.
Yeah. And here's the flip side, though. The Callous Sellswords, aka the Burn Together, can also win the game if you if you get too low. So that's the tough part, is you have to dance that dance. Okay, I don't want to lose when I had a removal spell. So I like this from Matt. He's like, if I'm not gonna die, I'm not going to blink first.
Okay, so we get to make a 2/2 here, and we get to put Wild Ride into the graveyard, so that could be good for next turn. And we know Justin's at 15. He's not dead next turn. We know that Matt can gain a bunch of life maybe,
Yeah.
but that's not losing the game. And Leyline can really do some sick stuff, especially if he finds something like Seek the Beast off the top, the Questing Druid.
True, true. And there is Leyline number 2. So you already have that available. But if Matt gets done tap, Matt gets to Fear of Missing Out on the Yuna to attack twice, almost assuredly Delirium there. So gains 6 off Yuna, +2 from FOMO, so gains 8. And I want to say that's a scroll shift. Is that in Matt's deck? If so, that looks quite good. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Scroll shift would have been pretty good.
Mhm.
Blink the Overlord, let's cook, but
I do like some Scroll Shift.
that might be Seam Rip's art.
I believe
Close,
so.
looks
yeah.
pretty close. New cards. But you're gonna have an Overlord as a blocker as well. Yuna can bring something else back if we got anything else, which doesn't really look like it at the moment, except maybe another Seam Rip, which is not nothing. Seam Rip is pretty nice here, as it can clean up the Manifest or the Slick Shot.
Mhm. Is that a Braid? So a Braid, I think, was the card that Matt put to hand. So he had the Slick Shot under control as long as he wasn't taking lethal before having to cast it. Here is Seam Rip, and it looks like we're going to target the ground creature instead of the Slick Shot show off.
Okay. Maybe looking to...
Maybe looking for a kill? Is there a kill that I
maybe.
missed?
I kind of doubt it. This deck doesn't really do that. There is Overlord of the Mistmore, which you can just, jam that off, put a bunch of power, attack with Yuna twice, and FOMO, and have just a bunch blocker. So, essentially, did not necessarily have to scroll shift that, but yeah, here we are.
Okay, 5 damage, gain 5, and then Yuna's going to get to attack again. So we're going to attack for 8 and gain 8 if that is the decision Matt wants to go for. It's going to put us up to 12.
And now, end step, if we do bring back the seam rip on the slick shot, I think the card is Heritage Reclamation in hand from Justin instead of Overprotect. Then that's actually not the worst because you do get to just kill the scroll shift or the seam rip
Yeah.
and try to go over the top.
Okay, here's a couple of insect tokens, the moths from the Overlord. And we know Matt's got an Aberrate in hand, I think.
Oh, okay.
And so might have this one locked up. Here comes
Yep.
the seam rip. That one's going to target the what you calls it?
The seam rip. So exiles that. No ripping of the seams.
Oh, once the unit targets it, yes, we exile it from the graveyard.
Yeah, you can't do anything else there. But there's the Abrade. Overlord, yeah, should be remember that.
Okay. Going back to
All
Justin,
right.
but we're all empty. We're all empty, Justin.
Okay.
Show me
Let's
the
see what we
money.
So there's Wild Ride in the yard. There's Leyline in hand, and then whatever else we drew. So let's see. Let's do some cooking. Another Leyline off the top. That is another Seek the Beast, though, so you can start with that. Seek the Beast, you might as well cast first, as it doesn't work with Leyline. It's not double it by any means.
All right, so Seek the Beast finds 2 green cards. One's a Paw Patch Recruit, the other one of those 1-drops.
A little bunny action. And yeah, with only Wild Ride in the yard, doesn't look possible here. Looks like, honestly, what we all want to see is Justin's Gruul Leyline deck on the play one more time. See if we're going to be playing 2 turns or a normal game of Magic.
Wild Ride grants haste, not trample, right?
Correct, yep.
Okay.
Just +3/+0 in haste. And with the Harmonize, doesn't look amazing.
Here's an attack for 4 with the Screaming Nemesis. I think Matt, pretty big incentive to just take it.
Yeah, I mean, that being said, you do have Leyline. I mean, we know the information of the 2 cards in hand for Justin are bad. But Matt doesn't know that.
Yeah, it has to be 8 damage worth of stuff, which is not impossible, but it's kind of
Yeah.
difficult with 1 card, so probably need 2 cards. I think the biggest thing is that you just lose the ability to gain life anymore if you block.
Yeah, but I think the game ends next turn with Overlord attacking twice. Yeah, I love 1 block like that.
Okay.
That I think is perfect. You force them to have a trample thing, so you don't just lose to turn inside out plus the Callous Sellsword fling at your face type combo.
Sure.
Well,
we get to deal 4 somewhere. We'll see. It's going to deal to Matt, so Matt's going to go down to 8 and can't gain life anymore. Can we put enough blockers into play to not be dead, or does Una grant trample as well?
I mean, regardless, and of course, Una does it all. Una gives trample, lifelink, Ward 2. You know, Una will do your shopping for you.
Yeah.
Una does your homework if you need it done.
Basically,
really
Chat
anything.
GPT.
Exactly.
All right, well, Justin probably doesn't know about the trample since we barely knew about it, and we've been staring at Una about 80 times.
Yeah, and the 4 damage from Overlord, that's going to get to deal its damage twice. We'll deal 8 and gain 8. So this should be the most overkill lethal ever here from Matt. And maybe we can get an update from the rest of our matches and see how the rest of the players are doing and see how much weight this game 3 is going to have.
All right, Matt Sims. Shields are basically down, brother. Send in the knuckleheads.
You got to think, what can Justin even have for 1 mana? Like Torch or Turn Inside Out? Either way, those don't seem great.
2 mana here for Sims. Going to deploy a FOMO before attacks. This is a free draw since no cards in hand.
One of my favorite cards in Standard at this point.
Very
I
cool.
love FOMO. It just does some nasty things.
All right, well, Justin says, you got this one. Let's move to the next game.
Yes. I mean, I want to see another game with Justin on the play. and just see how ridiculous of a draw we can have. And honestly, I want to remind everyone, Justin mulled to 5 there, and that game looked closer than it was.
Yeah, if you had one more pump spell instead of the disenchant anti-graveyard
Yeah.
card, that could have threatened lethal. Sims
Yeah.
played it really defensively, just
Agreed.
held up interaction as much as possible to defend against that slick shot show off, which
Yeah.
makes a ton of sense considering what happened to him in game 1 where he just straight up died on turn 3.
Yeah, and now I think if I'm Justin, I'm taking that card out. I'm going once again just full force, not
Yeah.
really caring about just a naturalize or whatever. It's one card that, if you top deck it when all you need is one pump spell, it just feels so bad. Maybe I'm wrong there. Maybe you still want to leave in a few, but I want to go as close back to my original configuration and just try to get him dead.
Are there any bad cards in his main deck in the matchup? I don't think so.
As far as Justin?
Yeah, is there anything that you definitely want to come out when you're playing this red deck?
Not really. This is like such a all-in deck that it's hard for any cards to be terrible, because they're all serving the purpose of, get them dead. Who's up in our game 2?
That's fine.
Okay.
Neither of our backup matches is finished. We do know that Hafner's match in the middle is in game 3, and the far back match is in game number 2.
So we're still cooking,
Yeah.
to say the least.
All of these matches have equal weight at the moment, and as they finish, we will try to update you as quickly as we know.
Heck, I love the finals, and I mean, this is for the qualification. Qualifying for these end-of-year tournaments. I always call it the carrot at the end of the stick. Whenever I can play a tournament and I can get that extra carrot, that other, exclusive tournament to play in, I'm always hyped about it. Always hyped.
The whole point of the carrot and the stick is that you never get the carrot, though.
Oh, okay.
It's like you hang it in front of the animal, and the animal keeps walking towards the carrot.
Just endlessly. I
Yes.
mean, honestly,
Yes.
I get it. I was always on a quest for the carrot, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I mean, I qualified for one of these Apex Invitationals once. I was unable
So you
to...
were eating?
Yeah, well, I didn't
You
get to
were
play.
truly
I
eating.
didn't get to play, so I
Oh.
never, that carrot still eludes me.
All right, well, players here are shuffling up for game number 3. This is the finals of our post-rotation standard trios $5,000 open here in Caldwell, Ohio. We're in game number 3. Justin Sau playing red-green with Leyline.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, both players have a little bit of spice. Gotta love it. Mulligans from both players. I would say that definitely favors Matt a bit. I would think if Justin can have that full 7, that's exactly the kind of thing he wants.
All right, I missed it. Are they both mulliganing? Or are they
Both
both
mulliganing,
Okay,
yep.
both going to 6. Cool. All right. So between these other two matches while they're shuffling, we got Hafner on red-green traditional mice on
Okay.
against blue-eye control. In that matchup, who do you think's favored?
I would think Gruul.
Especially on the play.
Especially on the play.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no lockdown anymore. And I would think if you can get a nice aggressive draw, it would favor Gruul. But probably not by a lot.
Mm-hmm. Both players looking at 6s here. We'll see if we're going to be keeping and if Justin has the evasive ley line of resonance.
We shall see. We shall see. Both players don't look exactly pleased.
Sim's already kept in his mind. He's figuring out what to put back.
He kind of does look that way. Yeah, Matt looks a little bit more hyped.
Okay. No ley line here
don't
from
see
Justin.
it. That's when you look at your opponent. Pre-game effects. No, thank God.
Ooh. No. Commercial district. If you're Matt and you see turn 1 commercial district, aren't you just like fist pumping? Like,
Yeah.
thank God.
You're like, absolutely, the district resolves. And now you know, Justin, I guess we kept it on top, so it's probably not a ley line, but you always draw the ley line right after,
Oh,
right?
yeah. Oh, yeah. If you put it in the graveyard, the ley line was definitely a next.
100%. Yeah. Looks like a nemesis.
Okay, Stomping Grounds, lane number 2 for Justin. We'll see if he's got a creature to deploy. It's a slick shot show off on plot once again, so valuing that instant speed threat and forcing Matt to have instants interact with it.
Yeah, when your opponent's playing portable holes,
Yeah.
essentially, I'm not going to risk my slick shot. I do think people, on average, kind of plot that a little bit too much.
Agreed.
You know, sometimes you got to jam. Every point matters with these kind of decks, but
Mm-hmm.
this is not a situation where I would think that is the case.
All right, Sims, second land, red, white, Verge. Going to deploy Dredger's Insights. Top 4 coming off.
Well, last time in this scenario, Matt died, so
Yeah.
well, I don't think that's going to be the case this time, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's Slick Shot Show Off. Maybe Callous Sellsword Burn Together type of deal seems
Yeah.
happening. But here comes Screaming Nemesis, attacking for 3.
I was wondering if he wanted to get the other creature going as well, but
That's what I
you know,
thought too.
once again, same thing. The Portable Hole-esque card, our new card, Seam Rip, doesn't hit Screaming Nemesis, so it's a dead card outside of the plotted creature. So once again, agree with Justin.
Matt here. Tap into, I believe this is Esper Origins.
Yep.
So we're going to gain 2 and surveil 2, and then we can play it from the graveyard next turn, assuming we hit our land drops over the next 2.
Yeah, and that's all fine and good. Solid card, don't get me wrong, but
Gotta
You know,
kill them creatures,
you
bro.
gotta deal with them creatures. If you got a 4-mana 4/4, even if it's cantripping, drawing you a card, sometimes that's not enough. This feels like the turn for Justin.
Okay, what can you do, Justin? Shields are down. They've been down 2 turns in a row.
I think I saw at least one overprotect, so you can at least hold that up defensively.
Now, are there any sweepers in Matt's deck that you have to be afraid of? Are there Day of Judgments hanging out anywhere?
Nothing in the main. And sideboard, we have a couple split ups, which, you know, your cards are tapped quite often, as well as one Day of Judgment. So there's definitely sweepers, and they're definitely coming in.
Okay.
Also tough to be like, all right, I'm going to play a hasty threat and not get in there. You know, like, Justin's deck is all about aggression.
Okay, here's Paw Patch Recruit with Offspring. We're going to get some more pressure down. Not deploying the Slick Shot Show Off just yet. Going to wait for a big turn, maybe post sweeper. Maybe when Matt Sims taps out and Justin has a little more ways to punish him. You don't really want to play Slick Shot if your hand's like all creatures, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Or if you're not planning on playing at least one of those spells.
And I do like this, you know, having the Paw Patch, this plays around split up. You know,
Yeah.
we don't know if it's there, but this definitely plays around it. Now, at some point, Justin does have to realize it's getting close to that summoner time. It's getting close to Yuna. You know, you gotta make sure that that combination is kept in check. Doesn't look like there's any horrifically scary enchantments in the yard quite yet, but that can always change.
I don't believe life totals are accurate, but I know that there's a lot of life being gained back and forth.
If they are accurate, Justin's in a lot of trouble. But I agree. I don't think they are. I think that Screaming Nemesis is attacked twice at least, so.
Yeah, I believe Matt should be maybe at 17. He gained 2 from the Esper Origins, and maybe gained 1 off the Dredger's Insight when he was cast. And then took 6 from the Screaming Nemesis.
Yeah, I would think gain 3. Yeah, who knows? We'll yell at him.
Our spotter usually is just going off the life totals of the players, but everyone in this situation is fallible. Here's the Esper Origins from the graveyard. So again, 2 more life, and now the correct life total should be displayed after we see what gets surveilled, and up to 18, so it was down to 16 it looked like.
Okay.
Esper gonna enter the fray and potentially draw a card off the top.
Ooh, that, I believe, is the Red Overlord plus Yuna. And
Finds
if that's
Green
the
Overlord to hand.
case, I mean, the Esper Origins backside is really nice into Yuna the following turn because, well, you get to add 2 mana, so you can play Yuna and have 2 mana available if you make your 5th land drop. That
Mhm.
way you can interact plus do the whole Yuna thing.
All right, Justin. Here's your moment. Is it time for Slick Shot Show Off? You have a 4/4 and a potential Yuna turn coming next turn. You gotta bite. You gotta
You
move.
really gotta try it.
If you're Sims and this Screaming Nemesis comes across, do you ever put the 4/4 in front of it?
I don't think so. I think I would block, you know, one of the 2/1s. Probably the real 2/1 because you can seam rip the other one and it doesn't come back.
Mhm.
That would be my block. if they all got in there, and I'd be, of course, not feeling great about it because you could easily just be dead.
All right, let's say he slick shots and sims with everything. How do you block if you're sims?
Still just the real paw patch. I would just block that. As, it's just more damage if you block the Screaming Nemesis. You just get wrecked. Okay.
Okay. Is this the Might or is this
Yeah,
the
this is
other
the
one?
Might. This is our new Esper Origins card.
Well, if we have Wild Ride, that gives it haste and a big buff.
Yeah. We'd be wanting to play... Wait a minute.
Wow.
Is the Slick Shot in play, though?
Yeah,
okay,
he cast
good,
it
good,
first.
good,
Yes.
good, good. I was going to say.
So this
yikes.
is trigger number 1,
Oh, boy.
and this is trigger number 2.
Oh, my. Okay, that's 5. That's 8.
Oh, is
that's
this
13,
lethal?
14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19,
This
20.
is lethal.
20 damage.
This is lethal. Wild Ride plus this Might. Let's get this Might on the screen one more time because this thing is chewing up Matt Sims' life total here.
Yes.
Wild Ride was +3 in haste and then an additional +4 across, spread across with more damage.
I mean, my math could be wrong, but I think this is 20 damage. Or if that offspring is a 1-1 and not a 2-1, it is. So it's 19 damage. I have
Yeah,
that
but he's
wrong,
at 18.
Exactly. Opens notebook, and the wild ride for Justin has come to an end.
Yeah, handshake.
Amazing.
All right.
I mean,
sicko match.
I-
Sicko match.
We are seeing a lot of hugging. So
Yeah,
I am
that's it.
thinking we got champions.
We got
here.
champs. All right. We got champs. That's Justin Sal with the Leyline deck, the burst with the Might plus the
Yes.
Wild Ride, and that was a Wild Ride.
I mean, here's the thing: is Justin just used every resource there on that final turn to get over the over the hump. So clearly needed one of those things.
Yeah.
Had to have top decked one of those things. It might have been a land to really unlock it, but that was impressive stuff from Justin. I'm guessing our middle match was also awarded to the teammate as well.
All right, I'm gonna
impressive
go.
stuff.
I'm gonna go get Hafner and let him come talk because this might be his first win.
Okay. I mean, we really got to get Justin in here, I would imagine,
Oh, that's fair.
as that was pretty sweet. Incredible stuff. We're going to get a winner in here. Come do some chatting with us. But hey, thanks to everyone who tuned in. This has been an incredible tournament. We're going to be doing this again tomorrow for some Modern. All right, we got Justin coming in. What's up, man? How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Well, first, definitely just got to talk about your deck. And yeah, your hat is gorgeous. You got some nice style here for sure. But walk us through your deck here because this is definitely something nobody else is playing in the tournament, and it looked incredible. You won on turn 3, for game number 1. Had a tough fought game 2 where you multi 5. Deck still looked like it kind of could go long, and then you just had 19 damage there on the final turn. Walk us through why you wanted to play this Leyline of Resonance scroll list.
So cut down rotated,
Yeah.
go for the throat rotated, and shoot the sheriff doesn't hit slick shot.
Okay.
So I was just all in on this weekend being like just like the removal lining up poorly into it.
Okay, and I mean that seems like it did. I mean that's enough of a solid example to make this deck look really, really nice. What was your record throughout the day?
I think 4-2-1.
Okay. So still a solid record, but teammates doing pretty well as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the one thing I was kind of looking at, and as far as, how much you've played this deck versus, what you kind of know as your role in the game, like playing it really slow, you left this slick shot on plot for a very long time, and I feel like that is the key to playing this deck really well is knowing when you can be defensive. Did you play this style of deck a lot when it came to, pre-rotation?
Actually I didn't play that much standard
Okay.
rotation. I played a couple tournaments with blue black and I'm not sure if it was Gruul or just mono red.
Okay,
but,
gotcha.
yeah.
So, yeah, maybe not as much experience with it, but got to ask you about the new card, the Might. How was that? I mean, what did you also, sorry, before you do that, what was your draw on the last turn? Because you needed everything to get across the finish line.
I think it was Heritage Reclamation.
It was to
Yeah.
clear out the blocker?
clear out the blocker,
Yes. Chef's kiss. So, how was the Might? How was the new card? And how tough was it to actually get a hold of?
Well, I had Hafner go to like 3 different stores all over Pittsburgh, and luckily we had we were able to find it in some bulk.
Okay, love it. Was it amazing for you? Was it All Star or?
For sure, the turns where it comboed with Wild Ride were like, it felt like insane.
I mean, you just dealt 8 damage with playing your little innocuous 1/1 and Wild Ride to then pump the creature. So yeah, really, really impressive stuff. Are you all teaming together again tomorrow? You running it back?
Yeah, we're running it back, and we might have a team name tomorrow.
You might have a team name. Okay, we'll leave that as a secret for tomorrow. But what are you? Last question. What are you playing tomorrow? Playing a similar style of deck?
No, probably
Okay.
gonna go for Esper Gorios.
Okay. All right. That's amazing. Well, congrats to you, man. That was awesome to watch you cook. And we'll let you get out of here. We'll bring Todd back in. We'll close out the show. And congrats on being a champion there, Justin. Love it. Wild Ride and Ice. Not the cards I thought we were going to see win this tournament.
This is
but-
uncommon. I've never seen this card.
Oh, yeah.
This is look. You listened to Limited Resources yesterday
did,
in the
yep,
card run,
yep.
so you probably heard about this guy, and you're like, oh, he's got like a 1.5 in Limited or whatever.
Oh yeah, he was like, yeah, this is a card that doesn't matter in
Yes,
limited, which
yes.
makes a lot of sense. This is a much more powerful,
Yes.
constructed card for sure. Yeah.
All right,
awesome
well,
stuff.
once again, congrats to Justin Sow, Chris Hefner, and Zachary McAdoo on their victory in today's post-rotation Team Standard Trios 5K. Qualified for the Apex Invitational, qualified for the Regional Championship, got their fair share of that $5,000 prize pool. So congrats to them once again. We had Ross Merriam in the booth all day. We have me and Corey here to finish it up. So I just want to say thanks to Ross for helping us put on a great show.
We don't have to thank him.
That's fair.
Yeah. It's
Thanks to our wonderful director and co-owner of Apex Games, Taryn Huck, who's always running the broadcast for
now
us.
we got to thank. He did
Yeah.
some great work. Yeah.
Yeah, we had some technical difficulties earlier. I don't think many of them were his fault.
It was Ross's fault though.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was chewing on the cables again. We gotta stop him from doing that.
I want to say thanks to our sponsors real quick. Once Upon a Galaxy, a brand new auto battler from great minds from Magic's community like Sam Pardee, Luis Scott Vargas, and Pro Tour champion Matt Place. We are sponsored by Moxfield. Check out moxfield.com, spicerack.gg, and Ultimate Guard, industry leader when it comes to TCG supplies. All of our top 8 get a bunch of awesome Ultimate Guard swag, and we really appreciate them. Corey, we're going to be coming back tomorrow. We're going to be playing the same Team Trios format, but we're going to be swapping to Moderns.
Gonna be spicy.
So-
I wouldn't expect we're gonna see as many new cards, but you know what? Modern, still just an incredible format. Always fun to watch. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be nice.
All right, well, we're going to take a long break, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at around 11 a.m., and we'll be back doing it bright and early, me and Ross in the booth, and we'll see you then.